Okay, hello everyone, and welcome to the stream. Sorry for the slight delay, I just had to get some last minute things set up before the stream began. I think we should be good. This is my first time doing a stream like this, so might have a few bumps in the road here and there, but I think we should be able to get through this pretty smoothly. If you notice any issues with the stream, please mention it in chat and I will do my best to address them. I'll also be trying to address as many of your questions as I can, but we'll try to save a lot of that until the interview, which will be taking place in just about an hour, and hopefully as many of you can be here for that as possible. But if you have other obligations, please don't feel the need to stick around for the whole stream. I will be uploading segments of this as we go. So let me move this over to the other window here. I will be having a face cam later, but I wanted to open the stream with just a short little brief write-up that I had some help with from Baron Von Teapot, one of my mods, who also writes some of the stuff for Sales and Salvos. And I wanted to kind of do this to go over why the SS United States is an important ship and why she is worth saving. Because I've seen a lot of comments from people who seem to be under the impression that it's not a super important vessel, that it's time for her to go. And like, I do understand where you're coming from, don't get me wrong. I saw this ship in person when I was in Philadelphia earlier this year, and to me it was an absolutely impressive sight. It's a beautiful ship, even in the condition that she's in. But I just want to express why the ship is important from a historical sense and not just from a wow, that's a cool looking ship. So let me just go ahead and read through this, then we'll switch over to the face cam. We'll do some Q&A. Doesn't have to be related to the ship necessarily. You could just ask whatever questions. And if you want to donate to the Conservancy effort, you can do so either through the link below, or there should be something right alongside the video somewhere. I'm not sure exactly how it works with live streams, where you can donate directly through YouTube, which it looks like one of you may have already done. Thank you, MiG31 Firefox. Thank you very much for that. £5? Is that pounds? I believe so. Thank you very much for that. And this is also open to other YouTubers, so if you know somebody that might be interested, I've already corresponded a bit with Maritime Horrors, and we're going to see if we can potentially get some other YouTubers to join in on this and hopefully make it a bigger effort across YouTube, because as we're about to get into, I think this is a ship that is very much worth saving. Okay, I wanted to say a few words in regards to the ship. As to the average person, there may be a sense of confusion as to why so much effort is being put towards raising funds to save what appears from a glance to be just a regular ship. However, calling the United States a regular ship is far from the truth. On top of being one of the only remaining ocean liners left in the world, she holds a significant distinction in the uniqueness of her history and varied design. Ordered in 1949 by the United States Lines, the ship would be distinguished by the involvement of the United States government and Navy in her design and construction. Unlike many civilian liners, the United States was designed using lessons learned by the Navy during the Second World War, with the perspective that she may be pressed into service in future wars. Focus was drawn heavily on having the capability to survive wartime conditions, such as having specific compartments around the ship to better damage control. However, the design did not focus strictly on her ability to survive enemy fire when it came to her potential military applications. As many of you likely know, cruise liners similar to the United States had been acquired by many navies around the world during the war to serve as troop and cargo transports during the war. With this in mind, the United States interior was designed to be quickly replaced with the furnishings necessary to house a whopping 14,000 soldiers. To get them where they needed to go, the other focus of this ship was in her propulsion, which was specially designed to make the ship the fastest ocean liner ever built. Nearly every aspect of the United States design was geared towards the goal of speed, which started with her sleek hull design that promoted better seakeeping and performance. At her heart was a propulsion system that mimicked that of the most prominent ships of the Navy at the time, being said to be essentially a smaller version of the Iowas. In her trials, she was able to generate a total of about 248,000 ship horsepower, nearly the same amount that a modern supercarrier produces. This system was so special that it was kept classified for over 30 years following her construction. It can be understood why, as the ship was able to make a record-holding 38-knot top speed with an even higher claimed top speed of 43 knots. To this day, she still holds this record and likely will remain the title of fastest ocean liner ever. While her special design contributes partly to her significance, there are other more sentimental aspects that make the ship worth the effort of fundraising. We live in a time where the ocean liner has nearly entirely been lost to time, replaced by ships that no longer compete to provide passengers with the chance to travel on a vessel that has been able to win their country national pride on the world maritime stage. With only about 8 traditional liners still in existence, losing the United States would mean losing part of maritime history due to her unique status within the history of these ships. She also holds the distinction for being one of the few ships to bear the name of the country itself, which she held with pride during her service as America's flagship. Alright, so that is just the brief write-up that I wanted to go over because I am not the most knowledgeable about naval topics, but as I said, this is a topic that I think is very much worth bringing attention to and something that I have gotten a decent amount of passion for because, especially after seeing the ship, I really would like to see the ship saved and brought back to her former glory. So I hope that that was interesting to all of you, and now we can go into any questions you guys might have. Make sure I didn't miss any. Thank you as well, Paul D., for your donation to the Conservancy. Don't see too many questions. And, okay, so Rust Belt Railfan, yes, it is expensive. That is definitely, without a doubt, an issue. And that's something that I think I will be touching on briefly when we have the call later. But I don't think that we should dismiss the effort to try to save a ship like this just because it's expensive. I was down in Philadelphia to see them move the New Jersey into dry dock, and it was an expensive endeavor to move that ship into dry dock, and they weren't really doing all that much to it in terms of like overhauling. They were just doing some maintenance work. But would you say that it's not worth putting the money into something like that? Granted, the New Jersey is historically a more significant ship than the SS United States, but why would we put something like that ahead when realistically there is enough government money around where I think we can potentially get some shifted over to projects like this? It's just a matter of getting the interest there rather than relying solely on just getting like civilian funding and everything like that. Yes, that is why I'm doing this fundraising effort, because she is in imminent threat of having to be moved away from her current dock, and they have to find somewhere to move her to. They have to have the money to do the move and that sort of thing. All right, let me turn on my face cam here. I'm behind the... Hold on. Okay. I'll leave that just going for now. I have some other stuff set up that we're going to be doing after the call. We're going to be doing like a tier list and stuff like that. But for now, I'll just leave that running unless you guys have a better idea for what I could put in the background, or you can just stare at me. Oh, I'm not in a very good I'm not in a very good size there for the full screen. I agree. Like I said, I saw the ship in person when I was down there, and it's definitely worse for wear, but the exterior of it doesn't seem to be in that bad of shape. Granted, I didn't get that close to it, but I think if you put a coat of paint on the thing, it would look much better. It's just a matter of visually, it doesn't look very good. I'm sure that there's a lot of work that has to be done, but to get it to a state where it will look visually better, I don't think would be that difficult with the right amount of funding. Does the donation thing not work? If it doesn't work, go to the description and go directly to their website and you can donate directly to them. Yeah, I mean, it's really, to me, it seems like just a matter of raising awareness for something like this, because the SS United States, there are quite a few videos of her on YouTube, but it's not one of those ships like an Iowa class or the Bismarck or something like that, where it has this enormous following of people out there who are interested in the ship. It's a much more niche topic because you're moving away from military, you're going into like cruise ships and that sort of thing, and then among those there's only a select few that are very, very well known, which would be things like the Titanic, and basically ships that have had very large disasters around them are the ones that people know of. Things like the SS United States kind of slip under the radar, even though they are very historically significant, even in just small ways. What's up, Parrot? Glad you could make it, taking time away from your helicopter endeavors. I don't believe it was the last to be built, but it was among the last ones. I would have to ask Barrett about that, but it was definitely among the latter of her type. And one of the last of the US ones, I would believe. I can't say I'm the most knowledgeable about naval topics, as I mentioned earlier, but I very much like the SS United States. I think it's a very, very cool looking ship. And there was another very cool looking ship that we had up until very recently that ended up getting scrapped. And I think it looked much better than the SS United States, just because it had a very 40s styling. I would have to pull up a photo of it. Let me see if I can find let's see, weird 40s boat. There's a very cool looking one that unfortunately was scrapped, which I don't understand why, because it had been converted over into a casino, and it still got scrapped anyway. So I don't know what happened with that. Yeah, I don't remember what the name of that ship is. I'd have to search for it. It was very, very cool, though. It just, something about the way that it looked was very much tickled my fancy, so to speak. Yeah, I can't find it. That's unfortunate. Another one of those niche ones that I would like to cover on my channel in the future. But we're focusing on the SS United States today, which is currently located across the street from an IKEA and a Chick-fil-A. So when I was down there, we went around to that area after seeing the New Jersey move up the river to dry dock, and got Chick-fil-A, and I was able to sit inside the Chick-fil-A and look straight out at the SS United States. It was a very, very cool view to eat to. Yeah, I don't think that it was the last one. I wouldn't claim that, but it's definitely a very cool ship, especially considering how fast it was, and the fact that it actually has a significant military heritage behind it, which I was not aware of. It's been a while since I watched any videos on her, but I thought it was very, very cool that she has basically a design that was almost intended to be used as a military transport, but had a civilian life as well, so to speak. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. If you live in that area, yep, that is the SS United States. Her name's a little tricky to see, but if you're close enough by it, you will see it. Yeah, the court ordered her to be moved because the Conservancy couldn't afford the higher rates. Something along that line. Here, let me go and read off of their website That way you guys can understand what the entire situation is here. SaveTheUnitedStates.org. There we go. Okay, so after a lengthy legal dispute, the U.S. District Court in Philadelphia ruled on June 14th that the SS United States must vacate the berth at Pier 82 it has occupied for decades by September 12th, 2024. So it's coming up quick. That's why I was trying to get this out as soon as possible. In her ruling, Senior Judge Anita Brody determined that the ship's landlord, Penn Warehousing, could not double dockage fees without notice to force the ship from her pier. But the court order established a 90-day deadline to move the nearly 1,000-foot-long ship to a new home. And they're seeking to raise $500,000 to help cover the costs of potential relocation and other critical expenses, which... when you're moving a ship of that size, it is not an easy task. So, yeah, they've already raised $100,000 at least from what I saw from an announcement they made. So they are doing pretty well so far, considering this only started in June. So I think we can really make an impact, and I'm hopeful that the $500,000 is just the goal that they're looking for, and it's not the bare minimum that they need. But knowing how big the ship is and all the stuff involved in moving a ship of that size, I would not be surprised if that is the bare minimum that they need for it. Thank you, Modern, for the $20 donated to them. Yeah, that's just how things are sometimes with payment processors. It's unfortunate, but if you can't donate for whatever reason, just spread the message around. Share the link with people and see if you can get anybody else to donate. That's a lot of why I'm doing this. Not so much to just get a lot of money raised. I mean, I hope we can, but the biggest thing I'd like to see is just that this gets the message out about this. Whether it's from just people seeing this video or from you guys sharing it with people you know. Just the fact that we can get this message out to more people, I think, is really important, and it's why they've had so much trouble in the past with their efforts to preserve and potentially restore the ship. It doesn't have that attention that a lot of other ships and museums and things like that have. Oh yeah, if I had the super Mr. Beast money, I'd be just chucking money at it. See, that would be the coolest thing, if you had that amount of money and you could just go buy something like that, or at least become like the main benefactor of it. That's unfortunate. Yeah, YouTube is a little funky with that. And as I said, if it doesn't work on YouTube, go try donating directly to them. They have a donate button right on their website, SaveTheUnitedStates.org. There's a link in the description. And if you can't donate there, it's unfortunate, but just try to get the message out there if you can't. Well, I don't know that you really need my hot take from the YouTuber on the 2024 presidential race. I'm talking about the SS United States, not the United States as a whole. I'm not qualified for that. Thank you very much, M25. That is incredible. 250 bucks. That is a big chunk of money. Thank you very much for that. Thank you on behalf of them. I'm sure they'll hopefully they have noticed this. As I mentioned, we're doing an interview with the co-chair of the SSUSC. I'm terrible with acronyms and stuff. And they noticed that I had been making posts and stuff like that, so they see us. They see that we are doing things. They're not just completely oblivious to everything going on. So hopefully they can make some sort of post or something about this, thanking all of you directly. But if not, you get a thanks from me for whatever that's worth. Yeah, if you are down in Philadelphia, at least until she's either moved or whatever happens, hopefully just moved elsewhere, check out the New Jersey. I unfortunately was not able to because they were in the process of moving her, so I got to see her move, but I couldn't go on board. And go across the river and check out the Olympia and the submarine. Can't remember the name of it. And just drive up, and you'll be able to see the SS United States. They're all within like 20 minutes of each other, depending on traffic. So if you're in the area, just do it. It's well worth it. Especially the Olympia. It's very cool. It's not expensive. You get to go into the museum they have there. You get to go right on board the ship and walk around through it. It's a very, very cool experience. I was really happy that I was able to do that. Hey, you know what? There's nothing wrong with donating to efforts in other countries when it's things like this. Sorry about allergies. I can't say I've been able to donate to many because I just don't a lot of times have the spare funds, but I have tried my best to support the local museums and stuff like that in my area. I need to get my membership again to the American Heritage Museum, but also I will be donating any money that's earned from the ads and stuff on this stream, as well as I'll figure out how much else I can spare, and I'll spend it on the campaign as well. So hopefully we can get them at least a little bit closer to their goal, and then maybe there'll be somebody that can donate a large chunk. I'm not too familiar with that sort of thing, but that is pretty cool. All right, let's see if we can. So I have the tier list set up for later. So we have here, we're going to be going through all of my old videos, and we're going to be ranking them in a tier list. So we have at the bottom here, we've got the belongs in the trash. That's for the videos that I've either unlisted or privated, or videos that when I rewatch them, I realize, holy crap, this is kind of garbage. And then we have the other ones here. And you guys can help determine where I place certain things. But that will be for after the interview, which will be in about 30 minutes. Hello, and welcome to the stream. Let me see if I can pull up... Actually, I wanted to put this on live chat, because I feel like I'm missing some of your messages. Yes, those are our old Soviet night vision. I have an article on my website with some photos and stuff of that, and talking a little bit about the information I could find on it. Exactly. If I disagree with something I say in it, it belongs in the trash. Now, there are a lot of my older videos which I have not watched in a while, and I'm sure have not aged particularly well. The Doom Turtle video was one of them, which it wasn't so much a bad video, it was just missing a lot of information, which is why I made the new one. So yeah, anybody who is in the stream who hasn't said anything or is just joining in now, thank you very much for joining. I'm glad you are all here. And I hope you can stick around for another 30 minutes or so, and we will be having an interview with the co-chair of the SS United States Conservancy. And following that, we'll be having a bit of fun. Right now, we're just doing a bit of Q&A, so if you have any questions, drop them in chat, whether that be related to other things that you might want to bring my attention to, video topics you might want to see, questions for me, any sort of thing like that. Oh, the thing behind the cars in that photo, that is one of the smokestacks of the SS United States. Funnel. That's the word. Yeah, I think you can tell I'm more of a tank guy than a naval guy. I agree, I'm 25. I'm much more of a tank guy, but the thing is, tanks are much easier to preserve than a ship. So as much as I would like to focus on tank stuff primarily, it's a lot easier to park something that's a little bit bigger than a car in a building somewhere or in a shed. Much, much harder to take care of a 1,000 foot long ship. So for at least the last 2 years or so, I've been doing YouTube full time. I did work full time before that while doing YouTube, but it got to the point where, largely because of all the people watching during COVID, I was able to get a good amount of money to pay off some of my bills, and I was able to start doing this full time. Although I do stuff on the side now and then, helping like my dad with jobs and things like that if he needs help. I will be donating some myself, whatever I make off of the ads from this, as well as probably a little bit extra. I'll make an announcement of how much I was able to donate afterwards. But yeah, this is mainly just trying to get any viewers and stuff that want to contribute to the campaign to do that. But you can also spread this message around to other YouTubers who are focused on naval things, and hopefully this fundraising campaign can spread to more around YouTube. I would assume that the USS New Jersey team is aware of this. I mean, they're like basically across the river from it. They're close neighbors. But they have a lot of work on their plate as well with the New Jersey. Yeah, hopefully someday a small garage that is owned by me will be able to house one of those tanks. That's the end goal with YouTube. Once I can buy my own tank, that'll be going in my garage as the daily driver, and I'll just disappear. You'll never hear from me again. I'll just go live in my tank out in the woods somewhere. Not sure what I would buy, but whatever is available, really. Oh yeah, daily driver. I really like M48s, and I feel like it would be a relatively easy tank to be able to keep going. But pretty much whatever I could take, really. AMX-13 would be cool because it's small enough where you can actually drive them on the roads. But again, I'd basically just buy anything that I had the money for. Oh, a T-72? Yeah, I'll take that. All those ones popping up on eBay. Oh, gotta snag one of those. A Weasel. Weasel might be a little too small. That's almost to the point where it's not even a tank. Might as well just buy one of those off-road tracked things. I wouldn't go through the effort of doing that to refresh for the ads. I would just either share the stream around or just share the link to their campaign. I just like the shape of the M48, the roundedness of it. It kind of gives me the vibe of like a Soviet tank, like a T-55 almost, mixed with the with like the US boat-shaped hull. Very, very cool vehicle. Seeing them in person, they're much bigger than you would think. They're just very imposing looking vehicles, and I like them. Particularly the early ones. Not as big a fan of the M60s, but M60s are also cool. For those of you not aware, I'll do a little bit of shilling here of myself. I'm going to be up in Canada later this week for a Kino Tank weekend, thanks to World of Tanks, and I will be getting some rides and some vehicles up there, as well as hopefully meeting some of you. But that's another reason why I did this weekend. I should have really been advertising this more up to now, but I just didn't have the time. This was kind of a last minute thing. But considering we've already raised a good amount of money, I'm happy with that. I actually, speaking of down south, I saw a Firefly listing for sale in, I think it was in Argentina. One of their Fireflies was missing the gun, but it was very clearly a Firefly. Wasn't actually all that expensive either, but once you add in shipping, you're looking at like double the money. That's the biggest trouble with the, yeah, I can up my volume a little bit here. Let me see. Is that any better? Might just be because it's probably because I'm turning my head. Let me move my microphone a little bit. It's because I'm turning my head to look at chat. Why do I even have this on the second screen? I should just have this in front of me. I'm an idiot. You can tell that I make a lot of videos and not stream. Yeah, it really depends on the vehicle. Trouble with tanks is they're just very expensive to ship. So you can buy them not too expensive, but the shipping is a lot. Boats are just expensive all around, which is why they need help. I want to say, they mentioned it in the speech that they gave when they were moving the New Jersey, but I think that it was like several $1 million that they had for just moving that thing to dry dock. Pretty insane. I actually talked to a guy that owns a, it's not a real Stug, it's a replica, but I mean, it's still basically a real tank. He had it at the American Heritage Museum, and I was talking to him. He even gave me a ride in the thing, which was pretty neat. And yeah, he said that I think the truck or something broke down when it was being towed along. So it's like sitting on the side of the highway, and people were all like posting on Facebook about it because they're just driving down the road and there's just a tank sitting on a trailer. But hey, a trucker will deliver anything for the right price. Oh, I wouldn't say 50,000 tanks. Oh yeah, $50,000 tank. Yeah, I think the Firefly was like 40 grand or something. But yeah, once you add in shipping from like down in South America all the way up to just to get it to a port in the United States, you're probably looking at over $100,000. I don't know that it would be able to tow that much. Well, I mean, it's a tricky thing because everything that has tracks is essentially a tank to the average person. But at the same time, there isn't really a solid definition of what a tank is to begin with. That's actually a video topic that I want to touch on in a future video, of just talking about what a tank actually is, because as far as I can tell, there is no set definition of a tank. So basically, if somebody says it's a tank, it could be a tank. Like, even some wheeled vehicles. I think it's, I don't remember if it's Israel or which military considers them, but like wheeled vehicles are considered tanks. I think actually it might be also Italy, although they call them tank destroyers. But at the same time, is a tracked tank destroyer also a tank, or is it something else? Is it just a tank destroyer that happens to have tracks? Because at that, then you look at something like the S-tank. Is that a tank destroyer because it doesn't have a turret? No, it's a tank because they called it a tank, but it also doesn't look like a normal tank. It doesn't have a turret, so having a turret doesn't make something a tank. It's a very bizarre situation. That's pretty neat. I would imagine there's a lot of... There's like a whole community of just people that own weird military vehicles that are just not very public about the stuff that they own. It's kind of interesting, but I understand it because it's like, if you own a tank, it doesn't necessarily mean you're going to just be like, oh yeah, everybody come check out my tank. Most likely you're not going to be like that. I know I wouldn't. No, I've put thought into that about what I would do if I owned a tank, and I think probably I would loan it out to different museums. because although I would love to just have the thing sitting around, it's kind of pointless to just own something like that. That's the thing. Is it a description of the function, or is it specific design elements? And I'm not sure. It's a very interesting topic that I want to get into. I want to do it as like a very highly produced video where I like go around and interview different people from around the world about it. I think it would be a very, very interesting thing to see different perspectives of what different nations think, as well as what different individuals think, as well as what things have been historically. I don't think there's an answer really to what a tank is, but we could probably come to some interesting conclusion. Yep, that's exactly what I mean. Hundreds of people out there that own all sorts of stuff like that. I only have a small collection myself, but somewhere back there, hold on, I'll grab it and show you. Underneath the Girlzune Panzer figure, it looks like just a piece of glass, which it is, but as far as I'm aware, when I ordered it, that is a replacement viewport out of a Tiger tank, or at least some other German tank that might have used the same one. I'm not sure if the Tiger was the only one that used that style. I was very surprised at how cheap I was able to get this, because usually if it's something that's like Tiger tank, it'll have a markup of like 15 times what the original what the original thing would be. Like, it'll be, I've seen people trying to sell, like, it's like a piece of scrap metal that's supposedly from a Tiger 1, and it's like $3,000. Well, that's why this thing is so thick, and also very heavy, because it's about yay thick. What's that, like 4 inches probably? 4 or 5 inches. And that is laminated glass, so it would be somewhat bulletproof. I mean, you wouldn't want to get hit there by like a tank, but that would stop a bullet. I actually really want to do a video where I make some replicas of this using... I have to find what exactly the glass strength in this is. And I would love to make some replicas and do some testing against it with different small arms. No, there's, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pieces of glass in there, counting just by the seams. So it's pretty thick. It's not going to do the War Thunder of stopping your 120 millimeter APDS shell, but yeah, they would. Different tanks would carry at least a few of those, because once you get that shot out, I mean, think about you're a tank driver, and I don't know how much I can hold this up to the camera. That's like the view that you're getting. Obviously, it would be clearer than that, but that's it. That's all you're getting. And once that gets shot and cracked, you're not going to be able to see very much, especially if it gets hit a couple times. So they would carry a couple different ones of those, and then you'd be able to just, like, I think you just flip some levers and pull it out, and then you'd slide in the new one. Something like that. I think it depends on the vehicle. But for the Tiger, I looked into it a little bit because I want to see if I can 3D print a replica thing to hold the one I have in. But I think with the Tiger, it just had some like little tabs that held it in place or something like that. But anyways, we are off topic. Yeah, thanks again to everybody for joining. And we are trying to raise the funds for SS United States, who is in imminent threat of being either scrapped or sunk, or I'm not even sure what, because she's been ordered to leave her current location, and they need the money to be able to move her, because surprisingly, moving a 1,000-foot ship is not cheap. I hope everybody's weekend is going good, though. I had a pretty good weekend. Had a anniversary party for my grandparents yesterday for their 60th wedding anniversary. That was pretty fun. She was a cruise ship of her day, essentially. I read off a little short thing earlier, but for anybody that wasn't there, go over some of the few facts. She was able to generate a total of about 248,000 ship horsepower, which made her the fastest ship of her day, with a record holding 38 knots and an even higher claimed top speed of 43 knots, which she still holds the record today of fastest ocean liner ever. And they actually had a lot of involvement from the U.S. government and Navy in her design, because she was somewhat designed to be able to be converted quickly into like a troop ship or some other form of military vessel. Well, cruise ship is just the best comparison for what people would think of today. It was a much, much different thing back then, but the closest modern equivalent we have is the cruise ship, but they were very, very different. Yeah, it is unfortunate how she looks now, but when you see her in person, the fact of the matter is she's still floating. And although the exterior paint and everything is faded and it's definitely needs work, I think a lot of the interior has also been gutted. She still looks pretty solid, and I don't think it would take that much to get her cleaned up. It's just a matter of they have to find a permanent home for her, as well as what they're going to do with her after they clean her up. Which I believe they did say there was something on their website about the redevelopment plan that they potentially have. They were in talks with someone. Who was it? Okay, yeah. December 2018, the Conservancy entered into an exclusive option agreement with RXR, a prominent New York-based real estate development firm, to explore the SS United States' redevelopment. And I guess that they're a big real estate investment company. So it's not like the ship is just sitting there and they're not doing anything with her. And from what they have on their website here, I guess the that RXR company has already helped with some other adapting and updating of other things like what's this, Helmsley Building, 75th Rockefeller Plaza, and the Sterrett Leahy Building. And they have some pictures on there. I'll put the link in chat if anybody wants to check it out. Definitely, I would say promising, considering the fact that it's more than just a we're looking to redevelop her. It's we're in talks with someone. Although, obviously, they have to keep her afloat to be able to do that. Yep, I did the same thing when I was down there. I was able to go to Chick-fil-A for lunch and sit in Chick-fil-A and look at the ship. And then we went into IKEA and nearly got lost because IKEA is a maze. Yeah, they haven't just been sitting on their hands not doing anything. They have had some work being done on the ship, like removing a lot of the interior, which I believe was done because it just wasn't in good condition. I'm not entirely sure why. Yeah, it is they do make a lot of mentions of that in the stuff on their website, talking about how it's a very sad sight to see something named after the country slowly being potentially lost. And that's partly why it's an important ship to try to save, because it is a piece of United States history and a piece of our heritage that could be lost if we don't act. The thing is, I don't think it's well known enough for it to be made into a big thing. Like, to most people driving by, it's just a ship. It's just an old rusty ship sitting there taking up room. I saw a lot of people mentioning, even on some of the posts that I made about it, where it's like, oh, or about the ship potentially being destroyed because of the court order, and they're saying like, oh, finally this eyesore will be gone. And it's, I can understand where they're coming from, because the ship is not in the greatest condition, but it's because they're seeing it as it is instead of as what it was or what it could be. Because any city that could bring this ship in and get it into good looking condition and rework the interior, you have a tourist attraction that could attract a lot of money. Granted, it would help if the economy was a little bit better, but that's an entirely different topic. Exactly. And it is a significant piece of US history. Excuse me for just a moment. I need to check and make sure that the stuff for the Zoom meeting is ready. Don't think I got an email back. I sent all the information and stuff, so we should be all set. Just have to make sure I get that set up ahead of time. I'll actually start on that so you guys can chat amongst yourselves. I'll still be interacting with you. I just have to make sure that I get everything set up here. All right, so let me get this started here. Okay. Hello, video. Oh, do I need to maybe disable the, we'll figure that out when we get to it. I don't know why my video is not working for that. We'll figure that out when we get to it. All right. That should all be set up now. Oh, cannot start video. Ah, yep, it's because I'm using it here. I'll probably just have to disable the, let me see if I switch over here, if it starts to work. Yep, okay, we're good. So I'll just have to, come back. Come back. There I am again. I'll just have to, like, transition to that once we get to it. Well, I don't know if you'd be able to live on it, but I would assume they would do some sort of hotel. I mean, it essentially was a floating hotel when it originally existed. So, originally existed and was, like, in service is what I mean. So, it wouldn't be that difficult, I don't think. Like, it was a very... Ships back in the day like that were very luxurious. I mean, granted, you're not talking, like, a gigantic room, although I'm sure there were quite a few large ones on the ship, but it would be a very, very cool thing to see redone, especially if you could preserve some of that time period with the stylings. Thank you very much, Anonymous. And Lemon Duck, I believe, was the one. Yes, Lemon Duck. Thanks to both of you. Yeah, it now is a really tough time for, not as tough as the last like 5 years, but this has been a tough time for a lot of museums. There's been I know that the Tank Museum in Virginia closed down, unfortunately, because of I think partly it was just location, I think, with that museum, but it's been a tough time. It's hard to keep your doors open when you're not getting a lot of visitors. And when everything shuts down and nobody's going out to see things like a museum, when the interest just isn't there, it's rough. That's why I'm going to be trying, especially over the next couple of years, to really do a lot of content focusing on museums. I want to get up to the American Heritage Museum, do some filming there. I'm trying to plan out a video with a guy I know who is a driver of a Renault FT. I think it's a I don't think it's a replica. I think it's an original. And talk with him about that, as well as the museums he helps at and things like that, because it's something that I think it's sorely under represented. And I'm not saying that nobody does anything with that. I think Nicholas Moran, the chieftain, he does a lot with that, going around to different museums and showcasing the vehicles they have. But you can always do more. Or we can always do more, I should say. He's doing he's doing his part, that's for sure. Yeah, location. I visited that on the way down to Georgia last year to visit the collection at Fort Benning. And unfortunately, they weren't open that day, which that's part of the problem. Museums struggle to be open for more than a couple days. But yeah, the location was a big one for that, because you were just in the middle of nowhere. Like you were very far away from any large population center, so you basically drive there to see the tank museum, which is, when it comes to a museum, it's not the best. Yeah, Bovington does do pretty well in that regard. They do have a very large social media presence, which I think is something that a lot of museums need to do more of. But trouble is, a lot of them are run, or a lot of the staff are there just as volunteers, so it's not the easiest for them to do that. Which is where hopefully people like me come in, where I can try to be that marketing aspect for them. Yeah, it would be a good location in the middle of Philly, although I think they're more looking at having her potentially in New York. I'm not entirely sure what the plan is with that. Again, it's all like preliminary planning and stuff like that, discussions, not even really planning. So, but she was originally launched in New York, I think, something like that. So New York would be a very good place for her, but any large city like that, especially considering Philadelphia already has quite a few other ships that people can go and visit, it would be a very good fit. Unfortunately, driving through Philadelphia, it's kind of depressing when you're driving along that waterfront, because you have the ships like the SS United States, all these beautiful old buildings, and they're just falling apart. There's just no money been. I was talking to a volunteer at the museum that has the Olympia, and he was even expressing the same thing. He's just like, they're not taking care of the place. It's just all these buildings that they could put money into, but they're just focused on other things. Yeah, I don't know necessarily that New York would be the best location, but I mean, it's considering it's one of the most visited cities, it would. I don't think you could get a much better location than that. But New York also has a collection of different interesting naval things to visit. They have the Intrepid for one. I assume they have more. The Intrepid's just the one that I know of. I don't know where you'd put it in DC. Trouble with down in Florida is you run into the weather down there. Yeah, that is a lot of why I think New York is the place that everybody kind of looks at for it, because it was such a big location for all those sorts of ships back in the day. I don't know how, I don't know. Does Florida have any museum ships? I've never really been down to Florida. I was down there once when I was a kid and we went to Disney World, but that is like the entirety of my experience with Florida. And I know that that's not a very accurate representation of it. I almost tried to like visit down into Florida when I did my big trip down to Georgia, but the timing just didn't work out. Hello, Logic Master. Welcome to the stream. All right, so in just a couple minutes, we should have the Zoom meeting. Hopefully everything goes well with this. Just waiting on our guest to join. Hopefully everything worked out well on that end. Oh, yep, looks like he just joined in. Okay. Hang on 1 second while I get this set up. Hello?
Hey, if you can hear me?
Yes, I can. Let me just make sure that I have the stream set up here for you.
All
I
right.
think I have the wrong thing set up. Okay, I think we're good now. Oh, is it going to do this to me and not show you? It might. Okay, let's try display capture maybe. There we go.
All good.
I think so. Everybody can see and hear him all right? Yep, looks like everybody can. Okay.
All right, great.
So do you want to go ahead and introduce yourself and a little bit about the SS United States?
Sure. So my name's Stanton Daywalt. I'm a advisory council member as well as a co-chair of the Hampton Roads chapter of the Conservancy. I've been following the ship since 1989 when she was moved from Norfolk to Newport News. And then I did see her when she was towed over to Turkey and then the Ukraine for asbestos remediation. And I saw her again for the first time after probably 20 years back in 2012, 2013. And I've been on board the ship multiple times. I've also written a book about the United States, co-authored between two other people. And I've been following the ship for 35, 36 years now.
Yeah, so as you guys can see, the ship's been through quite a bit in her lifetime, and we got somebody here who knows quite a bit about her, considering he wrote a book on the topic.
And behind me is the ship when she was on her builder's trials. It's one of my prints that I have framed in my house with the United States.
1 second. I'm just trying to pull up the brief of all the different questions I wanted to ask you.
Sure.
Which one was it that I sent you?
I think it was something about you wanted to know what was about the asbestos.
Of course, I'm not going to be able to find it now. It's going to be hidden amongst the other emails I sent you.
Let me see here. I think I had it earlier. Let's see.
Pull up everything else but the thing that I need.
Let's see. Here we go. Yeah, I've got it here. Okay. Let's see. Some basic questions regarding why the United States is worth saving. What is needed in order to save her? That sort of thing.
Yeah, so that's kind of what we were touching on while I was talking with everybody before this is sort of, and I went over a brief thing of why she's worth saving, but I was curious to see, coming from somebody directly involved with the ship, why it is that you think it's worth saving.
Well, I mean, she is American built. All 50 states, well, 48 states at the time, I should say, had a hand in her construction. She's in the similar vein as Titanic, but different, of course, that she didn't sink. She's the only remaining true ocean liner that was built in America. All the rest have either been scrapped or lost to time. Again, she was also a marvel of engineering for the 1950s after the United States came out of World War II and the Great Depression. There was the 50s was a kind of a high time for the country, and she epitomized that. She was both a marvel of steam engineering as well as mid-century modern design, which I believe is now starting to kind of make a comeback. But yeah, I mean, she's one of a kind. She certainly deserves to be saved. the Conservancy, wants to have a museum on board um, to kind of highlight her engineering and her decor for the time. It's just a really important vessel in terms of what she epitomizes. Like I said, she was also built to Navy specifications. She had dual engine rooms. There was a lot of firsts on her. The first ship to be air conditioned. Um, just so many others that I actually can't think of right now. But the fact that she's still around with us is, even after 50 years of being inactive, certainly said something to both the fact of her resilience and the fact that she was so well built. A lot of things these days don't last that long,
Yeah.
but the United States certainly does.
Yeah, I agree. I was mentioning to people in chat before we started that I saw her while I was down in Philadelphia to see the New Jersey get moved into dry dock. And it is incredible to see the ship sitting there, even in the condition that she's in right now, which is, albeit not the greatest, but the fact that she's still floating after all this time and still recognizable as what she was, and you can still very clearly make out like what the ship was meant for originally. It's a very, very cool thing to see, and I definitely think that it's worth saving, especially since, as you were saying, there's so much history behind both the design, what she stood for, what she was, and what she meant to the United States at the time. And to
Exactly.
go into what you were saying about her design and everything like that, how is the interior? You said you've been on board. I know that they tore out a lot of that during, I assume, the asbestos removal and things like that.
Right. So in the 90s, she was towed over. She was supposed to go to Turkey for asbestos remediation, but then she was moved over to Ukraine for that. So, like I said, all that asbestos, the walls and everything, she was built to Navy specifications. So part of that was extensive fireproofing. And
Mm-hmm.
at the time, in the 50s, fireproofing meant asbestos.
Yeah.
Um, so all of that's been ripped out. But as far as what remains, the structural load-bearing walls and bulkheads still remain. Um, when you do go on board, you can still see the outline of the passenger rooms on the floor, as well as where the bathrooms and showers and toilets were. You can still see, like in the dining rooms, the posts in the floor where the tables were set, so that way they wouldn't roll or slide during stormy weather. Um, there's still bars are still located on there. One was taken out during the 80s, but other bars with their sinks and stainless steel cabinetry still exist in there. Um, the anchor chains, they're all still in there. The engines, the boilers, the reduction gears, those are all still intact. Her turbo generators are there. There's still majority of the condensers. Some of those, they're known as the water boxes. They're the outer shell, so to speak, of the condenser, which goes underneath the main engines. The water boxes were removed and scrapped, but the condenser sheet metal that condensed the steam back into regular water is still in there. Of course, the propeller shafts are still there. I've been in the steering gear room, the rams that would turn the rudder. Fact that I'd like to repeat often is the fact that her rams were capable of turning the ship at full load, at full speed, from hard over port to hard over starboard in a span of 30 seconds,
Wow.
which that's that's moving a lot of water.
Yeah.
Um, and she can do in reverse with the same specifications. She could do a hard over to hard over in 60 seconds, going full speed reverse. Um, so it's things like that, as well as the windlass motor rooms are still intact. The capstans that handled the lines are still intact. Um, there's still a lot to be found. I've seen heavy duty washers and dryers in there. Like I said, stainless steel cabinets. There's still, even in the cold storage, there's signs for such as things like lobster, turtle, shark, beef. Um, Dry storage still has signs in there for, like V8 tomato juice and that sort of thing. So, there are still quite a bit to see. It's just the interior walls and the decorations basically are what is what's gone.
Yeah, that makes sense. Obviously, as great as asbestos was at the time, there's a very big problem with using asbestos. So
Well, yeah,
the good thing though is with removing all of that, I would assume that would actually be a big step towards her rebuilding potentially, because asbestos removal is not a cheap thing to do. So having that already done and the ship largely stripped, even though a lot of that original interior has been lost, I would assume that that actually sets her up better for restoration than something that has just been sitting there with the asbestos still inside.
absolutely. I mean, I believe in the 90s, asbestos remediation in the States would have been like 110 million alone.
Yeah.
Now, whatever that translates 30 years later, I'm not sure. But yes, the fact that all of that's been removed, the EPA has even gone aboard and done some air quality tests, passed with flying colors. So, I mean, yeah, she's set up to be reimagined in any way that a developer, a city with waterfront capable of handling her, um, turning her into a mixed use hotel, destination, convention center. There's even talk of putting like a distillery in there, as well as a museum, of course.
Yeah. Uh, Speaking of that, are you familiar with any of the extra details of that? I know there's some like preliminary announcements that they made, but I assume that there's not really much information on that yet, especially considering right now it's more of a we need to save the ship, not so much a focus on the restoration aspect.
Right. So, I mean, back, I want to say in January, maybe even November of last year, there was a presentation because the Conservancy had partnered with RXR to formulate a plan to rehabilitate her. And I believe you can still find that video on YouTube.
Okay.
It's about an hour long, and they go into pretty decent detail with renderings and whatnot, with what RXR in conjunction with the Conservancy, as well as a hotel group, were looking at to do for the ship. I don't know if you had noticed the lifeboats have been removed, and part of the design was to reincorporate lifeboats, but they would have been becoming a hotel room in of itself, like a
Huh.
high end hotel room with a view of whatever city she would end up in. The beauty of the RXR plan is New York, certainly would be preferred just because that is her home port, but the design is considered turnkey, meaning that any port with a deep water dock and division to see it through could easily take those plans and apply them to any other city.
Yeah, that is a very cool that idea there. That would be a very very cool thing to be able to stay at. Um, yeah, I agree with the New York would be a very. We were mentioning that in chat as well. That was such a big port back in the
Mm-hmm.
day for things like the SS United States. So it would be a very amazing place to have her. But like you're saying, any sort of port city could house that, and it would be a very big draw, I would imagine, in terms of tourism, and it would probably help the economy of whatever city. So it's certainly something that I think if we can help generate the interest to get more people aware of what's going on, you get the right person's interest, and they can push things through and get something like that to happen.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, the Queen Mary in Long Beach, it's post-COVID. She's reopened back up, and to record numbers. They host concerts, Halloween parties, all kinds of themed attractions and whatnot. And we would certainly like to be on the East Coast side, have something like that as a destination. It would certainly create 100, if not a couple thousand jobs. Um, as far as bringing in money into local economy of the particular city she lands in, absolutely. I mean, there's a lot of benefits to having her. We just, like you said, need a city with the vision
Mm-hmm.
and the wherewithal to see that through.
Yeah, so I think that's about all the questions I have for you. I know you didn't have too much time to stop in here, so I don't want to take up too much of your time. But did you have anything else that you want to bring up about the ship? Anything that you think people can do to kind of help raise awareness about this, that sort of thing?
Certainly. Well, first and foremost, it would be writing either to your local, state, or federal government representative, either in your state or say New York, Pennsylvania, Florida, and letting them know, about the United States, your interest in it, what you'd like to see, and then of course as well as spreading the word outside, the Facebook ocean liner groups. They're very aware of the United States, but it's also wanting to be able to reach out beyond those ocean liner groups
Yeah.
to followers such as your group, to raise that awareness. And that's certainly something that we're looking to do, as well as, we do need to move the ship. Like you said, that is right now job one. Once we're able to do that, then we can redouble our efforts to finding a permanent home for the ship. And like anything, that takes money. So we are asking for donations, because it could cost upward of about $500,000 to move the ship. That does vary on distance. The last I've understood is we're between probably 100 and 200,000 so far raised.
Okay.
So we're well on our way there. But yeah, visit ssusc.org. You go there, you can donate, you can learn more about the ship. There's merchandise there as well that you can certainly purchase. It's a good site, as well as Facebook, Instagram, all those social media sites. The Conservancy does have a presence there as well.
Yeah, and as I was mentioning, and is attached to this stream, I was able to get YouTube to add them as one of their nonprofits. So any other channels that wish to do so are able to add you guys as their donation giving tab, and we'll be able to have any donations through YouTube given directly to the organization. So hopefully that can help add YouTube to the list of other platforms that are helping to raise awareness of and may raise money for the ship.
Absolutely, absolutely. So I do have a little bit of extra time here. Did any of your viewers have like any particular questions I might be able to answer?
Yeah, we can open it up to them. Does anybody have any specific questions they'd like to see answered? We have one here from a little bit before from the Arcolite. He was asking, after the asbestos was removed, was new fireproofing installed or is it empty still? Which I think you mostly answered, but...
Right, yeah. So like I said, she's mostly empty now. The Ukrainians did an excellent job of asbestos remediation. So now she's essentially just a steel, I won't say shell because she's more than that, of course. But yes, I mean, there's nothing on there really that would catch fire now.
Yeah. Okay. Someone asking how far she is from operational condition, which I assume is pretty far.
Uh, yeah, I'm afraid. I mean, certainly she could be made operational again. Again, it all comes down to money. Um, like I said, her engines and reduction gear and boilers are all there. It just would, take cracking them open, checking all the piping. It's been sitting there. She's been sitting there for 50 years. And while her hull is structurally sound, all the miles of piping and everything, there would be a massive amount of um, testing and refurbishing that would need to go into it in order to even make her engines turn again.
Yeah. Yeah,
I
it's
mean,
like trying to restore a car on steroids.
absolutely. I mean, I would love nothing more than see her move under her own power again. Unfortunately, that's just not feasible. Um,
Hmm.
but yeah, I mean that would certainly be a fun thing to be able to do.
Does she still have her propellers, or were those removed and scrapped?
Uh, so she originally had two sets of propellers because what they would do is during dry dock, her annual dry dock, they would switch out the
Hmm.
propellers and refurbish the previous pair. So those were removed while she was in the Ukraine because towing her back locked into place, the propellers would cause drag.
Yep.
So they removed them in the Ukraine. And originally, the four were mounted on the stern. A few of them were scrapped in the interest of making sure that the ship stayed. There's still a five-bladed propeller on the stern, but her spare set there's one in New York. There's, I believe, one in Kings Point. There's also one, of course, at the entrance to the Mirrors Museum. The fourth one, I can't remember where it's at, but even though they're not on the ship, we still have a complete set.
Okay. Yeah, I know with military ships, they tend to rip those off right away after they're decommissioned. So I wasn't sure how that went with a ship like the United States.
Sure.
Well, do you guys have any other questions? Feel free to ask. We've got a little bit of extra time here, so. Are there any plans in the near future, assuming she's able to be moved, and doing any sort of external cleanup just to make the ship look a little bit more presentable? Because that is one thing that I feel like, if the ship looked more presentable, it's the same thing with like if you're buying a car on Facebook Marketplace. If it looks real clean, people are
Right.
going to be a lot more attracted to it.
Of course. No, absolutely. A lot of questions that we get is, why don't we repaint the funnels?
Hmm.
Well, again, you have to think, pre 1970s, what the type of paint that they used back then, lead-based paint.
Yep.
Uh, so the ship is still full of lead-based paint. So that would require scraping off the paint from the funnels. The fact that she's sitting in a waterway, that makes it difficult because then
Yeah.
you're polluting the waterway. Um, the Conservancy explored the option in the past, and it came up to be like $250,000 per funnel. So you're looking at $500,000 to do both funnels. They had looked at encapsulating it, both funnels, to kind of keep the lead-based paint contained. But there again,
Hmm.
cost was a factor. Um, Things like that is certainly it would be great to repaint those funnels. It's just if you didn't have lead-based paint, I think we certainly could see more exterior work being done, but we are hindered by regulations at the federal
Yeah.
level and the EPA for what we can do.
Yeah, it's tricky with all the materials they used back then. Although they held up very well, and obviously, for how old she is, the paint is actually still in pretty good condition. But yeah, like you're saying, that lead paint, asbestos, all that sort of thing, it's not easy to deal with nowadays.
Now, if you look at the ship now, especially along the bow, you'll see like a yellow tint beneath the peeling black paint. That's actually primer that they
Hmm.
used back then. But one of the one of the jokes about when you mentioned other hazardous materials, like her electrical system has PCBs in it. So what remains of that, you have to remediate that out as well.
Well, I don't see any other questions, so I think
Okay.
either we've answered all of them, or everybody's just too shy to ask. But yeah, if you have any final comments or anything like that, and then I think I can let you go.
Yeah, well, again, appreciate you hosting this as well. Just the book I wrote, SS United States, an operational guide to America's flagship. You can find this on Amazon. You can actually purchase it directly through me. I can give you a signed copy, sell you a signed copy, and then a percentage of the sales do go to the Conservancy to also, of course, help keep the ship afloat.
Okay, yeah, so that's for anybody who was mentioning they were having trouble doing their donations because of either your credit card or something like that. That's another opportunity. You can get the book and learn about the ship as well as help support the efforts. So that's definitely something. What I mentioned, I would be uploading this as a separate video, probably a little bit more condensed, and
Sure.
I'll be sure to link that in the description so that anybody can pick up a copy of that.
Great. Well, again, thank you so much for what you're doing and for having me. It was a real pleasure. And again, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much, and I really hope that you're able to raise the funds that you need and get the ship to a new home, so that hopefully she can be around for much, much longer to come.
Absolutely. Yes, that's what we're hoping for. So people like you certainly do your part, and we appreciate that very much.
All right, well, thank you, and I'll let you enjoy the rest of your Sunday.
All right, great. Thanks again.
All right, well, I hope everybody enjoyed that. I think he answered a lot of questions that I really wanted to learn. I did. Did I miss about 5 questions? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see anything popping up. My chat must have been lagging or something. I'm very sorry. Huh, that's weird. Yeah, my chat must have lagged. I apologize. Unfortunately, I don't think that they are allowing tours on board just because of the condition of the ship. Unfortunately, we lost him. I'm sorry. Yeah, my chat must have lagged. I'm very sorry. But either way, I think we did get a lot of information from him. The fact that the engines are actually still there was really interesting. I wasn't entirely sure if that was the case or not, and the fact that she still has the propellers, even if they're not on the ship. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Once I clicked back onto here, I see all the questions now. I think I was where was I stuck on? I was stuck on yeah. I was stuck where you guys were talking about the Queen Mary. So it must have just like gotten stuck there, and then when I clicked onto OBS, it refreshed again. Oh well. I'll see. I can potentially shoot him. I'll go back through the chat, and or you guys can leave the questions on the video when it gets posted, and I will I'll collect some of those, and I can maybe send them his way and get those answered for you guys. Yeah, you might be able to. I'm not entirely sure. Let's see. Is there anything on the thing here? How can I... if you look through the how can I help section, I'm sure you can find some stuff. Yeah, there's different ways that you can donate and support. They might not be doing tours right. Okay, here we go. There's one here. Curator's Circle, $2,500. You'll receive a special tour aboard the United States, as well as some other stuff. So there are ways that you can get tours. If you had a handful of friends. I don't know if the the one, yeah, you're right. The $1,000 one also says special tour. So yeah, for $1,000 you can get a tour on her. I would assume once they get it back under, like he was saying, they're gonna have a museum on board, so you'll be able to get on board easier that way. Yeah, it is a bit expensive, but you know what? It's something that I'd potentially look into in the future. Either reaching out to them and seeing if I could get a tour and giving them the donation. That would be a very nice, nice way to visit the ship. But obviously, I'm going to be busy for a bit, and then with the upcoming deadline unless they get an extension, which hopefully they can. Yeah, it could be a little tricky for that. One other thing, if you guys are looking to do your donations, bear in mind that these are, since it's a registered nonprofit, they are tax deductible donations, so keep that in mind. Oh yeah, the thing is, as I was mentioning to him, this is one of those ships where it's almost, you could almost call it like a sleeper. Like, people are just not aware of the ship and its existence. It's not so much that people don't care about it. It's just that, unlike famous, like almost world famous ships like the New Jersey and the different Iowa class battleships, the Massachusetts in Massachusetts, they're so much more like, not iconic, but they're so much more well known. Where something like the SS United States, for as cool of a ship as it is, has kind of gotten swept under the rug almost because of all the others. So it's kind of up to us to get that news out there. I think Maritime Horrors mentioned that he was going to try to reach out to Ocean Liner Designs, but I definitely plan to try to reach out to some myself. And just, if you guys want to, go leave a comment on watch their video, leave a comment on one of their videos, and just mention a thing. Just say like, hey, the SS United States is in threat of being scrapped, and you're able to do like a fundraiser sort of thing on YouTube now. Just something small like that. Like, obviously, please don't be annoying and spam, but just leave a nice comment and just let people know. Let people know about what's going on, and hopefully we can raise some more awareness, because I'm sure with a lot of if we can get enough creators to just mention it, all that it just snowballs, and you get more people that learn about it, and the more people that learn about it, the more likely that you get somebody who becomes passionate about it, or you get somebody who has connections with someone who's able to either help find a new place for the ship to go, help donate to it, help nudge the right people in the right ways to maybe get things moving to find her a home that can be permanent. Yeah, that's kind of how it was for me. It was when I was down in Philadelphia, it was sort of like, I knew she was there from learning about it previously, and it was like, all right, I'm gonna go check the ship out. That's kind of the trouble. Like, although it is a bit of a landmark in Philadelphia, it's not the most well-known landmark in Philadelphia. Like, everybody goes there to see the New Jersey, or goes there to see the Olympia, which are kind of a bit down the river, and you can almost lose the United States because she's a little bit further down the river. But yeah, if you guys have any other questions regarding this, I can answer them now, and then we can start to get into doing some of the tier list of all my old videos and watching through those, which I think should be some fun. Don't want to take the focus away from the United States fundraiser, obviously, but I figured that'd be an entertaining way that we can spend the time here, so I'm not just sitting here like... Yeah, I think you can just barely see the funnels from where you're standing at the New Jersey, but I'm not sure if you can see her from the other side. I think you're right. I don't think you can. I know you can see her when you're crossing the bridge. Whichever bridge. Is that the Ben Franklin Bridge that's right next to the New Jersey? Yeah, have a good weekend as well, Paul. Thank you for the donation, both of the anonymous lads. I don't know if let me look up the length. How long is the SS United States? I want to say they're pretty close in length, I think. Okay, so she is 990 feet. Let's see, how long is the USS New Jersey? Okay, slightly longer than the New Jersey. Well, slightly, I say. About 100 feet. New Jersey is 888 feet. That is a good question. You know, I know what it stands for, but I can't think of it. Oh yeah, it's just steamship. That's what I thought. Yeah, SS is steamship, and then RMS is was it Royal Mail Ship? Yeah, it has absolutely nothing to do with the other SS. See, what we just gotta get it across that it's like the SS on Chevys. It's Super Sport, the Super Sport United States. Yeah, it's Royal Mail Service or Royal Mail Ship, something like that. But yeah, steamship or screw steamer. Yeah, I figured I knew it was something along that line, but I didn't want to just say it without looking it up, so I wasn't just like, yes, it means this. No, it doesn't. You are entirely wrong. Oh no, I'm not saying the Olympia is stealing anything from the SS United States. I'm just saying when you go to Philadelphia, not only because of the fact that those ones are actually open to the public to go and visit, but they're all kind of they're at the a little bit down the river from where the United States is, so they're just more visible to people. That's what I mean. Obviously the Olympia is another ship that is very much deserving of the support, and I'm going to be posting a video eventually on that one of the tour that I took of it. Yeah, there are a lot of ships and a lot of different museums that are worthy of our support. It's just this is one that is currently at risk of being scrapped, so I think it's worth taking the focus and putting it on this for the moment. Yeah, that is something that I would agree with as well, because like you're seeing in the photos, like the old photos, beautiful ship. The newer photos, she's showing her age a little bit. But as he was saying, there's only so much you can do when it's lead paint. It's expensive. Yeah, it makes her look like she's in worse shape than she is. Like, as he was saying, she's still floating. She's still floating. She's had all the asbestos removed, and that wasn't all that long ago that they towed her all the way across to Ukraine, which is that's a long haul. So the fact that she made it there and made it back and is still floating, I would say that that shows that it is pretty solid. I mean, I think any ship has some small leaks, but I'm not really. I guess we should have asked about that, but I have no clue. I don't. I couldn't really see the ship, so I didn't see any like any pumps running or anything like that. They might have more information on their website mentioning that. But anyways, what do we want to get into in terms of these reactions here? It's my okay, I can bring up my window capture now. All right. So we got the channel of me. Where do you guys want to start? I was figuring we'd watch through like the Cursed by Design playlist or something, and then we can do our tier list from there. Obviously, we'll still be talking about the SS United States, but I gotta stick to my schedule. I planned this. Yeah, I would assume so, because he didn't mention any like, oh, she has some small leaks here and there. It was like that it was in good condition. And considering she was built with like military specifications and stuff like that in mind, I would imagine that that means pretty well built. The plan. Trust the plan. I don't know. I think making a ship, like making a reproduction ship of the SS United States would probably cost you more than just restoring it. Uh Asbestos removal is I mean, it's not like the most complicated thing. I know a little bit about it just from hearing things here and there. But I know with buildings, it essentially requires them to like tent the building or seal it so that the asbestos can't get out. And then the people are going in like suits to deal with it. It's not like, the thing with asbestos is it's not like gonna kill you if you like make physical contact with it. It's just you can't breathe it in. So they have to go in and try to remove it without disturbing it and having it get all dust into the air. So you have to have like vacuums and stuff going, I would assume. But the fact of the matter is, they already have that all done with the United States. So that's a pretty significant chunk of the work already done. Obviously, the lead paint is still a problem on the exterior, and it would be very expensive to paint, but it's much better than having to go through and remove all of the asbestos as well. Why did I take the old Cursed by Design intro away? It was too long. I wanted to shorten it down because I don't want people to click off because of the intro length. I wanted it to just be like a more brief introduction, like 15 seconds was what I was aiming for. Yeah, lead paint. Like he was saying, the main issue with the lead paint is the fact that it's in the water. If you get it into a dry dock, I assume it's easier because you're not as... I mean, still a dry dock would still be tricky because eventually you have to put water back in there, but at least you're not dumping lead paint shavings directly into the water. They do that a lot for ships. I think there were some down in Brazil that were going to get towed over for scrapping in Turkey. I think it's just because it's cheaper over there. Scrapping is not a cheap process. As much as you would think that they get like sold for scrap, a lot of times it's like I think they have to pay the scrappers to do it because it's not cheap to scrap a ship, and the money is not necessarily the best. Yeah, dry dock is super expensive, obviously. But that, I assume part of the restoration would be having to put her into dry dock. I guess I should have asked about that. That's the trouble. I don't have much experience with doing interviews, so there's a lot of good questions I could ask, and they just go... and I can't think of them on the spot. Alright, well, which video would you guys like to start with? Do you want to start with, like, the popular videos and just go through the playlist, kind of going from most popular to least popular, or do we just want to start with one of the playlists and go through that? Yeah, I'd assume you'd have to put her in dry dock just to ascertain the condition of the ship. Because, same with what they did with the New Jersey, you got to make sure that there's no potential weak spots in the hull, stuff like that. Oh, speaking of playlists, yeah, if you guys are returning to the channel and you haven't seen... these are videos that got less views on them when they initially released up till now, so these are ones that you likely would have missed, including this one, which I don't know why this one didn't do very well. The Abruzzi class. I thought that was a very interesting video. Let me close out these other tabs. All right. Yeah, start with the least popular. Although YouTube kind of has its own thing with that now, where it's like videos for you. But I figured I'd throw in those into another playlist that way. If you guys are ever looking for something to watch, go in there and find the ones that YouTube didn't recommend you for some reason. Like the Abruzzi one, which that one bothers me. That one like got under my skin because it was like I did a lot of work on that video and it was a very long video, and then it was just like no views. YouTube just didn't. I think it's just because of the topic, but I'm still going to cope and seethe about it. All right, we'll start with I found
the legendary Tonk. Known far and wide by its bizarre design and unknown origins.
That old
countless memes and reposts have been made, and yet none shed any light on the truth. What is the Tonk? Is it even real? And most importantly, where is it?
If you can't tell, I extremely hammed up the dramatization. I specifically, when I was reading this, I should actually mute that because I don't have the license to use that music for anything else. I licensed that song for one video. I Found the Tonk video actually released like a month or two after it was supposed to, because I was waiting for the copyright claim to be released because I paid for the license. But yeah, as I was saying, I majorly like over dramatized the stakes of what was going on with the I Found the Tonk video, because I figured it would make it more interesting. The old Cursed by Design leopard.
Those were all the
Australian
questions
beach.
I started with when I began my investigation. I decided to first try my go-to method for tracing something down: reverse image search using Google. A pretty standard technique that you can pretty much use to track down a lot of the stuff that you might want to find. However, I quickly realized that although it did give me some sources to investigate, it got me no closer to my goal. I tried various searches to find even just one other image of this mythical cursed
I don't remember
creation,
if I linked
but to no avail.
the name of the
I was
intro
beginning to
song.
think
Did
the
I?
trail had gone cold before I had even begun. That
No, I don't
is,
think I did.
until I found one single comment, a speck of hope in
Why
a
did
sea of
2,000
despair,
people
if you
dislike
will.
this video?
Hidden
Is it the
beneath one
audio?
of the original posts
I
on
dislike
Reddit
it because of
was
that.
one short sentence that
The blue
changed
snowball microphone
everything.
is
a potential city name,
you can
and
tell
in the
when I
most
moved away from it.
unlikely of places, Saviano, Italy. This comment was nearly a year old, though, and I had no way of verifying if this information was legitimate. But what else did I have to go off, other than bad memes all using the same image? So I set to work. I launched Google Maps, and I set my sights
I still
on
can't
Saviano.
believe that this
And I
is
almost
like
immediately
my most
realized
viewed
I was
video.
basically back at square one. Saviano is a nearly 14 square kilometer
It got
area
overtaken
with
by the
countless
Zimmer
side roads,
video,
any
and
of which
then
could
this
hold
one
what I seek.
retook its
But for all
top
I
spot.
know, none of them could, and this could be a wild goose chase. In an attempt to give myself a better chance, I sent
Oh,
a
the
message to the
old
original
logo.
commenter,
The old
hoping to get
Reddit.
more information, but since it had been nearly a year since they comment, I figured that was a shot in the dark. I then returned to my attempts to search the streets. I decided, after a few attempts to drop into random locations, that it would be best to start from the uppermost point and work my way down. That's
Yeah,
when
I was straight up
ran
planning
into
to,
something peculiar.
search
that I
street by
thought might
street
be a lead,
until I found
a truck
it.
full of M113s. A very weird thing to find roaming the streets of rural Italy. Immediately, I started theorizing that maybe there was a nearby military base that these could have come from and could have the Tonk outside it. Not that outlandish, it's pretty normal to have some sort of display outside of a military base or nearby.
Man,
But
you can tell I
looking
didn't
at the
do much
surrounding
voice
area
acting
within
or
Saviano
narration back
showed
then.
no
There's
such
a lot
base,
of
and none of the
pausing in
surrounding
between
areas had
words.
anything that I could find either.
You'll notice
But
a
upon
lot less of that.
investigation, I did notice something.
You'll notice a lot less of that nowadays when I'm doing videos, because the way that I do it now, you'll notice I have a lot of pausing when I have the Shatner-esque pauses, as Paul Harrell would say. But because when I do my recordings, I read the lines, and then when I go back in and edit, I'll either re-record a line if I pause or something, mess up a line, or I will I'll edit it so that there's less pausing, because I don't want a lot of dead air in my videos.
Thing written on the side of one of the hulls.
A theory, a Tonk
KFOR.
theory.
Once again, though, a dead end. All that turned up was the Kosovo Force, or KFOR, a NATO peacekeeping force, and a quick search of their bases showed nothing in the area, and I honestly don't even know why these things were on this specific street. My hopes of finding the Tonk were rapid.
You can also tell that this is before I had done too much historical research, because I had no knowledge of anything
depleting.
to deal with.
When I heard my
Kosovo.
phone buzz, I nervously checked it, expecting to be disappointed, but sure enough, the Reddit notifications symbol. The only time I'd ever been excited to see that. I had gotten a
It's still
reply
the only
to
time
my
I've ever
message,
been excited to see
and
that.
after a quick conversation, I finally had it. A street name. With shaking hands, I entered in my last hope into Maps and began clicking down the street. Was this all some elaborate ruse, just to troll some random guy on the internet? But then I saw it. A slight green shape, mostly obscured by a passing car, but I would know that shape anywhere. I had found the Tonk. It was real, and all along it had been hiding in the last place anyone would have thought to look, in front of a Mondo Sport in Saviano, Italy. But not only did I find the location, but I had an answer to what it was, barely legible from the angles of the Google Photos, but still enough to make out, was a plaque commemorating fallen Italian soldiers from World War II. So after hours of searching and many near failures, I had the answers I sought. The Tonk is not just some mythical creation, but rather a memorial to those who fought in the defense of their homeland in Italy during World War II. I want to thank Snapold, the
So yeah, it's no longer a Mondo Sport there now. It's like a party store or something like that. And the Tonk actually got some got cleaned up a bit. I think they fixed the display and they gave it a coat of paint. Unfortunately, they kind of like painted the whole thing, so it looks a little goofy now. But yeah, they cleaned him up. He's a reformed man. We'll eventually get to the follow-up video I did on the Tonk thing, which I went into what was going, because people thought that it had been removed because I think at one point it was like gone from the photos or something like that, but they removed it so that they could do the like cleanup work, and then they put it back, so it is still there. All right, so I don't think we have to watch through the intro.
The
here.
fellow from Reddit who saved me from having to search through miles.
We'll turn
and
that
miles
down.
of roads on my
So
quest.
where do we think we want to put our Tonk video here? I mean, I feel like S tier. It's got to be S tier for the Tonk, considering it's basically what launched my entire channel. I found the Tonk. Yeah, gotta be S tier. Nowhere else that could go. All right. One down. Oh boy. So we're going from, this was like, I actually don't even remember if I named it the Curse by Design. I think it might have just been I Found the Tonk originally. Oh no, that's not true, because I had the intro. So you can, this is, I have a very horrible habit, and you'll see it if you watch through a lot of my old content, where I will start a series of something and then I never finish it. So you're actually fairly lucky that the Curse by Design series stuck around, because it's outside of what I normally do. But this was almost like a one-off sort of like meme video, and because of how successful this was, I kind of transitioned it into a whole history series. So we're going from that into this, which is going to be my first like actual dive into doing a historical topic, I believe. I don't think I had done any before this. So I'm mostly saying this to myself, of like, I know what to expect, but also to you guys. Although I assume a lot of you may have already seen this. They removed it, but it's back. It is back. It's just, I don't know if they've gone around with the Google car yet to take new pictures of it. I have pictures of it there, though. All right. Let's move into the next one.
Of the T-34 and T-34-85.
This is when I
But
started
during
adding
the final
music.
stages of World War II, a lesser-known
And War
project
Thunder
was
footage.
underway. This project would lead to one
How'd
of
you
the
like them,
only
Talon?
failed variants of the T-34, the T-34-100. Throughout history, there have been countless tanks, all designed to kill. But not all have been a success. What happened to the ones that never made it? And why did they fail? My name is ConeOfArc. Join me as we journey through time uncovering failed projects and forgotten
Sorry
creations
about that.
in Cursed by
You
Design.
didn't miss much. It was just
Everyone knows the story of the
bad.
T-34 and T-34-85, but during the final stages of World War II, a lesser-known project
Oh my god, did I Oh, okay, I replayed. I thought for a second that
was
I
underway.
reused the...
This project would lead to
I
one
thought for
of
a
the
second I just
only
looped
failed
the footage
variants
I
of the
used.
T-34, the T-34-100.
Oh no, that's fine. That music is...
Throughout history,
This is
there
a
have
different
been
song.
countless tanks,
That's why I changed
all
it to this
designed
song.
to kill. But not all have been a success. What happened to the ones that never made it? And why did they fail? My name is ConeOfArc. Join me as we journey through time, uncovering failed projects and forgotten creations in Cursed by Design.
Yeah, so the original intro for I Found the Tonk, I paid for the license to use the song in that one, but it was kind of expensive to do that, and although the Tonk video did well, I didn't really want to just spend that for every single one, so I found a new song which actually fit better, and that's why it got updated.
The year was
I think I may have adjusted some
1944,
of the
and the
timings
war
as
on the
well,
Eastern
'cause I
Front
added the
raged
voiceover
on.
too.
With the arrival of the Panther and Tiger IIs, it became clear that the 85mm armed T-34s were beginning to become more limited against these well-protected machines.
I don't know if the 85 was really a... I think the Panther predated the 85.
So it was decided to
wrong.
try to find a way to upgun the tank further.
That's a little
Work
iffy on
reportedly
that
began
statement there.
in factory number 183, and engineers set to work attempting to find a way to fit one of the
I
larger
swear there
guns
were
the
tanks
Soviets
fighting
already
here.
had into the T-34. Early work was focused on trying to mount a larger version of the ZIS S-53, designated the ZIS 100, into the available turret from the T-34-85. But it quickly became clear that the increased recoil from the bigger gun would be too much for the turret couplings to handle, as well as causing other issues with other parts of the tank. Another rumored idea consisted of mounting an IS-2 turret to the tank, but this was reportedly also discarded due to the inability to mate the turret ring to the much wider turret. This is when our next player enters the stage, the T-44. Being developed at the same time as the attempted modification.
Yeah, I liked you can tell with the music choice and everything that that's kind of what I was going for with this. I was kind of almost making it like a mystery. Like that's kind of what I was going for with the videos. Like it was like, oh, it's mysterious. Like what was the story behind this tank? Like how, like all this like mystery and stuff added to it. And it worked because that was a lot of the music that I could find that worked as background music. Same with the intro. And I do like the old intro, don't get me wrong. I would have kept it, but I didn't really want to. It was just a length thing. It was just a timing. I wanted that intro to be snappy, because you watch with a lot of like a lot of inspiration I got came from like Linus Tech Tips. They have a real quick intro, and I just felt like I think I even watched through the yeah, you can see there's a peak there, and then there's a peak here, so you can see a lot of people are skipping past that intro. And although I like the intro there because it reminds people like this is an ongoing series, it gives it kind of a more professional look to me, the intro was just too long.
The in-development turret that would eventually be used on the T-44 offered a tantalizing solution. This was not without trade-offs though, since the T-34 would need to be modified to allow the mounting of this new turret. This modification involved increasing the turret diameter from 1600mm to 1700mm, and also caused the lower hull floor to be reduced to compensate for the added weight from these changes.
Yeah, you can even tell with this font that I was using at the time, I was going for that mystery, that sort of that look to it.
Machine gun was
Which I have
also
since
removed,
changed.
and with it, the whole machine gunner was eliminated, dropping the crew count to only 4. Although this was a more promising concept, during testing, once again, both the previously mentioned ZIS 100 and the D10T used on the SU 100.
Well, I'm not looking to... It's not so much that I'm looking to attract people that need, like, constant dopamine. It's it's just a timing thing. It's the same with why I edit the audio now to have less pauses and stuff in it. It's just, it flows better. And if you don't have a good flow to your video, people will click off. Which, it does play into that a little bit, but I mean, even people that have long attention spans, if you have a video that just has a lot of pauses and breaks in it for no reason, you're just going to lose
were
them.
found to be unfavorable in performance. Finally, in mid-1945, a usable armament was found in the new LB-1 100mm cannon, and the final version of the T-34-100 was assembled using this improved.
I was also, back then, you can see, I would record War Thunder clips like in replays and stuff with like an old like vintage filter over top of it using the NVIDIA filters, the NVIDIA game filters.
Gun.
I still actually like
Sadly,
how it looks,
despite,
but I kind of gave up on doing that because I like the color being shown in the clips because it gives you kind of a chance to see the vehicle in color rather than just in
finally
black and white.
having found a working design. This,
but it was part of you can even see I was kind of doing it back then, but it was part of just having a more seamless break between the black and white photos, and I was doing it as like a stylistic choice as well. Thank you very much, Jason.
would be the end for the Soviet project to mount a 100mm with no production ordered. With the
This
war
is
ending, there was
one of the
simply no
videos I
longer a
am
need for an
going to
upgunned
remake.
T-34, as the resources could be better spent on the new T-44 and eventually the T-54, which would become the most produced tank in the world. However, you may have noticed I said the end of the Soviet project, because this would not be the last time a T-34-100 was attempted. The next nation to try their hand at upgunning the faithful old T-34 were the Czechs in the mid-50s, with plans to start production of said tank in 1955. However, this never came to fruition. This tank would likely have resembled the Russian T-34-100 quite closely, with a modified turret to fit the bigger gun, but as with its Soviet cousin, the project was not moved to production, although you can still find this vehicle in the Czechoslovakian tech tree in World of Tanks. It was not only the Czechs who would attempt this, however. Almost 2 decades later, the Egyptian military would produce their
You can also, if you listen closely, you can hear that I was actually subtly like adding in the music to fit with like, I think this is more of like, I don't know if this is like an Egyptian song specifically, but it's more of like a desert type of music, and I think the song that played here was like the Czech
edition of the
national anthem or something.
T-34-100, this time calling it the T-100. The Egyptians took a much different route with their design, however. Rather than previous designs, this would not be small changes made to the turret to accommodate the larger caliber. The gun chosen was the Soviet 100mm BS-3, and although the general turret shape can still be made out, the changes were immense. To help combat the recoil, the gun was fitted with a muzzle brake.
You can still see like the shape of the turret here. Like this bottom, like this is the original turret ring, and then you've got part of like the turret cheek, but then they've like cut out the front and they've added like a larger box for the gun.
Immense. To help combat the recoil, the gun was fitted with a muzzle brake, as well as more recoil dampeners mounted below the barrel on the turret
Yeah, it needs
front.
like the...
This tank, however, was not just a prototype. An estimated 100 units were produced and saw action during the 1973 Yom Kippur War against Israel. These tanks were later further modified to mount an even bigger 122mm gun. But that's a topic for another time.
I don't think I was entirely correct with that statement, although I may not have been meaning like specifically that the ones were modified, but I believe the 122s were made alongside the 100. They weren't an upgrade to them.
And with that, the story of the T-34-100, what could be considered the forgotten variant of the T-34, comes to an end. Thank you all so much for watching, and I do hope you enjoyed it. If you did...
Let's see, what were my links to sources here? Oh, I actually had a decent number, although I linked Wikipedia and the War Thunder wiki. Yikes. I'm surprised I didn't link Tanks Encyclopedia. Maybe they didn't have an article on it at the time. Yeah, but you could definitely. So that was more of like the formation of. This is when I was starting to get into like what I would turn the series into. This is one that I want to remake though, because there's a lot of information that I either didn't include or things that I didn't quite get right. So I don't know what I would consider for this one. What do you guys think for the tier list? Definitely not S tier. I'm thinking maybe like D tier. Like, it's not bad, but I wouldn't say it belongs in the trash. It's not quite that bad. Maybe like, I would say like C or D. B or C tier, really? I don't know. You know, we'll put it down in, let me add another layer to this. That way if can I make the thing, hang on, I got rid of the, how the heck do I make that appear again? Completely forget. Whatever. Am I on the other layer now? Oh, wait, it's down here, isn't it? Oh, yeah, here it is. Layers. Okay. I'll put it in C. We'll put it low C tier. So T34 100. And then I could potentially move this down later. Well, technically, the I found the Tonk video was the pilot. This was just like this was the first of what the series would become later. And oh yeah, I even still had the members on the screen there. Oh yeah, I forgot about the old outro here. Yeah, you can hear more of that what I was mentioning before with like the kind of that like dark, gloomy, mysterious vibe. I got the rain filter with the mouse and everything. Still haven't done a video on the mouse. It's one of those like, it's a bit of a daunting one to go into. And you can see this is also back when I was still heavily into doing War Thunder content. It was still kind of my main thing. So I was tying this in with like, hey, go check out my guide to playing the tank in the game. Yeah, I've changed because now I've used the, I don't always use it because I found that a lot of people just weren't really fans of the music, and also it takes a lot of extra time to go through and add all the music in for like, it doesn't seem to really make any benefits in terms of like views or viewers enjoying the video more or less. I do eventually, once I have the ability to do so, I'd like to find someone that could do sound design for me and like send them the finished video and then have them do all the sound design for it. No, she is an entirely custom-made character.
The word Waffenträger may cause you to shudder, remembering a tank capable of wiping out an entire flank in moments. And while the real German designs may not have reached that...
This video clip here of the German factory is probably the most used stock footage I have in my entire channel. I think you will probably see this in like 50% of my Cursed by Design videos. It's just like, it's such a good clip to use for when I'm talking about something being manufactured. And it's like one of the only clips I have showing it.
Sheer level of absurdity. They make up some of the strangest designs of the Second World War. Throughout history, there have been countless tanks, all designed to kill. But not all have been
I actually
a success.
added chapters into this one.
What happened to the ones that never made it? And why did they fail?
Apparently there's
My name is
a small
ConeOfArc.
chapter.
Join me as we journey
Why is there like
projects and forgotten
I must have just been like
in Cursed by
I must
Design.
just been like, all right, I'll include the grasshopper or Heusreka, I think, and then like, well, that's just the rest of them. I'm done.
Before we get into the main topic of this video, I just want to give a special thanks to all of my YouTube
they must have
members
been
and everyone
automatic
who has
ones.
bought merch through my
Nice.
Teespring
Order
to
store.
make this series the
What in the world?
best I can. Cursed by Design.
Is there an overlapping audio track there?
Before we get into the main topic of this video, I just want to give a special thanks to all of my YouTube members and everyone who has bought merch through my Teespring. In order to make this series the best I can, I've needed to get a lot of source books, and since so many of the topics...
Yeah, I like slightly
that feature
overlapped
are on
audio
seldom
tracks or
discussed
something.
vehicles. Those books can be very rare and expensive, so your support is greatly appreciated. But let's get into the video. To say that
My
vehicles
old merch.
that were considered Waffenträgers were
Yeah, I
outlandish.
think I remember getting people commenting about that, and it was like, what happens is when you're editing, if you click that, there's a thing where you can click, and it'll basically move all the things on the like all of the tracks at once. And back when I was less experienced with it, I would sometimes have that enabled, and I would move like an audio track or something at the end, and it would shift everything over, and then you end up with something like that happening.
Is an understatement.
Thank you
And
very
although
much,
most
Michael
were barely
Lanza.
even mocked up, they are a broad and diverse group of machines.
Yeah, Neza.
They all share
Laneza?
one thing in
Hope
common,
I said
however.
that right.
They were built not just to house a cannon, but also to be able to transport that gun to a location and have it be easily removed for use as a normal artillery piece or field gun.
I think there is still. Oh no, there might not be any Tonk merch. Yeah, I've got the mug that you can get on my merch store. Does
The
have a
first
Tonk
vehicle
on it.
that was built in any number that bore the Waffenträger name is the Heuschrecke 10,
There's a little
or as
tiny
its official
Tonk on it.
designation refers to it, the 105mm leichte Feldhaubitze 18-1 L28 auf Waffenträger Geschützenwagen 4B, but I'll refer to it by its English translation, the Grasshopper. Designed by Krupp, this tank, which was built in 1943, was based on the chassis of
another
a
one
Hummel. But
I need
unlike
to
the
remake,
SPG
'cause
this
there's
was
a
based
lot of
off,
stuff I
it did
didn't
not share the
include.
designation of a self-propelled artillery due
again.
to one feature. The turret on this tank was fitted with hydraulics, which would allow dismounting of the turret for use as a normal artillery piece, as I mentioned earlier. This program was cancelled, however, due to the fact that the production would disrupt the supply of panzers, which were deemed more important. One of the 3 prototypes still exists today and is on display at Fort Sill, Oklahoma, having been fully restored after being displayed outside
What did I put there? The Rheinmetall variant is. Oh, okay.
at Aberdeen.
I don't know where that one is now. I think it might be down in the Fort Benning collection.
The next design to be produced past wooden mock-ups would be
Yeah, speaking of your donations as well, bear in mind that you can also go onto their site and get yourself some of the SS United States merch if you want to get something for your donation, as well as I believe, I don't know if you donate through them, you might also be able to get some stuff for your donation. So keep that
a
in
program
mind.
by the name of Leichte Einheitswaffenträger, or Light Unit Weapon Carrier. For this design, it was decided that the previous use of a modified panzer hull was too costly and heavy for the intended use, so in February of 1944, new specifications were given. As with the previous designs, the guns would be removable, although it would forego the complex hydraulic system for simplicity. Under these new requirements, 3 designs were presented: the Krupp-Steyr Waffenträger, the Rheinmetall-Borsig Waffenträger, and the Ardelt Waffenträger. All 3 mounted 8.8cm Pak-43 guns, giving them a tremendous amount of firepower, but they could also accept other guns. The Krupp-Steyr prototype was built using the running gear from a tracked tractor, whereas the Rheinmetall was built using 38T wheels. However, it was the more open design of the Ardelt that was accepted for production. This would not occur, however, due to the end of the war. One Ardelt Waffenträger remains today at Kubinka, having been used in the field in the east.
Hey, look, you got the Steyr Mill.
Produced in parallel to the Leichte Waffenträger project was a design referred to as the Mittlerer Einheitswaffenträger. Intended to allow an even greater variety of potential armaments, these included the 10.5cm like the other designs, but also allowed for a 12.
It's not a bipod. Those are travel locks, because you don't want, when you're driving, you don't want that barrel to be bouncing around, because it can cause damage to like the mounting and cause things to wear out. So you get a travel lock and it keeps the gun locked in place.
12.8cm or even a 15cm option. Again though, the end of the war and various issues with the design prevented any production past the prototype. Late in the research of this video, I ran across one other Waffenträger but could not track down much information on it. I still want to mention it, however, since it is a very bizarre creation.
Oh yeah, so this is also back when, early on in this, I was very much going for like the upload schedule sort of thing, where I was like, I need to have a video out every week. So you'll notice with a lot of these early videos, I do stuff like I would find something late in the research, and then I wouldn't quite, I wouldn't I'd be like, oh, I got to get this video out. So like, okay, I'll use whatever information I have. And that led to a lot of like this one's actually not too bad not the greatest sourcing here, that's for sure. But at least I'm starting to use Tank's Encyclopedia, and I had bought some books for it. So much better in terms of sourcing than the T34-100 video. But yeah, I have since moved away from doing that, and I try to make sure that the video is like completely well researched before I do that.
This monster is called the Vomag 88mm Flak 18 Waffenträger. As I mentioned, not much is known about the production history of this vehicle, but it's based on the Omnibus 7 civilian transport vehicle, and supposedly in early 1940, 21 to 24 vehicles were produced. So far,
it might actually be something that this thing might be something I revisit and just do a whole video on. I kind of forgot this thing existed, but it's a very funky vehicle, especially considering, like I mentioned in the video, it's made out of like a civilian bus. Very neat.
21 to 24 vehicles were produced. So far, we've discussed the various designs that reached the prototype or limited production stage. However, there are many more designs that never reached that level of development.
Oh, yep. And this is back before I had the idea of either the Forged for Battle series or the Fake Tank Friday series. And originally I had thought like, okay, I'll just basically use this series and I'll just discuss everything. Like any sort of failed vehicle, it'll just go into this. I'll like any sort of weird stuff. But later on, I decided that I would kind of separate things off. So Cursed by Design, I still play a little fast and loose with the rules there. But a Cursed by Design is mainly for failed projects and vehicles that are exceptionally strange in their design. So things like people kind of got confused as to why I included the Nashorn in here instead of in the Forged for Battle. And that's a bit of a mixed bag, but it really depends on the vehicle. Some of them I include in here even if they're somewhat successful just because they're strange. But usually Cursed by Design is vehicles that are failures or are just very outlandish designs that kind of didn't go anywhere. Fake Tank Friday has since taken over in what this next section is going to be, where it's talking about like fictional designs that never actually left the drawing board. Although, again, it's a mixture. If it's like it's a whole can of worms. So I'll get into it more after.
First, we'll take a look at some of the ones that were actually considered during the war, and then we'll take a look at some of the designs made up post-war and featured in games. Please keep in mind, many of these have very little known about the design without access to archives, which I don't have, so the information may not be completely accurate, but I will attempt to get as close as I can. We'll start with one that may be familiar to many of you, the Waffenträger Panzer IV. This tank is featured in World of Tanks, and is based on a potential design to use the Panzer IV as a basis for a gun platform. There were two variants planned, one with a 149mm howitzer, and the second with a 128 anti-tank gun.
However, okay, I guess I was going to say, I wasn't sure if I mentioned the 12.8 centimeter one. I mentioned that in my 8 weird Panzer
due
IVs.
To numerous factors, including the high demand for Panzers and the fact that the Panzer IV was planned to be taken out of production, this vehicle never left the paper it was drawn on. The final group of vehicles we will discuss are the many proposed Waffenträger Panthers. And I want to give a shout out to the Tank Encyclopedia, who I've worked with on some videos in the past, for having a fantastic article about these, which I will link.
Really? I did not realize that I did the voiceovers for their stuff that long ago. Huh. Yeah, so if you guys haven't seen it already, I actually voiced a few of the Tank Encyclopedia videos on the E100. I did not realize it was that early, though. Wow. That is really surprising to me, actually.
In the description, as I'm going to be using it as my primary source for this. It seems strange that the Germans would even consider a Waffenträger variant for the Panther hull, considering the cancellation of programs using the much cheaper Panzers, but nonetheless, that's exactly what they did. And they didn't hold back in the slightest. The first of these designs was a tank drawn up by Krupp in 1942. This vehicle, known as the Krupp 1 or Grasshopper like one of the previous Waffenträgers, would have mounted either a 128mm or 150mm gun. However, no blueprints survive, meaning that what it looked like will forever be lost to history. Krupp didn't stop there, however, and made a second design named the Krupp II, later nicknamed the Grilla or Cricket. It's not unreasonable to think that both these vehicles would have looked nearly identical, since the main difference between them were slightly different versions of the guns they were planned to carry. A full-scale wooden mock-up of this design was completed and presented to the German Artillery Command in January of 1943. The design must have shown promise, as Krupp was ordered to build 2 prototypes of the Grasshopper design, but this was later reduced to just 1 prototype of the Cricket. Orders were later sent to MAN for the Panther components to construct it, but work was later cancelled when no progress was made by Krupp. Despite the order to stop on the Cricket project, Krupp still continued to work on designs using the Panther chassis. The next to be drawn up was the Selbstfahrerfette mit Absetzbarer 15cm SFH-18. 2 versions were proposed, one that used a lengthened hull with a rear-mounted removable turret, which looked remarkably similar to the Steyr-Waffenträger we mentioned before. The second design featured a centrally mounted turret and more closely resembled the original Grasshopper Waffenträger design. One wooden mock-up of the second version was completed, but that was where they reached their end. Krupp wasn't the only company involved in this design competition, though. Rheinmetall Borsig also tossed their hat into the ring. They produced several designs, the first being the 12.8cm K43 Selbstfahrerfette Rheinmetall Borsig, and the second being the 15cm SFH-43 Selbstfahrerfette Rheinmetall Borsig. As you may be able to tell by the name, the tanks were all but identical, only being armed with different cannons. Neither design interested the inspectors, however, and the Krupp design was viewed more favorably. This didn't discourage Rheinmetall though, and they submitted 3 more designs, although once again the only real change was the armaments the machines contained. One variant that would have been armed with a 12.8cm was mocked up in wood, but again, nothing further was done. Some of the more astute of you may have already recognized the muzzle brake of this machine. This design was given the cover name Scorpion. Not one to put down their pencils, Rheinmetall continued to produce design variations of this machine.
Yeah, that's the designs like that are sort of what World of Tanks inspired their Scorpion off of, if you recognize
including
that.
the one that would be extremely familiar to all you World of Tanks players, the 12.8cm Scorpion Mitpanther Battalion, which was also drawn with a 15cm cannon. But all that work would come to be in vain, since in October of 1943 the project was cancelled. Still, Rheinmetall would not stop and created several more designs, although they inevitably did not pursue these projects or participate in the next Waffenträger Panther design competition.
You actually see that a lot in the German designs during World War II, where something would get canceled or a program would get shelved, but the companies would just kind of keep proposing new things. That's where we get things like the Tiger II with the 10.5cm. That wasn't really something that they were considering. It was just a proposal made of like a, hey, we can potentially do this. And that's where you get into kind of the trickiness with like, is something a fake tank? Is something a concept vehicle? Is something a real vehicle? Because there's kind of, it's not like a, oh, that's fake, that's real, and there's no in between. It's almost like a spectrum of like, one end you have outright fakes, and then the other end you have vehicles that were built, or at least like a prototype. And in between you have everything from just a proposal of like a, hey, we could build this, to things that were actually fully like drawn up. Everything was like a whole conceptual design. It's very interesting looking into stuff like that, because a lot of things that people are pretty defensive of saying like, oh no, that's not a fake vehicle. It's almost borderlining on a fake, like the 10.5cm Tiger. It's entirely something they could have done, but outside of being like a proposal, it really wasn't considered as something they would have done.
Meaning the only ones left were Krupp, who were the original players in the Waffenträger type of vehicles and would inevitably be the last. This tank was called the Mittlerer Waffenträger SFH-18 Alpha Panther. As before, this tank was to mount a 15cm gun, however this time it would have the muzzle brake removed to allow firing of sabot rounds. With the removal of the muzzle brake, this cannon would produce an incredible 28 metric tons of recoil. Other than the armament, not much is known about this project, although if you are interested in the potential design of the mechanism to dismount the gun, you can check out the source in the description. In the end, this program was ordered halted like the others, and although Krupp tried continuing to design a vehicle for production until nearly the end of the war, none ever left the paper they were put on. Last but certainly not least, I can't make a video about Waffen.
Guy's still there, right? The stream didn't die. Hold on, let me just gotta check and make sure. I haven't heard from. Okay, we're still good. I saw the thing say go live on my OBS, and I'm like, oh, don't tell me the stream
without
just
mentioning
died,
the
and
tank
I'm not
that made
aware.
the name known. And although it was never even designed during the war,
Here I
it
am just
possibly
talking to
caused more
myself.
fear and dread than any other design I've mentioned. This legendary machine is Wargaming's Waffenträger Auf E100. A true monster featuring two different choices of main armament, both auto-loaded and capable of tearing apart anything it faced in seconds. Although, fittingly, even the fake Waffenträger on this list reached its end much the same and was replaced by the Grille 15. And with that, the story of the Waffenträger.
It's kind of remarkable that World of Tanks actually replaced the Waffenträger E100, because if you look at all the stuff that they have in the game now, like, yeah, it was a very overpowered vehicle, but you'd think they could have just fixed it instead of removed it.
Comes to an end. What started as a potential way to carry heavy weapons into the battlefield in a relatively cost-effective manner only succeeded in contributing to Germany's large list of prototype designs, which took workers and resources away from more successful designs. It's very unlikely any of these designs could have made any impact on the war without production on a mass scale. Although with that being said, Germany had seen great success throughout much of the war with their vehicles like the Stug, so one could surmise that had these vehicles been introduced into a similar role with bigger, more deadly cannons, they could have posed a serious threat to any armored force attacking them. That is something we will never know, however, because history is already written. As always, I hope you all enjoyed this.
So something I really, this is another one of the topics I really want to revisit, because I think I may have missed a few Waffenträger designs, as well as there's just a lot more I could go into in terms of the actual design of the vehicles themselves. I'd probably cut out mention of like the Waffenträger E100, like not have as much on that and have more focus on ones like these. But something I didn't really mention, I don't think. I may have mentioned it at the beginning. The difference between like the Waffenträger compared to like a traditional tank destroyer that Germany would have had was the fact that the Waffenträgers were essentially intended to be able to have their guns removed off of the vehicle and used as like a traditional field gun, versus like a tank destroyer, which is, it's just fixed into the vehicle. I don't know if that's like a hard rule with every single Waffenträger, but from what I recall, that is sort of the distinction between them. If you're ever
Please leave
curious.
a like if you did, and subscribe for more episodes
Obviously,
of Cursed by Design. If you want to help
either
this
wait until I redo a video on this or look into it yourself. Don't take anything I'm saying in here as like super factual.
series to continue to grow, I also encourage you to share the video with your friends and consider supporting the channel by becoming a YouTube member or by checking out my merch store. This helps me purchase.
Yeah, speaking of merch store, check out the SS United States merch store. I also have one, but go check out theirs first. Alright, so enough about the Waffenträgers. Where are we going to put this one? I feel like this one could probably go in like I don't think I'd put it B tier. I think like high C tier. Kind of feels like it's pretty solid. Like, I don't think I got anything super wrong in it. Really, D tier? What makes you say that? I do think it was a bit longer than it needed to be. Although I did cover a lot of topics in it. I'm surprised you guys said C tier for the T-34-100, but D tier for this one. We could put it low C tier again. I'm just streaming here. I just stream on YouTube. I don't have my Twitch and stuff set up. I guess, you know, we'll put high D tier. I would say, yeah, it's about on the same level as the T-34-100. Waffenträgers, sure. We'll just do Waffenträger video. Can always move it later. That's why I moved them to the second layer so it doesn't do the... Because if I were to try to move something like this, it would do that. Okay. We'll start with... We'll do that. You know, something's got to populate the D tier. Where's my tab? There it is.
Night vision has been...
Oh boy. So this one was kind of the first departure from the typical, well, I say typical, it only made 3 of the things. I kind of broke away from doing just a specific vehicle topic, and I went into something a more broad topic, which is early night vision on tanks. Partly because I had bought that thing right around the time. So I wanted to cover that. This is one that I definitely know is dated because I missed some of the early night vision systems. Like I believe there were some from the US that I didn't mention.
Become a key technological advantage employed by almost all modern militaries, used on everything from helicopters to ground troops, and of course, modern tanks. But although this may seem like a strictly modern technology, their origin can be traced all the way back to the Second World War. Let's journey back and uncover the early origins of these devices. Throughout history, there have been countless tanks, first by design. Our story begins in 1929 with a Hungarian physicist named Kálmán Tehani and his invention of an infrared camera for use on British anti-aircraft defenses. This marked the first infrared device to be invented and used in a military function. The Germans would go on to improve and implement this technology in their army with systems designed to be used with the STG-40.
Oh yeah, okay, so already I'm not liking this because you can tell I just kind of went, I jumped right there. Like, I'm sure there wasn't like a ton that I could, I'm kind of doing like a brief history here, but I don't like how abruptly I jumped between that. I definitely should have included more information there between like talking about like that function and then jumping right to the German, because it almost just seems like it's like, oh, somebody else used it, but then the Germans, which probably my sources on this are not great. Well, the tank archives. Why do I have a slash through that? Must have just been how I wrote that before. Well, you know, no Wikipedia, so that's good.
.44 assault rifle, among others. Credit for the first tanks with night vision, however, would not go to the Germans. Surprisingly, the Soviets would beat the Germans by beginning development of night vision for their tanks as early as 1939. The first 2 of these devices, named Ship, or possibly Spike, and Dudka, were intended for use on the BT-7 light tank. The first of these designs, named Ship, featured 2 periscopes giving the wearer an almost snail-like appearance. The later Dudka design would look similar, although the periscopes were inverted. So both only allowed the driver access to nighttime visibility.
I actually have not these ones specifically, but I have similar ones like this that came, because I have the whole kit that came with that system. That is a functional system. It does work. It doesn't work very well without infrared, but I have that, and I have the what are they, PNV-57Es, which are like a slightly later night vision version. But yeah, these are, I believe these are filters for the lights. Although I think these are separate lights, but I have the ones that came with that system are like filters, I believe, that go over the headlights of like a tank, because those were used for like driving in T-72s.
Both only allowed the driver access to nighttime visibility. With a narrow field of view of only 24 degrees and an extremely limited range of 50 meters, that visibility wasn't much, but it was satisfactory enough to be put into production, being produced in plant number 211. The Soviets did not stop there, however, and during the war, 1942 to be precise, they began another project to create a night vision device, this time for the T-34. This device was still only intended to be used by the driver to allow movement at night like the previous design. Work was continued on this design until the fall of 1944. After this, the device, known as the IKN-8, was installed and tested on the T-34-85. This work would prove to be critical in early post-war night vision development for the Soviets, although it was not used much during the war. As I mentioned earlier, however, the Germans also...
Yeah, that was something that I found very interesting. And you can definitely... I'm pretty sure it's because I had bought that system and looked into it a bit. It's very interesting to see that there was a lot of development in the Soviet sphere of night vision systems, because you think of night vision for like early tanks and you think of Nazi Germany, but it wasn't just the
to harness this technology for their armored vehicles. In 1942, an infrared device was designed for use on the Pak-40, and troop testing was favorable enough that it was decided to begin development for use on tanks as well. Several vehicles were equipped with this system, and specific dates are spotty, but one of the first was a Marder II self-propelled gun with the system mounted above the gun as pictured here. The next and most famous use...
This big thing here, you can tell this is like, I would have gone into much more detail if this was a newer video. So this right here is going to be your infrared projector, I believe. And then this is your actual night vision scope. So what the infrared does is it's kind of like a flashlight that just shines infrared. And it's going to create like a light beam that only this is going to be able to see because it's invisible to the naked eye. We don't use systems like this anymore because passive night vision has gotten to the point where if you did use an infrared like this, you'd basically be broadcasting your position with a laser beam directly back to where you're sitting. So, yeah, if you're ever in the boog, as they say, don't use an infrared night vision system.
The gun as pictured here.
Although
the next
any
and most
night vision
famous
is better
use
than no
was
night
on the
vision.
Panther tank.
Yeah,
Two separate
there's a illuminator there on this one as well.
Versions were used on the Panther, with the first only being usable by the commander and was intended to provide 360-degree vision for him. The commander would then provide directions to the driver, who would be completely reliant on him since he had no vision system for himself. The range of this device was twice that of the Soviet counterpart, with 100 meters range and a slightly improved 30-degree field of view. In order to increase the view range, a much stronger infrared-equipped vehicle known as the Uhu, or Owl, was developed. Built on the Sonderkraftfahrzeug 251, this would allow visibility up to a maximum of 700 meters for the Panther's sights and a maximum observable range of 1500 meters. The second version to be placed on the Panther would provide the driver...
Ah, yes. This was, I think this was before I did the Panther 2 video, but I think this might have actually coincided with when War Thunder added night vision. That may have actually
gunner
been
and commander with vision by using 3 separate night vision devices. However, the information is extremely spotty, with fake images and information. The use of this second variation is not completely impossible though, with some information potentially describing it within some British reports, but I was unable to locate these. So without conclusive evidence, this is just a possibility. Regardless, this technology saw very little use during the war, but it was still fielded as examples were captured by the Allies and Soviets as the Germans abandoned their tanks. Today, one Panther equipped with a reproduction of the FG-1250 night vision device exists, although it is currently not on display from what I could find. Clunky and fragile, the systems employed during the Second World War may not have been instrumental to victory, but they paved the way for future warfare technology. In the years following the Second World War, night vision technology would go on to be used in every conflict from the Korean War to today to varying degrees. For this reason, World War II night vision is commonly considered as Generation 0 for the evolution of this technology, with Generation 1 not being fully introduced until the Vietnam War. A special thanks to all my YouTube members for choosing
Yeah, night vision generations are a very confusing topic because you have like I was mentioning the 57Es that I have, they're like sort of Gen 1, but not really. They're like better than Gen 0. Like I think those are technically considered Gen 0. Although, yeah, because the Gen 1s like came later. They might be considered Gen 1s. It's all over the place. I believe those are like Gen 0s though. Yeah, so this is a bit of a mixed bag. I would say this isn't a bad coverage of the topic. This is just more of like this is much less than I would go into in detail. Yeah, 5.5 minutes. I could have gone into much more detail on this and didn't mention I don't remember which vehicle it was, but I believe there was a US tank that was tested with it. So this is another that I need to remake. I think I would put this in D tier, unless you guys think it was better than that. It's a little bit of a tough one, but I definitely, I don't like some of the ways that that was written, and I would have changed, if I were doing that today, I would change a lot of that. I think I would almost put it in belongs in the trash, but the information in it is decent, I would say. It's not the greatest, but it's decent. So we'll put you down here. Not quite that low. You can go there. Unless there's any objections. Alright, Stalin's Bunker Buster, the KV-2. I don't actually remember what... I know that I think I completely removed that one. You know what? While we're at this, we're just going to go ahead and put belongs in the trash. We're going to put my original Panther 2 video. Because that one just straight up had misinformation in it. That was a bad video. That's probably the worst video I've made. Which is why I remade it like fairly quickly afterwards and have since deleted it. Well, not deleted, but I think it's privated.
For a machine that has become nearly as iconic to tank fans as the world-famous Tiger, T-34, or Sherman, the history behind the glorious KV-2 has remained out of the direct spotlight in
I think this is the first time that I used Hearts of Iron 4 music in this
most history documentaries
series.
and books. Today, however, we'll finally shine a light onto one of the most bizarre and beloved tanks to ever exist. Throughout history, there have been countless tanks, all
countless
designed
tanks, blah,
to
blah,
kill.
blah, blah, blah.
Vehicle that would become cursed by design.
FCMF1's another
The
I gotta
vehicle that
cover
would
at some
become
point.
known by such names as the King of Dirt
French tanks are
and
hard to find
Soviet
info on.
Fridge began its life thanks largely, if not entirely, due to the Finnish defenses during the Winter War, especially along the Mannerheim Line. This conflict between the Soviet Red Army and the Finnish defenders not only
I did it again, didn't I?
showed the sheer number of and Soviet
You didn't
Fridge
miss much.
began its life thanks largely, if not entirely, due to the Finnish defenses during the Winter War, especially
have
along
hooked
the
up my
Mannerheim
Steam
Line.
deck,
This
Stream
conflict
Deck
between
for
the
this,
Soviet
but
Red Army and the Finnish defenders
have
not
time.
only showed the sheer number of soldiers that could be lost due to poor tactics, but also the lack of something capable of smashing through the defenses. The Clement Voroshilov,
You can see I
or
was sort of
KV,
like I think I was sort of teasing the kind of teasing the fact that I found KV2 footage, which I wasn't aware was actually out there. Where do I put my recent videos? I definitely ranked them higher than these.
proved itself as being up to the task, outperforming the competing heavy tank designs and being virtually immune to anything that was thrown at it.
Yeah, it's crazy to think the early KV1 was actually a double barrel tank because it had a 45.
But only possessing a relatively small anti-tank armament, it still could not inflict the damage needed to break these defenses quickly. To solve this, the Soviets began a program to develop a tank to meet these requirements. This would eventually lead to a design originally known simply as the KV Bolshaya Bashnia, or KV Big Turret, and would begin production at nearly the same time as the KV Small Turret, as the 76mm version would be known.
I have been planning to do a revisit to the KV2 topic because just to kind of do a rewrite. I was actually working on doing an article on my website doing a rewrite with some more information. The trouble is some of the sources that are out there of the KV2 kind of are very contradictory. So it's like, I don't know. I don't even know if the big turret and small turret thing is real.
This designation
I
was of
think it
course
is,
later
but
simplified further
I
to
don't know.
KV1
I've seen it
and
in some
KV2 in
sources.
1941, and I'll be referring to them by these names for the remainder of the video, although I must point out that these pre-production tanks were never given the designation. The urgency of this design was shown in the extremely short design time given to produce the tank. In just 2 weeks, the designers were able to create the first of the prototype turrets designated MT-1 with the 152mm Model 1938 howitzer. They were then sent for trials near the factory. In total, 4 KV prototypes would get the big turret. KV U1 to U4 all had the big turret. U0 was also given it, but was given the 76mm turret after factory testing. These tanks were then sent to the front in Finland. Upon arrival, the tanks were given to the 20th Heavy Tank Brigade for combat trials and showed remarkable results. In one instance, U0 reportedly received 22 hits without being knocked out of action. According to some sources, Finnish anti-tank guns actually stopped firing at the tanks after 3 non-damaging hits. This is quite believable considering at this stage of the war, the Finns were so low on ammo they did everything they could to conserve what they had. The immense size and armor of these tanks earned them the nickname Dreadnought by their crews. Overall, the performance was acceptable to Soviet.
Yeah, the KV was definitely, like, by far the best of the heavy tanks that they were testing in the Winter War. But when you consider it was up against the T-100 and the SMK, it's not that surprising that the KV-1 was the winner.
Soviet command, despite the tank's many faults. Not just due to the teething problems of the KV itself, but also due to the fact that the bigger gun and turret increased the weight from around 45 tons on the standard KV to an excess of 53 tons. The turret...
I might do some more live streams. I don't think we're going to be able to actually finish going through all these videos today, so I might have to do a future, another live stream like in another week or so. Well, I won't be able to do one next week, but maybe the week after, and continue doing this
alone
if there's any
weighing
interest.
12 tons. This caused immense strain on the turret ring on top of the stresses the engine and gearbox had already been experiencing. Following the successes of these prototypes, an order of 100 KV-2s and 130 KV-1s was given, although 20 pre-production turrets had already been produced with some slight alterations. The final version of the KV-2 differed from the pre-series tanks quite significantly. To attempt to remedy some of the issues and simplify production, the turret was completely reworked, scrapping the previous angled MT1 design for a new rolled plate which created a 6-sided turret with vertical walls called the MT2. This created 2 distinctly different looks to the
I think this hole right here may have been for a machine gun, or like a pistol port of some sort.
KV-2s. You may know these by their more common Western names, the KV-2 1939 and KV-2 1940 respectively, although these names were never actually used by the Soviets themselves, only being given the KV Big Turret and KV-2 designations. The MT2 also featured...
The 1939/1940 turret name is just kind of a made-up thing for, like, simplicity's sake. It makes sense because it's not technically wrong, given you could also just call it like KV-2 early versus KV-2 late. It's just like a way of simplifying it, but yeah, they were all just considered KV-2.
A new gun, the M10S 152mm, and a coaxial machine gun to replace the pistol ports from the MT1. This turret was then tested on hull U7 and would go on to become the basis of the production version. Despite these changes and the 2-ton weight reduction of the new design, it was still impossible to overcome the main weaknesses and the turret ring would still be pushed to its limit. This caused the tank to take a full 36 seconds for a full 360-degree turn of the turret using the electric traverse or with the backup manual system. The tank would also need to stop on flat terrain to be able to fire it since the immense recoil could cause damage if this wasn't done. Not to mention the tendency the turret had to traverse on its own towards the vehicle's lowest point, making it very unsafe for the crew and surrounding soldiers should that result in the top-heavy machine falling over. Following U7,
the rear-facing MG for something like this is probably just because of how slow the turret traversed, but it's a way of adding additional protection for the crew because you got to remember, these are just giant steel boxes. So if you don't have either pistol ports to be able to shoot out of, or machine guns that have like line of fire on certain areas of the vehicle, you can have people sneak up and
final production version of the vehicle began to be produced, with a ball mount for an MG added to the front hull and turret rear for further close defense situations.
The footage that I actually show in this video is from a German training video that is discussing, it's like showing ways that you can, as an infantryman, either blind or knock out one of these. And one of the methods is they basically would climb up and smear either mud or something onto the optics and like the driver's vision port, and basically you blind the tank so that either the crew can't do anything or they're forced to open the hatches, and then you can toss in grenades or you can attack them with other methods when they can't see
along
you.
with a slew of other minor changes. Although I should note here that the early pre-series versions would also be pressed into combat along with the final design.
This is actually a really interesting photo because it has this isn't the early KV2 in comparison to a basically almost field improvised German equivalent to the KV2 in a way, with the what was this thing called, the Bison. This is basically just a 15-centimeter howitzer wheeled up on top of a Panzer I chassis.
By the end of its production cycle, a total of 204 KV2s would be built, with 4 pre-production vehicles, 20 more with the pre-production turret, 80 with the production turret in 1940, and 100 more production tanks in 1941. To keep this video from getting too long, however, we'll save some of the stranger variants of the KV2 for a future video, and now discuss its performance in combat against the Germans. Right from the start, the tanks were plagued by problems. The beginning of Operation Barbarossa would come right at the end of the production cycle.
Yeah, I mean, it was basically a modification of an existing vehicle, so it would be cheaper. But the trouble is that was it's more of like an artillery. This was like a breakthrough bunker buster vehicle. I just say like equivalence in terms of similar firepower.
But replacement parts were few and far between for the new KV2s, meaning that many units were under-equipped with spare parts and ammunition, as well as being untrained with the tanks. Some units hadn't even received any ammunition for the tank at all, and most crews had less than 10 hours of training due to the Soviets classing the tanks as secret weapons and keeping them in storage. These issues were then mixed with the rapid attack of the Germans, which caused the slow, lumbering KV2s to be pushed far beyond their capabilities. Despite this, however,
it's
the
kind
KV2
of remarkable how many photos there are out there of KV2s that have been flipped over.
Still caused quite a headache for the advancing Germans, with their thick armor being resistant to all but the most powerful anti-tank guns at the time. Unfortunately for the KVs, their original intended role of slowly advancing to destroy enemy fortifications, which fit the Soviet battle doctrine, could not be done. And instead, the tanks were used directly in defensive combat against advancing enemy units, which was yet another thing the crews and army as a whole were not.
You can see there, that's a pistol port. It has a little plug that can be pulled in, and you knock it out, and then you can stick a pistol or like an SMG barrel outside and essentially just fire at whatever's
really
outside
trained
the tank.
for. In that role, they fared badly, being largely abandoned by their own crews, with the Soviets occasionally using them as basically mobile bunkers at strategic defense points. In this role, the KV2 could be truly devastating to the attackers. The Germans at this time were still mainly using 37 or 50mm anti-tank guns with similar armaments on their tanks, which could barely scratch the armor. To knock out these tanks, it was often only possible by closing the range with infantry or by heavy artillery bombardment, as only the 88mm flak gun was truly capable of dealing with the armor.
Or Stuka strike, as the photo somewhere back here mentions. It was written on the side of the turret.
Although that being said, the Germans were quick to learn that by immobilizing the tanks, the crew would often bail out rather than trying to continue fighting. Despite
Yeah, that was a big problem with the early invasion. I mean, when you got a crew that doesn't really have much ammo and things like that, it's not surprising that the crew would abandon the vehicle. And I don't think it's so much saying like, oh, they abandoned it like in the middle of a firefight. It's more of like, get shot at, maybe the vehicle got immobilized like this, and then they're bailing out of the vehicle and ditching it because you can't repair it in combat like that. Yeah, I believe they knocked out some tanks. I think I might mention that later in the video, but yeah, the KV2 being successful was more just dumb luck. Well, not dumb luck, but it was more luck than like the design actually being good, because the KV1 itself was just so strong compared to the German guns that the KV2 was also fairly strong.
Bail out rather than trying to continue fighting. Despite this, both the regular KV and KV2 were able to help heavily delay German attacks, which in the long term contributed greatly to stalling the Blitzkrieg, allowing the Soviets to hold back the push and later counter it. Probably the most famous example of this tank in action is the story of the lone KV during the Battle of Rzani. During the fighting, a single KV-2 positioned itself at a crossroads behind the front line. This crossroad was vital due to the fact that the surrounding area was swampy ground, meaning vehicles could not pass through. On the 24th of June, as the Germans tried to move some of their wounded soldiers as well as captured Soviets back east, they spotted the tank. I can only imagine the Germans on the convoy probably thinking it was just another knocked out tank, that is until it opened fire on them. The Germans then pulled their convoy back, fearing this was part of an expected Soviet counterattack. The KV was then able to destroy 12 trucks from a supply convoy attempting to move to the troops on the front. Clearly this tank needed to be knocked out, and the Germans threw everything they had at it. Reports differ on the exact details of the engagement, and it's possible that the tank was in fact a KV-1 and not a KV-2, although new evidence strongly suggests it was in fact a KV-2. But regardless, the results were the same. This one tank and its brave crew were able to stop an entire assault in its tracks for a full day. This incredible story served as the basis for the Rzani Heroes Medal you can earn in the game World of Tanks. If you'd like to see me cover this in more detail, I'd be happy to, but for sake of time, I won't in this video.
Yeah, the story behind that is really interesting, and if I recall correctly, I'm surprised I didn't mention it in this video. It just shows that this is like very early into my my writing and narration days. The reason why it's now believed that it was a KV-2, from what I recall, is because there were 6 crew members in the vehicle rather than 5. And it's possible that they could have had an extra crew member like in a KV-1, but it would be very odd. So it was most likely a KV-2 because it had 6 crew.
By the end of 1941, nearly all of the
think the
KV-2s in
entire
Soviet
crew
service
ended
had
up
been
being killed.
abandoned, destroyed, or captured, with only a few managing to make it into 1942. It is possible that at least a single KV-2 was still in action as late as 1943, with one photo existing showing a tank with the number 528 on the side. The use of captured KV-2s by the Germans in general is also relatively unknown. Many were captured during the invasion, and they were eventually placed into service with the designation KV-2 754R, with some receiving a German cupola to improve vision for the commander. Some of these modified KVs were to be issued to Panzer Company 66, which was a special armor unit with a range of rare vehicles, which was planned to be used to invade the island of Malta in the Mediterranean. But this was never done after the disaster of the German invasion of Crete, and the fate of the tanks in this unit is as unknown as the captured KV-2s used by other units, although evidence points to most being lost in battle or abandoned in the winter of 1942.
I'm surprised I didn't mention it, but I believe after the invasion of Malta was canceled, they were sent back to the Eastern Front, which is why you see them in in the snow.
Sadly, only one of these unique and significant machines survives, with a production KV-2 on display at the Russian Central Armed Forces Museum in Moscow. Although there is also...
I believe I was actually incorrect about this. It's tricky to find information on like museum pieces like this, but I think this is an original KV-2 turret, but I don't think the hull is an original.
Russian Central Armed Forces Museum in Moscow.
Thank you very much.
Although there is also one replica in the Battle Glory of the Urals Museum, also in Russia. I'll put the town name on the screen for those of you who are interested, because there is no way I would pronounce that correctly. In the end, although this tank contributed to the halting of the Blitzkrieg and subsequent Soviet victory, it was cursed by a number of design flaws that made it impractical for the type of combat it was needed for.
There you can see, so these circles that you can see here, these are actually graphic, like these were like edited into or drawn onto the training film, and it's showing these are the viewports. These are the spots that you want to obscure.
Despite these flaws, the KV-2 is still beloved by tank fans around the world, and in games like World of Tanks, it still serves as a source of fear for those facing it, just as it did all those years ago. Thank you as always to my YouTube members who helped me get the surprisingly expensive source material to allow me to make such a lengthy...
I say surprisingly expensive, but I think the book was only like $40 or something. Actually, it might have been more than that, but that's actually pretty cheap as far as as far as books go. Why did tank cannons droop down when knocked out? I'm not entirely sure why, but I would assume it just has to do with the weight of the barrel just dragging it down. Or potentially damage to the internals.
In detailed video.
It could also be, I don't know if it's possible that the crews could, once it was captured, they might have lowered the gun just to make it so people wouldn't shoot.
I want to
at
give
it
a
again.
special thanks
It'd be
to
something
Francis
I'd have to look
Pullman, who
into.
helped me ensure this video was as accurate as possible.
Yeah, if you haven't, Francis Pullman, he's very knowledgeable on both the T-35 and the T-34. I would definitely recommend checking out his stuff. He's helped me on a couple different videos. This was the first one I think he helped me on. Alright, well that's just the rest of the outro, so where do we think we want to put this one? I'm thinking B tier on this one. There's definitely some inaccuracies, but I think it's a solid B tier, maybe even low A tier. I don't think I would say S tier, because it's got flaws, and I mean every video of mine is gonna have some flaws, but I don't want to put anything in S tier unless it's like either something that's like inconsequential in terms of its historical value, like the I Found the Tonk video, or ones that I know are fairly accurate. We'll do high A tier. How about that? I might have put it in S tier if I had a little bit better writing, and if I had just included the other KV2 variants into it, because I really should have just done that. I shouldn't have done it as a separate video. That was kind of stupid on my part, but again, it was part of that whole effort of me trying to do a video per week. Ooh, the IS-7 video. I haven't all of these ones that we're watching right now, aside from like the Tonk video, I haven't looked at these videos in probably as many years as they've been uploaded.
No anti-tank gun in the world could stop it. Tanks of other nations would be left in the dust by its staggering mobility, and featuring some of the most advanced technology of its day. This is the story of the IS-7, and how a tank that succeeded at everything still failed to enter production.
So I believe, once again, the reason why I made this video was partially because the IS-7 had just been added to War Thunder, which was not a bad strategy, mainly because I still actually try to do it to this day a little bit. If a vehicle is being added to the game, a lot of times if I put a video up alongside it, that's when the interest is going to be the highest.
Covering failed projects and forgotten creations in Cursed by Design.
2000.
Huge thanks once again to The Coldest Water for sponsoring today's video. I've been using...
Oh, that's right. The first Coldest Water one was in the Panther 2 video. So yeah, the Panther 2 video must have predated these. It's actually the headset I'm still wearing. This thing is nice. The only thing I've replaced on it are those are the pads, because they kind of wear out over time. But very nice Sennheiser headset. Kind of expensive though. Yeah, I actually still use Coldest Water stuff. They're pretty reasonable. I don't know if my code still works, but if you ever want to check it out, the links to these I believe still work, and I think the Cone will still get you a 10% off discount. They're pretty good stuff. I definitely recommend them.
My bottle they sent me while working on this episode with the code CONE at checkout. Now let's get back to the video. The IS-7 began its life at the very end of World War II. It began with 3 designs drawn up during 1945 known as Object 257, 258, and 259. Each featured a different power plant, but all would mount the 122mm D-25 cannon. By the end of the war, an analysis of the strengths and weaknesses of these designs saw the creation of Object 260. With this, the tank that would receive the designation IS-7 was born on September 9th.
You may notice that from time to time I use pink text on the screen. I've kind of moved more towards using white text with the blueprint background, but the reason why I use pink for a lot of those is because it's better for people that have trouble seeing different colors.
1945. just 1 week after the end of World War II.
I stopped using red. I never got any complaints about it, but I just know that
style armor as the IS-3.
I just know that people who are colorblind can sometimes struggle with seeing things like reds and greens and blues.
Thickness being increased to 150 millimeters in a similar style turret, albeit much longer and more heavily armored. At first, it was expected that the tank would mount a 122mm gun like the initial designs, but due to that cannon not being ready in time, it was decided to use the 130mm S-26. Despite the massive armament in a relatively compact space, a fire rate of 6 to 8 rounds per minute was achieved thanks to an assisted loading mechanism which used a pneumatic system to ram the rounds into the breech after the loaders had placed the charge and projectile into position. The tank also was equipped with a total of 5 machine guns, with one 14.5mm above the barrel, two 7.62mm mounted coaxially, and an additional two 7.62mm mounted on the whole sides. To move this 65-ton behemoth, it was decided to use twin V16 engines to produce the power they were looking for, but when the idea failed, they created a new TD-30 diesel engine based off the ACH-30 aircraft engine. This allowed the tank to achieve an astounding 60 km/h top speed. To support the weight, an advanced suspension system was designed utilizing some technologies never used on a Soviet tank till that point, such as tracks with a rubber metal hinge, double-acting hydraulic shock absorbers, support rollers with internal shock absorption, and beam torsion bars. Just 1 day short of a year after the Object 260 design was finalized, the first prototype IS-7 left the factory to begin testing on September 8, 1946. It was shortly followed by a second on December 25th. Another 2 hulls and turrets were also produced for firing trials. The first of these prototypes performed well, managing to travel 1,000 kilometers during testing without major issues. The second, however, suffered issues after only 45 kilometers. The results of these tests were then used to improve the design. These improvements included widening the hull and lowering the silhouette of the tank by flattening the turret further. This is also when the tank received its curved hull sides. These changes increased the weight a further 3 tons to 68 tons total. To offset this weight increase, a new engine was installed which produced 1,050 horsepower. This thirsty beast was fed by its 1,300-liter fuel capacity, increased from 800 liters through the use of flexible rubberized fabric fuel tanks. These specialized tanks allowed the fuel to be stored along the curved side, as solid metal tanks would be difficult to produce and expensive, while also having the potential to crack from the vehicle's vibrations while moving. However,
although, yeah, storing gasoline in a flexible rubber is not necessarily the best. But yeah, because of the shape of this hull, they had like flexible the flexible fuel tanks sat inside so that they could store more gas without having to. Because if you have to weld up a fuel tank that's like specifically designed to fit, would be kind of hard to install and hard to make.
These would be blamed for the loss of one of the tanks when it caught fire and was unable to be put out, despite the fact that the IS-7 was equipped with an automatic fire extinguishing system. This new version of the IS-7 would also receive a new improved armament, the previous S-26 cannon being upgraded to the 130mm S-70. Along with this, the sights were improved and the pneumatic loading system was replaced with an electric one. Adding to its plethora of machine guns, another 14.5 was mounted on a tall mount on the turret roof. This gun was capable of being remote controlled, allowing it to be operated from within the tank. As if this wasn't already enough, 2 more 7.62s were added to the outside of the turret facing backwards. The tank was to be crewed by a team of 5, with a driver in the hull.
I believe the reason it's mounted so high is because they didn't mount it up here, so like this would be the commander could be standing like on the back of the turret or on the engine deck and could hold the gun and fire it while standing. We mentioned that in the interview, the asbestos has actually been removed, and he even mentioned the EPA went in and has they passed with flying colors. So the asbestos is actually out of the boat already, so she's actually in a good state in terms of being able to be restored because of that. And don't worry if you can't donate right now. Anything I earn off of this stream will be going, so I'll be making a donation as well. And just spread the word about the SS United States. That's more than enough if you can't donate.
Hull and a gunner and commander in the turret. Despite the assisted loading system, 2 loaders were also to be placed in the turret. With 4 of these new improved versions of the IS-7 completed in the summer of 1948, more testing was performed. During the factory tests, it reportedly excelled, still able to attain its exceptional speed and also performing well cross-country. After these initial tests were concluded, they were then delivered to the state where the tank greatly impressed those who witnessed it. The chief tester of the USSR Ministry of Transport Engineering, E.A. Kolchitsky, wrote, "I was given a great honor. I received an offer to be the first to give movements to this wonderful tank. It is difficult to convey in words your feelings. Above 60 kilometers per hour, this heavy machine easily responds to even the smallest effort on the levers and pedals. Gears are shifted by a small lever. The machine is absolutely obedient to the driver."
Yeah, you can you can smell a little bit of potential corruption slash maybe being a little bit too nice to the design.
On a side note, he was also the same test driver who performed the legendary tank jump in a BT-7 a decade earlier.
But yeah,
This
given
smooth
that
driving
the guy was a experienced driver, it wouldn't be too surprising if that was his actual opinion. But I get the feeling it's probably a little bit padded.
Experience the IS-7 provides.
Yes, if you go to the link in the description and go directly to their website, you should be able to donate via PayPal, or you can buy some of their merch using your PayPal.
It was leagues ahead of Soviet tanks of the era, with many being notoriously grueling to drive.
I think mine is also
The protection the armor offered was also
slightly out
outstanding,
of
with the
frame.
tank being all but invulnerable. To test this, dogs were placed within the hull before it was shelled not only by the German 128, which was regarded as the best anti-tank gun in the world at the time, but also its own gun. The results were the same with both guns, and the dogs suffered no ill effects. Obviously, there were still issues with
No ill effects, but I would assume they were not very happy after that.
the tank, and some damage was sustained during these trials, but overall, the IS-7 proved to be an impressive machine. All of this was followed by an order for 50 IS-7s, which was received by the Kirov plant in 1949. However, this would never come to fruition. At the time the initial batch of IS-7s was ordered, there would have been no tank in the world capable of matching this incredible machine. Even the tanks of the early 50s produced in the West, such as the M103 and Conqueror, would be unable to defeat the immense protection provided by its armor, while also being unable to match its mobility. It would take years.
That might not be entirely true, because I don't know how accurate a lot of the figures. That's something that I wish I had included more into this video, is sort of like hinting at the not being able to confirm the numbers exactly. But again, this is early when I was doing these videos, so I wasn't as experienced with doing that sort of thing. But I do believe that with some of like the APDS rounds and things like that, the IS-7 definitely could have been knocked out by like a Conqueror. But it was still a very, very tough nut to crack, that's for sure.
Or even decades for
I think
anything
without a
from beyond
doubt, it was definitely a match for the stuff in the West.
on the Iron Curtain to be on equal terms with the IS-7. Yet despite this, the tank would never progress past the initial order, with even those initial 50 units being cancelled. But why would they terminate a tank so technologically superior to its opponents? In the end, it would largely come down to Soviet doctrine and logistics. Unlike the Germans and their ill-fated late-war designs, the USSR understood that although the tank might be powerful, even bordering on unstoppable, it meant very little if the tank couldn't reach the battlefield. At the time, Soviet railroads would have been unable to transport the nearly 70-ton beast, reaching their limits around 50 to 55 tons. Even if this could have been remedied, the fact still remained that the IS-7 was expensive to produce. The cutting-edge technology and overall size of the tank not only would cost more in resources, but also would take more time. As the Cold War ramped,
Yeah, I would assume cost was a big factor in this, although it's also entirely true that the numbers have been a little bit exaggerated and it was not as good as they say it was, which I am almost certain that that's the case. How much that is true, I'm not sure, but I would definitely say that some of the numbers are a little questionable in terms of their validity. But yeah, I would assume that a lot of it was cost as well as shipping restrictions because of the weight, but capabilities may have been
up and
falsify
nuclear
a little
war
bit.
seemed more and more probable, the idea of having large numbers of medium tanks was deemed to be the better alternative. However, as the 50-ton IS-8, or T-10M as it was renamed after Stalin's death, would still enter production and service, it's clear the weight was the primary factor in closing the book on what could have become the best tank in the world. Thank you all so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed this look into the history of the IS-7. As
Get a little bit exaggerational there, I would say. I was a little bit, maybe a little, I wouldn't say biased, because I'm not like, I mean, I like the IS-7, but I think I let the sources that I used be a little bit too, drive the video script a little bit too much. I don't really do that as much anymore. You'll notice that I'm a lot more even with how I discuss vehicles. Like, if I were doing this today, I would definitely bring up the fact that other vehicles could definitely be able to counter it, potentially with different, like, Heat FS rounds and things like that, which came later, as well as the fact that the statistics given for this vehicle are probably not entirely correct. But at the same time, as you're mentioning there, the Soviets were capable of making good tanks. Like, the KV-1 was a very good tank for its time, probably one of the best tanks in the world at the time. So it's not as if they didn't have the capability to do it. They just had so much bureaucracy and lack of, like, advanced capabilities that it was not as easy for them to do it as stuff in the West. That's the side effect of communism, though. Alright. So, where are we going to put this one? I'm thinking with this one like a... I was thinking B tier. Because, like, it's a... I think the information presented is pretty accurate, at least according to the sources that I had, but I could have done better in terms of being a bit more impartial. Type 3, Type 4, and Type 5. If you mean like the Japanese Super Heavies and World of Tanks, they're all fake for the most part. I think the issues with the mechanics of the KV-1 were just like the early ones. The same with the T-34s. They had some trouble with the early ones, but they smoothed that out pretty quickly, I believe. Oh, the mediums? Yeah, those are pretty, they're definitely interesting designs. I've covered, I think, both the Type 4 and Type 5 on the channel. Alright, I'm going to put it, I haven't heard any dissenting opinions, so we'll put the IS-7 video in here. Yeah, they definitely would have been good vehicles for Japan to have, but at the same time, they wouldn't have made a difference. Hey, that's all I'm asking is just share the link. Share the link that's in the description, the Save the United States one. That's all I can ask, is that you share that stuff. Just share the message, really. Whether it be to another YouTuber, whether it be to people you know. Every little bit helps. Seemingly endless streams of bombers fly overhead, destroying more German infrastructure with each passing day. Ground forces are constantly bombarded by Allied air power, causing massive losses of armor and equipment. Desperate to strike back at this devastation, a design was presented for a new anti-aircraft gun. This design would become known as the Kugelblitz. I really should... with the intro, I wasn't really like... I was just trying to tease the rest of the video, but I kind of wish with this intro I hadn't mentioned the bombers specifically, and I had mentioned like fighter bombers like the P-47, because the Kugelblitz was not intended to shoot down bombers.
Projects and forgotten creations in Cursed.
I don't even think it would
design.
have the range to be able to do
Special
that.
Thanks to my YouTube members for choosing this topic to be featured this month in the monthly poll. If you'd like to help decide future topics I cover, please consider checking out the reward tiers by clicking the join button below the video. Now on to the tank.
Yeah, I used to do voting to let people vote for what vehicle they'd like to see me do next, but the trouble I ran into with that is either I have to have multiple scripts ready to go, or I have to be like in a position where I can research and write a video about multiple different vehicles at the same time, and that can be kind of tricky.
The word Kugelblitz is German for ball lightning, and is now commonly used as a term in astrophysics to describe a black hole made out of light or radiation rather than matter. But in the late stages of World War II, it would have an entirely different use, the Leichte Flakpanzer IV Kugelblitz. The concept for the Kugelblitz began in April of 1944 by a man named Josef von Glader-Gotz. The idea was born from the twin 30mm anti-aircraft gun mount designed for the Type 21 U-boat. This system was known as the 3cm Maschinenkanon Mk303 Doppelflak, or its codename Brunn. Envisioning this being used as the basis for a new flak panzer, a design was drawn up and later presented to General Heinz Guderian, alongside several other flak panzer designs. The design was looked upon favorably, and on his insistence, the design continued development. As November of 1944 arrived, so did the first prototype of the Kugelblitz. This early version used the originally planned system from the U-boat project. However, due to supply issues with both the turrets and guns, which were already in short supply and planned for their originally intended naval use already, this layout was quickly shelved. Undeterred, the designers set back to work to try and find a way around these supply constraints to bring their idea to life. Being unable to use the Mk303 as originally planned, their eyes quickly fell on the Mk103-38, which was in service with the Luftwaffe. This cannon was also a 30mm and boasted a 400 to 650 round per minute rate of fire. Another benefit this gun had was the fact that it was a belt fed, which would make life easier for the loaders inside the closed turret of this machine. It could also fire the revered Menengeschoss round, which in theory would make it even more deadly to its intended targets. These guns would be mounted in a fully enclosed fighting compartment, unlike previous designs. This was one of the major advantages the design offered, as it would provide protection for the crew from enemy fire, especially from aircraft. It was essentially designed as an armored sphere, which would be mounted in a turret ring for lateral traverse, with a pivot at the center point that would allow for elevation, similar to the later oscillating turrets used by the French after the war. Face-hardened 20mm plates were planned to...
I believe you would actually technically consider this an oscillating turret, although you could also, it's probably more considered like a ball turret.
...be used for this, which would have provided sufficient protection against...
I'm actually surprised I didn't compare it to the one on the B-17, but it is significantly different from that one.
...most small arms. The two cannons would protrude out through welded steel tubes with some adjustable screws holding the barrels in place, which would allow for alignment of the guns. Although this design did provide a degree of protection for the crew, it came at a cost. That cost was space. Within this relatively small turret would sit 3 men, a gun layer for each cannon on the sides, and a commander sitting in the middle. Although there were 3 hatches on the roof of the turret, the 2 on either side were fairly narrow and more likely were to be used for spotting or perhaps to help with ventilation. The primary hatch was located above the commander, which would be great for him in the event of a fire, but very concerning for the 2 remaining in the turret, I would imagine. But on the bright side, at least they could both fire their cannons individually. Although how long...
Yeah, the last thing that you want in the event of a tank fire is that you have to either wait for somebody else to get out in front of you or wait for multiple people to get out in front of you.
They could fire continuously would also become an issue, as we'll discuss in a bit. Next came the trouble of mounting this turret onto a hull. Several different tanks were considered, including the Tiger and Panther, but those were far too valuable. In the end, it was decided...
And just like mullets, oscillating turrets are only cool on some tanks.
...decided to use the hull of a Panzer IV with some modifications. The specific variants chosen were most likely the H or J, although it's not known specifically which were used. One source also mentions plans to use the hull from the Jagdpanzer 38T, and the Panzer
It actually more likely would have been just whatever they had, which I think most at that point would have been an H or a J. They would have just kind of taken whatever they got.
And 38D was later considered to mount the turret, however these would never see development. Back on the Panzer IV, changes were needed to mount the Kugelblitz turret. These mainly involved the turret ring. The Panzer IV turret ring was too small to mount the wider turret. To solve this, the Tiger's turret ring was fitted to the hull. The hull roof was also flattened, removing the slight angle from above the driver and hull gunner's positions. Other than this, the hull was the same as any other Panzer IV. The Army was impressed by the design and
yeah, I would definitely say the Kugelblitz would be preferable to be in compared to a B-17 ball turret, but don't think I'd want to be in either of them.
Decided to move ahead with production,
Rather be in a
starting with an
Sherman
order
with
for
the
30
spring-loaded
vehicles.
hatches.
It is unknown exactly how many were actually completed by the end of the war, but it's assumed to be around 2 to 5. This was due to many issues that plagued the production of these tanks. With Allied bombing constantly impeding every German production line, materials and parts were hard to acquire. With demand for tanks coming from every direction, it became difficult to even secure.
Yeah, it's more... The issue with manufacturing was more just due to how many tanks they needed and like a lack of manufacturing capability to make the tanks that they needed. It wasn't so much... The Allied bombing campaign did impact some tank production, but it's not as significant as I've made it out to be in some of my videos, but that's just a misconception that I had at the time.
Secure the relatively small number needed for Kugelblitz production. Likely the holes used were from recovered panzers brought back to the factories for repairs. The troubles did not end there. The special spheres for the turret called for lightweight armor plate, but shortages caused shortcuts to be taken in their production. This resulted in increased weight due to different materials being utilized, which might have been workable if not for the next problem. Due to lack of space, an electric turret drive was unable to be fitted, so instead a hydraulic-powered system was considered. Once again though, the supply demon struck, and with no ability to produce such a system, the only remaining choice was to resort to manual traverse. Thanks to this added weight and lack of power traverse, the Kugelblitz could only manage 10 degrees per second traverse speed. Had it been built to spec, this would likely have been closer to 60 degrees per second. At this reduced speed, the ability for the Kugelblitz to accurately engage enemy aircraft was greatly diminished. With such limited space came another issue: where to keep the ammunition. As we mentioned before,
I do think that it would definitely reduce the ability to like track aircraft, but I'm not sure how significant it would be because you're not like in War Thunder, you're not like chasing a plane around in circles. It would more be like you're kind of aiming it in one direction, firing at them as they're coming towards you. But yeah, definitely not having electric or hydraulic traverse is suboptimal.
The MK-103s were capable of 400 rounds per minute rate of fire, while the tank was only able to carry 1,200 ready rounds. With no secondary storage space within the turret, this would result in a very short period of engagement time, followed by an awkward scramble to get more ammunition, which could potentially be carried in the hull, although none of my sources mention if more ammunition was stored within the hull.
I would assume that there would be more ammunition stored in the hull. I don't know where else they'd put it. Although they could have had it in like supply trucks, because these would... You could have definitely used these as frontline units, but they'd be like... You're not sending one of these things out alone. You'd have it with other military units.
The few Kugelblitz that did manage to leave the factory were pressed into service. How they performed or even where they served is largely a mystery and will likely remain that way given the state of the Reich at that point. One photo does exist of what is presumed to be a destroyed Kugelblitz in Berlin, as well as the remains of a turret near the village of Spikra, which was destroyed by the advancing American forces and was later discovered in 1999.
I'm not sure if that's still there or if it's been recovered.
One complete turret was captured by the Allies as well, being held at the Royal Military College of Science in Britain until it was returned to Germany. It is now on display at the, brace yourselves, Versammlung der Heeresfluggewehrschule in Rendsburg. In the end, the Kugelblitz was doomed to failure due to the state of German industry at the time it was being built. Although it provided better protection than vehicles such as the Ostwind or Wirbelwind, its cramped turret and limited traverse speed likely would have caused it to underperform in comparison. Even the idea to mount this turret on the Panzer IV is questionable given the weight of the components. Unfortunately for this machine, it will go down in history as...
Yeah, the trouble with the Panzer IV, especially by the end of the war, because a lot of people, you'll hear the argument of like, oh, they should have just built more Panzer IVs. The trouble is, the Panzer IV is a design from the 30s, and by the time it was being used at the end of the war, it was so outdated. The hull just could not support the amount of weight that you needed for the additional armor and guns of like late war designs. That's why it was being phased out in favor of the Panther. That and it was actually cheaper to build Panthers, if I remember correctly. Alright, so Kugelblitz video, I'd say this is probably the first like really solid video I did in terms of information. Not the greatest, I mean, I definitely needed some more sources, but sources on stuff like this aren't always the easiest to find. But I would say it's pretty good information. I didn't notice anything that really struck me as like super wrong. Maybe just a few things I would write differently nowadays. So where would I put this in terms of these, though? I almost want to say that I'd move the KV2 down and put that one here. But I think I would put it in A tier, unless you guys think it more... It's definitely between A and B tier for me. Definitely could have gone more into detail, but the details that I left out were more like additional things. It wasn't so much things that like were critical to understanding the vehicle. All right, we'll go A tier. Up, Kugel Blitz. Apparently A tier is just going to be K tier here. We'll put it a little bit behind. I actually feel like it kind of deserves to be above the KV2, but the ranking inside of this doesn't really matter all that much. Yeah, I believe it's still fairly accurate. I could be wrong because obviously without researching a video, without researching the thing again, it's hard to say like, oh yeah, I got everything right. But nothing in this jumped out at me like, wow, where did I get that information from? I actually have done some stuff on modern vehicles. That was actually what Forged for Battle was originally going to be. It was just going to be a bunch of stuff on modern vehicles, but I eventually turned it into like a series on vehicles that have been successful. Or just vehicles that were generally good.
Italian armor is often considered a laughingstock compared to their contemporaries and...
Alright, so I don't know how good this video is going to be, but I need to pee. So I'm going to leave this going for you guys. And this one is going to be up to you guys. You're going to have to determine what tier this goes into, since I'm going to miss most of it. So I'll be back in just a minute, but you guys can enjoy this while I'm gone.
World War II.
Oh, good thing you caught that. Alright, so yeah. You guys get to determine where the Celere Sahariano.
Italian armor is often considered a laughingstock compared to their contemporaries in World War II. During the war, however, one project was under development that may have changed all that. This is the story of the Fiat M1643, also known as the Carro Armato Celere Sahariano. Throughout history, there have been countless tanks, all designed to kill. But not all have been a success. What happened to the ones that never made it? And why did they fail? My name is ConeOfArc. Join me as we journey through time, uncovering failed projects and forgotten creations in Cursed by Design. War raged in the deserts of North Africa. Allied forces clashed in a deadly tug-of-war with the Axis over huge swaths of land. In this environment, mobility was a major asset and was used by both sides to great success, often contributing to victory. One vehicle that greatly illustrated this strength was the British cruiser tanks. Light and agile, these tanks greatly impressed the Italian forces who faced them. Despite only being armed with a 2-pounder cannon, they could still deal with most of the lighter armor used by the Axis, including the weak L3s and other Italian tanks. In fact, the Italians were so impressed they decided to begin a program to create a similar tank of their own. This would become the M1643. The earliest attempt to replicate the cruisers used an M1441 as a testbed. This initial concept vehicle had only minor changes made to the positioning and angle of some armor plates, as well as featuring a modified turret which was flatter and wider. This turret would be very similar to the one on the final prototype. Work eventually progressed to the true prototype, and it was completed at some point during the spring of 1942. Unlike previous designs, this machine would feature the famed Christie suspension, although it would not have shared the ability to run trackless like other tanks with this system. Sources differ on how exactly they got access to this technology, with one saying it was designed using a BT-5 captured during the Spanish Civil War, and others saying it was reverse engineered from a British tank. It's also possible the system used was in fact torsion bar and not Christie suspension, at least according to one source. The road wheels also bear similarities to those found on the T-34, so it's possible some degree of inspiration was drawn from those tanks and other foreign designs. Since this tank was designed specifically for the desert, it was equipped with special sand filters and ventilation systems for the crew. It also had its engine cooling system reworked. The hull of the tank was built with an elongated design with angled plates, which gave the tank a very unique silhouette. The total weight when completed was around 14 tons, which when coupled with its 275 horsepower engine gave the tank excellent mobility. I'd like to note here that sources differ on the weight, with some saying 18 tons, but I feel the 14-ton figure is more accurate. During its testing, it reportedly was capable of around 60 kilometers per hour on a solid surface.
I am back.
Obviously, with this good mobility, there had to be a trade-off. Protection of this vehicle was very light, with most armor being easily outmatched by the stronger Allied guns. According to the fan-made model in War Thunder, the tank was equipped with an extra plate over the upper hull, which would have provided enough effective protection to block most shells.
Alright, well we got a demerit right there. That I was referencing the War Thunder model for the
However,
video.
I can find no information to back this up. I made an attempt to reach out to one of the individuals who made and sold the model to the game developers, but they would not give any information regarding it, unfortunately. Within its flat turret, it was
fair enough. I did actually push back on that. See, we're seeing the evolution of my videos here, where I'm actually starting to not quite trust things just because they're posted online.
Armed with a longer version of the 47mm, which was used on previous Italian tanks. This gun was able to roughly match the performance of the 2-pounder, although when the prototype was completed, it was certainly not as effective as was likely needed. Due to this, plans were drafted to mount a larger 75mm gun for the production version. However, the project was eventually cancelled later in 1942 or early 1943 as the fighting in Africa, which it had been specifically designed for, drew to a close.
I think I actually licensed the I bought like the ability to use that Funiculi cover that's playing.
The single prototype is said to have been kept in storage until 1944 when it was scrapped. Despite being a promising design for the Italians, this tank may actually have hindered their ability to properly equip their forces. This is due to the fact that, according to one source, the project was started as a way to prevent foreign imports to replace the native designs. The foreign design in question was the Skoda T21, which had previously outperformed the Italian M14 tanks in tests. So instead of being a new weapon to defeat the Allied forces, the only success had by the M1643 was to actively prevent proven designs from entering service. Please keep in mind the sources for this information may not be entirely correct, but I tried to use my discretion to provide the most accurate picture of this tank's development that I could. If you enjoyed this video, please consider leaving a like.
Yeah, Italian tank design is a very interesting subject. There's a lot of people think that they were just bad because the Italians couldn't design tanks, but there was a lot more going on behind the scenes for that. And yes, Emmy, this is a tier list video. I figured it was more interesting than just me watching my own videos. See, we watch them, and then we rank them as to where they go. So now you guys have to decide where this one goes on the tier list. As I said, it's up to you to... Oh, hang on, I gotta turn my face cam back on there. So we have to decide where this one goes. Definitely not S tier. I can say that much, though. I missed about half of that, so it's up to you guys. Come on, throw it out there. Argue. I want to see you fight. Fight, 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 fight. Yeah, just put your thing in chat. Just say wherever you think it belongs, just say it in chat. A, B, C, D belongs in the trash or S tier. Although I don't think S tier really goes in there. I could, but I don't think it's really worth it. I'd say just put your thing in chat. Yeah, I do agree it was a bit short. I think I did that because I wanted to push the video out right around when they were unveiling it. Yeah, I do agree that mentioning War Thunder wasn't great, but in fairness, I did say it was shown in the game like that, and then I said that I tried to look into it, but I couldn't confirm it. I thought for a second I just straight up was like, it's in the model. C tier? Alright, that's fair. That's fair, I think. Seems like most people are saying that. We'll put it like dead center in C tier. It seems like a pretty, maybe a little bit below average. Solid video though, I would say. Well, maybe not solid, but decent. Alright, now we remember to switch back over here. Oh, this is going to be an interesting one. I don't actually remember if this one's good or not. It makes you hungry. I'm getting hungry right now.
It's
I had like a quesadilla thing for lunch.
1945, and the Second World War is drawing to a close.
A while ago.
Despite this, the flow of American armor continues to stream into the European theater. Among these are a small number of the newest American weapons of war. These machines, known as the M26 Pershing, hoped to level the playing field by giving the US forces a tank equal to the Tigers and Panthers they faced. However, the emerging threat posed by the new Tiger II would bring a modification to these Pershings to match the firepower of the Long 88. This tank would become known as the T-26E4, or Super Pershing. Throughout history, there have been countless tanks, all designed to kill.
Did you translate this one to Spanish? Let's see. If it is, we can have the Spanish subtitles on for this. Oh no. Yes. Subtitles. Oh yeah, there is Spanish. We also have Brazilian Portuguese. These are done by my mods because YouTube no longer allows community ones. We'll turn on the Spanish ones, and if anybody speaks Spanish, they can call out Emmy for getting things wrong.
But not all have been a success. What happened to the ones that never made it? And why did they fail? My name is ConeOfArc. Join me as we journey through time, uncovering failed projects and forgotten creations in Cursed by Design. Before we get into the main topic, I want to give a special thanks to the sponsor of today's
coldest
video.
Water again. Yeah, so this was like one of the first sponsorships that I did, and it was more of like an affiliate sort of program, but they did pay me, I don't even remember how much. It was like for 10 videos, they paid me a certain amount. Not nearly as much as I would get from a sponsorship nowadays, but back in the day, I wasn't really getting a lot of sponsor offers, and this is a solid company. I still stand by their stuff today. I mean, I've been drinking out of one the whole stream, so definitely would recommend them.
And this series. Now, let's get into the video.
I think the code still works,
When
too,
someone mentions the Super Pershing, likely the first image that pops into your head is this tank. However, although this is a Super Pershing, the field modifications it received hide what the original tank beneath was. To fully understand the concept behind,
I don't recall if I mentioned it in this video, but I don't think the Super Pershing name was actually a real one given to the vehicle. I think it was like a post-war thing that was made up, sort of like Super Hellcat, but I could be wrong.
Behind this upgrade, we need to first look at the 90mm the original Pershing was armed with. The 90mm M3 was a gun capable of matching the 88 found on the first Tigers. The feared King Tiger, though, mounted a much stronger 88, which easily outmatched anything it could face. This made the need for a better cannon which could match the Long 88 paramount. This need for a gun eventually led to the 90mm T-15, or as the early production units were designated, the T-15E1. The gun proved capable against the German armor, being able to penetrate a Panther's upper plate at a range of 2,600 yards. Obviously, with this success came the idea to find some way to mount this gun into an armored vehicle. Eyes fell on the shiny new M26 being the most likely candidate, and so the testing began. Just days after the first Pershings were arriving in Europe, a T-15E1 cannon was mounted in the turret of the first T-26.
This is actually a good photo. I probably mentioned it later in the video, but this is a good photo showing what's actually inside of those cylinders on the top of the turret. They're just big springs to help keep the gun from sagging.
E1 prototype. Subsequent firing trials, however, revealed a problem. Due to the long 50-inch shells the cannon fired, reload.
I have not heard anything about an M6 ending up in combat. They used one for like testing and for some like they used them for propaganda, but I don't think any ended up in combat.
Loading was extremely tricky, and stowage of the ammo was problematic as well.
No,
to resolve
the
this,
add-on
the cannon
armor
was redesigned to use a two-piece style ammunition like that of the IS-2. With this change, the cannon was redesignated as T-15E2. Tests of this new cannon were conducted using a second prototype tank, this time a T-26E3. One of the easiest ways to spot one of these early Super Pershings are the large springs on the turret roof. Due to the increased length and weight of the gun barrel, these were necessary to allow the gun to elevate. In the early photos, you can clearly see the exposed springs before metal shielding was placed over them. Other modifications the tank received included upgrades to the elevating mechanism as well as the cradle lock for the gun. A large counterweight was also attached to the rear of the turret to account for the increased weight. With these upgrades completed, the first tank was shipped to Europe for field trials. The tank sent was the first prototype, meaning it still housed the T-15E1 with its one-piece ammunition. With its arrival in March of 1945, it received its official designation as T-26E4, as well as a production order of 1,000 vehicles. Before we talk about the limited production, however, we need to take a look at the sole example of the tank to be shipped overseas and see any combat. Upon arrival, the tank was given to the 3rd Armored Division. This being the only Super Pershing on the continent, Major Harrington, who was the chief of the tank repair service for the division, wanted to ensure that the tank was not lost in combat. To prevent this, he enlisted a lieutenant by the name of Belton Cooper, who would go on to write the famous book Death Traps after the war. To accomplish this, some extremely...
Yeah, Belton Cooper is responsible for part of for this, but he's also responsible for a lot of not great things, historically speaking.
wacky field
Not that he was a bad person, just that his Death Traps book is caused a lot of misconceptions.
modifications which wouldn't look out of place in a Mad Max movie were attached to the exterior. Using whatever he could find, his team set to work adding 2 layers of 38mm boilerplate to the hull front. Despite this steel not being as strong as true armor plating, the angling and effective thickness was good enough that they theorized it would cause ricochets. The turret front on the Pershing was weak enough to be outmatched by the Tiger.
The big difference with the steel that would have been used for that versus this is just the strength of the steel, or how hard it was, because that would be like more of a soft steel, so it's not going to be able to resist a shell as much. But it does still add protection.
And Panther, let alone the Tiger II, so the upgrades to the turret were much more significant. Cutting torches at the ready, they descended on a destroyed Panther, slicing a piece of its 80mm frontal plate off and creating holes for the Pershing's main gun, coaxial machine gun, and sight before attaching it to the turret face. However,
according to the story at least, this is taken from a Panther.
Increased armor obviously increased the weight as well. With all of this armor being placed on the front, which was already heavier due to the gun barrel, the suspension suffered severely. This caused the nose of the tank to dip downwards, meaning the elevation angles of the tank were completely thrown off. To counteract this tilt, more weight was added to the counterweight on the turret, eventually leveling off the tank to an acceptable degree. 2 more pieces of...
The T-2065, no, I don't think that ever saw combat. I believe that was... It may have been worked on during the war, but I don't believe it was, It definitely didn't see combat.
Steel were also welded off the sides of the stolen Panther armor to shield the turret cheeks and possibly to partially act as more weight to counter the gun. All told, these modifications increased the weight by upwards of 5 tons. All this work would come to be unnecessary, however, as the tank would only see combat on 2 occasions. This was partly due to logistical issues that plagued it upon arrival. By mistake, the ammunition for the 90mm gun was sent to the 635th Tank Destroyer Battalion. This mistake was later discovered when the 635th found the shells were 12.5 inches too long for their guns. Not only was the ammunition misplaced, but the
Yeah, so that is actually a good example of why the US was a bit hesitant to introduce like the 76mm Shermans around like Normandy, because you have to, when you add in a new gun like that, it also means adding in a new logistic stream for that gun's ammunition. And as you can see there, it's very easy to have things sent to the wrong place. Like, especially when it's like a 75 to 76 would be a bit easier, but when you're talking 90mm versus longer 90mm, it's very easy to go, oh, this is 90mm ammunition. It's going to go to the M36s with their 90mm. And then the guys go, this doesn't fit.
Specialized sight given to the Super Pershing, which was calibrated to the increased velocity of the cannon, had been removed prior to leaving the United States. To remedy this, the standard M71C sight from the 90mm M3 was put in its place, although this required working out a full range sheet for the gun. The first use of this tank in combat was reportedly between Weser and Neudheim, where it destroyed an unidentified armored target. The second use is also a very controversial one. On the 21st of April 1945, in the city of Dessau, the tank engaged in combat with what Gunner Corporal J. Irwin claimed to be a Tiger II. The enemy
This Tiger II is, if I remember correctly, my moderator Pedro.
enemy tank hit the Super Pershing but ricocheted off the armor. Upon returning fire, the Super Pershing punched through the lower plate of the tank, detonating its ammo rack and blowing the turret off. This supposed
Obviously, that was most likely a longer range engagement than shown there, but obviously for filming purposes, it had to be a closer range. It's controversial because it's not confirmed whether or not it was a Tiger II, but the 90mm gun in theory should have been able to do that, so it's entirely possible it was a Tiger II, but not confirmed.
Engagement has been scrutinized over the years, however, with quite a bit of evidence disproving the likelihood that it was a legendary King Tiger on the receiving end that day. Although it is entirely possible for the Super Pershing to destroy one had they encountered each other, the nearest German panzer battalion with Tiger IIs was reportedly 70 miles away from the duel. This leads most to believe it was more likely something like a Panther or even Panzer IV, which was either mistaken for the bigger cat or possibly even exaggerated after the fact. Regardless, this would be the last...
Yeah, cue the meme of every German tank being a Tiger, but it's entirely possible it was a Panther, because you gotta think, Panthers and Tiger IIs look very similar, and it'd be a heck of a lot easier to knock out a Panther for one thing, but entirely within the capabilities of this tank.
Time the tank saw combat, with it ending up in a...
For the most part, I try to avoid using sources that are in different languages, but if I can't find anything else, I will reach out to people to get them translated.
Tank dump after the war, where it was photographed before disappearing forever. This wasn't the end of the T-26E4 program, though. Even as the Frankenstein's monster of a Pershing was being created in Europe, work was still being done on a production version of the tank. In total, 25 of these would be built instead of the original 1,000 order. The only major difference between these and the second prototype vehicle would be an internal hydropneumatic equilibrator, which replaced the exterior springs. These tanks were further tested until 1947, but the issues caused by the two-part ammo eventually saw the program be shelved and most of the tanks used as range targets. The technology developed with the T-26E4 would be carried on by the later M26E1. This tank used a new variant of the 90mm known as the T-54. This tank was essentially the same as the T-26E4, with the only main changes to it being a new recoil system and a 50 cal in place of the original coaxial 30 cal.
Yeah, the trouble with such a small turret, like, well, I mean, the M26 is not small, but the turret is relatively small, and you're using a two-piece ammunition to load it, because there's no way you're going to be using a full-size one-piece ammunition. And it does reduce reload speed because you have to load in two things instead of one.
To solve the reloading problems, the new gun also used a shorter, fatter round, which permitted it to maintain the ballistic capabilities of the original T-15E2. Two prototypes were built and tested, and their performance was quite good, but due to budget restrictions in the years after the war, it never saw full-scale production. In the end, the T-26E4 Super Pershing could have been a very powerful weapon for the Allied forces. Like the standard Pershing, however, the war was nearly over.
Yeah, it is. That's a lot of why I haven't covered things in, like, a lot of other nations' vehicles. I've covered a lot of German stuff and a lot of US stuff because the sources are just easily available for them. But covering things from different nations is tricky.
And the much more plentiful tanks used by the Allies stole the day. The fact that even just one of these machines actually reached Europe is quite an achievement in itself, since the US had largely avoided allowing field testing of any new equipment. Although extremely promising, the American King Tiger killers would never truly be used for their intended role. One solitary Super Pershing remains today on display at the 1st Division Museum in Illinois. I want to take a second now to thank you all so much for voting on this topic. If you want to learn a little more...
I believe that one is still at that museum as well. I'm not entirely sure, but yeah, that would be a... I don't know, it did say E4 on it, didn't it? Yeah, T-26E4. So if you're ever in Illinois, you can check that one out. Definitely.
I want to take a second now to thank you all so much for voting on this topic. If you want to learn a little more about some of the nitty-gritty details regarding this tank, I encourage you to check out the video the Chieftain made about it. I'll include a link down below and at the end of the video. As always.
Oh yeah, I forgot that. Did I actually reference? I might have referenced Chieftain. Yeah, I did reference Chieftain's video in this one. Yeah, I guess my sources were... Oh, I referenced his video, and then I linked to Death Traps. And then those are the sources. I probably should have gotten a copy of Death Traps to reference for this video. If I remake this, which I very well... I'm likely to do in the future. Probably not soon, because rewatching this now, it's actually pretty decent, I think, in terms of accuracy. But... yeah, I would definitely reference that because I'm sure it has more information on the specifics of what they did, as well as maybe some quotes about it.
A special thanks to all my YouTube members for continuing to support the channel. If you want to continue voting in a monthly...
All right, yeah, we don't need the rest of this spiel at the end here. This shilling. So, time to vote. So did Emmy's translation make this S tier, or is it belongs in the trash tier? Pershing with the 105. Yeah, that's one that I'll definitely cover in the future. I have a bunch of videos that I'm planning to make. It's just like I have a whole list of basically every vehicle I want to cover, but I just have to get to it. It kind of comes down to what I feel like covering, what I feel like researching, what I have the sources for, because I have a lot of sources for German stuff, but a lot of the time I just don't feel like covering German stuff because I get kind of bored of doing it. I like to mix it up too, because if I just go German, it does drive people away eventually. I would say it was better than the IS-7 one. At least on the same level as the IS-7 one. Alright, we'll go maybe like... Yeah, we'll go A tier. That seems fair. I'm actually fairly surprised here. I was expecting a lot of these to be lower, but it seems like I actually did a reasonably good job. Obviously, as I said before, it's hard to like comment on the super historical accuracy of these because I'd have to fully research the videos again. But from just the initial like watching through and from the knowledge that I have, I'm not having anything that's like, whoa. The next video, however, this was one that I did a big oopsie on, but I did correct it for the most part.
Over the years, this tank has received many names. Originally known as the T-28 and T-95, in more modern times it has become known as the Doom Turtle or Zoom Turtle. In today's episode, we take a look at the development of America's only super heavy tank. Throughout history, there have been countless tanks.
I'm actually curious to see if I can even spot the
With the US
the part of
entering
the
the
video
Second
I'm
World
referring
War, it was only a matter of time until an invasion of mainland Europe would occur. Today we know this occurred in the form of the Italian and Normandy landings. However, in 1943, D-Day had not yet come to pass, and uncertainty about the German defenses would bring with it the creation of a slow-moving monster. The program began in September of 1943 with a concept to fit the 105mm T5E1 cannon to a tank with the equivalent of 8 inches of frontal armor. To move this machine, it was originally planned to use the electric drive system from the T1E1 heavy tank, which was part of the M6 Heavy's development. Due to the excellent performance of the 105mm gun, the Chief of Ordnance proposed that 25...
Bit of an understatement there, actually, although it's probably because I hadn't researched the M6 yet, but the T1E1 is part of the development for the M6, so I wasn't really wrong in saying that, but the T1E1 was also produced alongside the M6 as like some of the M6s that existed were T1E1s.
5 of these tanks could be completed in as little as 8 to 12
I'm
months.
going to leave them on
and would
because
be able to reduce any fortifications to rubble, clearing the way for Allied forces. This was met with skepticism from Army ground forces, who instead suggested making 3 pilot tanks with a mechanical transmission instead of the electric one. At the end of a conference between the two groups in March of 1944, a decision was reached to produce 5 vehicles, giving the tank its first official designation as Heavy Tank T-28. With this decision, the specifications of the tank were also increased, with the armor being increased to 12 inches. In total, it was estimated the tank would weigh in at a staggering 95 tons. Unlike the Super Heavies produced in Germany, this tank would be a low-profile, turretless machine.
If you're referring to the one at the very end, right, which one is it? Yep. I don't know if you're referring to... I had the KV-6 in the thing originally, but you might be referring to the FCMF
Before it was even given to a production facility, though, it would receive a new designation. On the 7th of February 1945, the tank was redesignated as 105mm gun motor carriage T-95. The reason for this change was the design of the vehicle. Unlike a typical heavy tank, it lacked a turret and had basically no secondary weapons aside from a roof-mounted 50 cal and the 4 crew members' personal weapons. This change was approved in March of the same year, and shortly after, in May, the project details were supplied to the Pacific Car and Foundry Company, who had agreed to produce the vehicles. Although I'll note here that in the book Can Openers, it states that the hull castings were manufactured by General Steel Castings Corporation. Unfortunately for the
yeah, it was the hull castings were done by General Steel Castings Corporation, and then the welding and like the assembly of the tank was done by the Pacific Car and Foundry, or whatever the name was.
Time quickly ran out.
I went into it more in the video that I did following up this. So if you've watched the latest video that I did on the T-28, you'll kind of see what I plan to do revisiting some of these old topics. It's a lot of like correcting small mistakes, although there was a big one that I cut out in this one, and just adding more information.
Time the first hull's welding was completed, the war in Europe was already basically over.
I think the trouble with the Panzer III was the size of the turret and its turret ring. The Panzer IV had a bigger turret, I believe, which let them fit bigger guns into it.
With the end of the war in the Pacific following shortly afterwards, the order was reduced to 2.
I already did a T-28 remastered
Following this,
video.
ballistic tests were performed late in 1945. These included 88mm, 90mm, and 105mm projectiles, as well as explosive charges of varying size. Aside from the driver's hood bulge,
I actually didn't realize I included that information
performed
in there.
well.
I didn't even rewatch this
increasingly
before
heavy
I did
machine, the designers used a very similar power pack as the one found on the M26 Pershing. Interestingly, this means that the super heavy...
I think it was actually the same power pack. Although, I guess I might have just been referencing the fact that it had some slight changes to it.
Heavy tank shared the same engine as the one used for the Super Pershing, which we talked about in a previous episode. Despite this immense power, the weight of the tank caused it to only be capable of a max speed of 8 miles per hour. Even that was not recommended for a sustained period, and in practice it would be used at an even slower 7 miles per hour for any extended travel. The top speed wasn't the only thing that was affected by the weight of the tank. In order to get the ground pressure down, a second set of removable tracks were designed. This would give the tank its iconic look with 4 tracks, also making it one of the few vehicles to use this style. Even with the tracks attached though, the load on each pair of wheels was a staggering 11,812 pounds, or nearly 6 tons, so this is one tank you definitely wouldn't want driving over your lawn. The removable nature of the outer tracks was a major benefit for the tank though. With them attached, the tank was nearly 15 feet wide, which would have made transporting it quite difficult. By removing them, it would cut the width down to a more manageable size of about 10 feet. In the event it would need to do this during combat missions, the outer tracks could be towed behind the vehicle as a sort of tracked trailer. This process took an inexperienced crew in field conditions around 4 hours, although this was later reduced to 2.5 hours to remove or replace the outer tracks. It was estimated this time could be reduced further if it was attached.
I think by that was kind of a bit of I should have specified a bit more. By inexperienced crew, I'm pretty sure that meant like literally guys that had never done it before.
Attached using self-aligning bolts instead of squared ones. This slow-moving heavy machine was far different than anything else in the arsenal of democracy, and didn't fit any of the existing categories. Due to that, it was eventually decided in June 1946 to once again change the name. This reverted the name back to T-28, however now it would be known as Super Heavy Tank T-28. Following this name change, testing at Aberdeen continued until 1947 without much issue. One of the only major failures came during a firing trial when an issue with the muzzle brake caused it to be blown off, landing about 500 feet downrange. Other than that hiccup,
it's actually something I didn't mention in the revisited version of this, but that is just because I couldn't find a spot to fit it in.
Smoothly, albeit slowly. After traveling a total of 541 miles for endurance tests, the end of the project came in October of 1947. Rather than be cancelled for budget reasons, the T-28 had become obsolete due to the successful mounting of its main armament into a fully traversable turret. Although, the story of that design is best saved for another day, as the life of the Super Heavy is not quite over yet. Following its cancellation, they still had a vehicle laying around that weighed more than anything else in the inventory, with the other being lost at some point from an engine fire. The remaining tank would go on to see extended use as a load test vehicle.
I didn't actually realize I mentioned the engine fire.
Most notably,
I almost missed that when I did the revisited. Old me was actually, or younger me actually did some better research.
Used in testing the ability of the U.S. Navy to land 100.
Oh, I know why younger me.
Ton vehicles onto a beach. This test was performed in Little Creek, Virginia in April of 1948. It would eventually return home, ending up in a
Yeah, so you see that there's kind of a bit of a cut there. That's because I had a bit of an oopsie when I did this I'm pretty sure I deleted it from this. Did I delete it from the sources? Yeah, I just have the 2 sources there. Oh, that's right. I unpinned the original comment. Where is my other comment here? I guess I can't. Top comments. Where are you? Well, the original comment that I unpinned because I wanted to direct people to the new video. Oh, is that it right there? Yeah, here it is. Yes. I included information about the T-28 going to Korea, but that was an April Fool's joke the Chieftain did, so I'll get him back for that one. But yeah, I misread the date because it was in the European format of dates, which I don't use because I'm not European. But yeah, big mistake there. But luckily, I was able to cut it out pretty quickly. It just took YouTube a little while to edit it. And of course, this was one of those videos that like absolutely blew up right when it launched. So I'm like, crap, cut it out before too many people see it.
Field and forgotten about in Fort Belvoir, Virginia,
I think it only took
being
like
written
a day
off
or
as
two to
destroyed.
get rid of it. I should have just
That
pulled the
is
video and
almost 3
re-uploaded
decades
it
later,
without the
when
stuff, but it was doing so well. It was like, do I pull the whole video when like all the other information in it was fine? It was just that one
Hunter
section.
discovered it, almost comically hiding in some
all
bushes.
the other information
I
was
guess you could
okay.
say this makes the T-28 a 27-year hide-and-seek champion.
Yeah, more proof that it's the name T-28. Although, I don't know why. It's weird, because sometimes the U.S. military will use the dash, but they usually don't. It's T-28 without the dash, but sometimes they'll use the dash. So
It's fitting and a
typical.
little ironic that one of the slowest tanks in history was
Can't make up
developed
their
too
minds.
slow to see combat. What began as a tank to break German defenses would end as a bush-covered lost treasure. Luckily, being forgotten would be what saved the remaining tank, allowing it to survive and be placed on display after being restored at the soon-to-be-opened U.S. Army Armor and Cavalry Collection in Fort Benning, Georgia. If you'd like to see some footage of the restored vehicle, I'll include a link to Sophie Line's video where she shows a full tour of the vehicle. As always, a massive thanks to my YouTube members who voted for the—
Yeah, I should have put a link to that in the description, in fairness, but people like
vehicle in the
complained that
monthly
I
poll.
didn't
If you
put
enjoyed
the
the
link to
video,
that. They're
be
like,
sure
where's
to
the
give it a
link?
like
Where's
and
the
thank
link?
them for
And then I think, where does it pop up? It's somewhere like in the end
Appearing now
here.
on your screen
It
is a
popped up in the
video on
corner, I
another
believe.
American heavy tank, the Super Pershing, as well as the full Cursed by Design playlist. See you there.
Oh, maybe that's why so many people complained about that. Maybe it broke the end cards when I did the editing to this thing. That's weird. Well, either way. That was actually better than I thought it would be. I definitely added a lot more information and went more into detail, but I guess I should have rewatched this before I did the T-28 Revisited, because it was not as bad as I remembered it being. I guess I've got so much embarrassment from including that stupid April Fool's joke with this. I think I'd actually put that at like a B tier. Like, there's a lot of stuff that I left out, and this video could have been longer, which is why I remade it. Plus, I got a lot of footage and pictures when I was down in Georgia, so it just was a good time to cover this vehicle again. Plus, I had the merch to announce for it. Definitely didn't play into it at all. But I'd say that was actually not that bad. I'm impressed with myself. I'm gonna go B tier on it. I wouldn't go S tier because I made that mistake. Original video. Because I would say that the one that I just made would be like A tier or maybe S tier. I don't know if I would consider S tier, but I'd definitely say B tier. B for the bush. So true. But yeah, I'm very surprised. Aside from that, although I'll have to fix the end screen for this. I gotta remind myself. Oh, I forgot that I premiered this. Yeah, so I premiered it with the information in that, so that was even more embarrassing.
As the Great War rages across the Atlantic, Mexico slowly begins to emerge from the ashes of a bloody civil war. Political instability.
This is one of 4 videos that I have translated into Spanish that I want to release on a Spanish channel, but I'm just not good enough. I'm not going to be fluent enough with Spanish to do the narration myself. So if you know anybody that does, that speaks Spanish and would be interested in doing narration work, let me know.
Ability and corruption has caused years of torment for the people of this developing nation. As the dust settles and the country begins to...
And just a reminder, don't forget that we are doing... This is a charity stream, so if you want to support the SS United States and hopefully help save her, link in the description or donate directly through YouTube.
Work its way towards industrialization. It would bring with it one of the most unlikely creations. This is the story of Mexico's first and only tank, the TNCA Salinas. Throughout history,
I believe they do technically have like they have like an IFV or something nowadays, which you could consider a tank, but it's not really a tank.
Now let's talk.
You know, another thing I will say, I don't want to keep harping on the coldest water thing. I'm not trying to shill them by any means, but these early sponsorships I think helped me a lot in developing to be able to do sponsor reads, because I do feel like there's a special charm to it if you can kind of try to find a way to incorporate it into the video. I don't always do it, but I just find a lot of YouTubers, it'll be like they're doing their video and then it's just like abrupt cut into ad read. But I like to kind of like slide it in almost, so to speak, like get it to flow in with the video. Like, yeah, obviously it's a section that most people are just going to skip anyways, but I like to have it be like not so abrupt.
Series. Now let's talk tanks. It's hard to believe that a country which had just emerged from sheer chaos would be capable of beating an industrial giant like the United States in a field like tank building.
They are seeking to raise 500,000, but they already have raised over 100,000. So they're doing pretty good so far. But the trouble is that the date is coming very quickly that they need to be out of their current location. So it is suboptimal.
But in 1917, that's exactly what they did.
Who does sponsors with roses or red openers? I don't think I've ever heard that. That sounds awful.
Information about this project is difficult to find and completely verify, but enough has survived to at least tell the story of this unique machine. Before we talk about the tank itself, though, we need a little bit of background to understand how they were even able to build what was basically cutting-edge military technology
that's
only
awful.
Produced by the world's biggest powers of that day.
Yeah, stuff like that I would not use in footage in videos anymore. It must have just been because that was the only footage I could find at the time.
Nearly constant revolutions occurring in the early 1900s.
Been going good so far. Not too crazy. But we've done pretty good. I think we've raised close to $500, which, you know, that's pretty good.
It's no surprise that weapons were in constant demand. This would eventually lead to a project led by General Venustiano.
If you want to learn about that, I recommend going back to the beginning of the stream, because I went through a brief thing. Yeah, no, that's film damage to it. But I went over a brief thing that I read, and there's also the interview at around the 1 hour mark. I'd recommend going and watching those either now or once the stream's over, because it'll go over why the ship is important.
To build armament factories for domestic production. One of these new facilities was the Talleres Nacionales de Construcción Aeronáutica, or National Aircraft Construction Factories. For the purposes of saving your ears, I'll just be referring to it as the TNCA. As the name would suggest, the main purpose of this company was to produce aircraft parts as well as early license-built aircraft. Sometime around 1916 to 1917, however, something entirely different would be turned off the production line. The man behind the project was an aviator by the name of Major...
Well, to do that, you'd basically just lengthen the Abrams, which would be questionable, because you start to have issues with turning when you lengthen a vehicle.
Alberto Salinas Carranza. He was also the nephew of the general in charge of the factory's construction. His name, as well as the factory it was built in, would be combined to form the name TNCA Salinas, although it was more commonly known as Tankas Salinas.
Look at that drip, bro. Bro is just dripping.
Salinas tank. Although we know some about the designer, the actual design itself is a bit of a mystery. From its exterior, the tank closely resembles the World War I British landships with the same rhomboid shape. The similarities continue on the sides with sponsons each containing a machine gun. The armor thickness would likely have been similar to that of the European tanks at the time based on its estimated 7-meter length and 20-ton weight. As you may have already noticed though, the front of this tank has something quite different from other machines. Mounted in a cutout was a 37mm Hotchkiss revolving cannon. Most likely it was installed with the original
Yeah,
gun.
this is probably like the coolest thing about this tank is the fact that it had this revolving cannon, which I think it's the only tank to have ever used a revolving cannon like this.
Shield still attached, which would have prevented a
Very
massive
unique.
hole in the frontal armor. Some sources say this is in fact a 47mm cannon, however, evidence points more towards it being the slightly smaller 37mm, since those are known to have been used in the Revolution. This fast-firing 5-barreled weapon may have come from the battleship Ignacio Zaragoza. The gun was capable of firing a solid AP round at around 455 meters per second, allowing it to punch through 45mm of steel at close range. It was also possible, according to some sources, that a 75mm cannon of some sort was tested, although the truth to that is unknown. Moving to what we know about the interior, it's presumed the crew would have been around 6 to 8, with a commander, a driver.
Yeah, I would assume so. The Abrams is pretty long. The main thing is a lot of those early tanks technically have a slightly, because of their shape, it made them a bit better at crossing trenches than a modern tank would be.
2 or 3 crew to man them.
Because because of the rhomboid shape, when you land, it's gonna have that extra, like, think of it like a, I don't know, I don't have enough angle here to do it, but when it lands in the trench, you still have, because of the wraparound tracks, it can still grip even if it's technically like fallen down into the trench.
The main gun and a man on either side.
But there were also the other variants that they were planning, which were basically much longer versions of the same tanks.
Crewing the machine guns. To power this beast, there are 2 likely candidates.
Yeah, like that.
The first was some sort of aircraft engine. This could have possibly been the indigenous Aztotl 80 horsepower engine, which was the first Mexican aircraft engine and was produced in 1917, although it may also have been another aircraft engine not domestically produced. The second possibility is that they utilized some sort of truck engine which could have been more accessible. Being an aircraft manufacturer themselves, though, it's not unreasonable to believe TNCA could have opted for either choice, and for all we know, it may have never actually had an engine installed at all. What we know about the usage of this tank is as limited as its design. Could there have been more built? Possibly, but unlikely. Was it used in combat? Again, it's possible, but we just don't know.
Yeah, those back wheels are for, like, once it was finished crossing the trench so that it could fall. It wouldn't just fall backwards into the trench, it would catch on those wheels and then be able to pull itself forward. The same with those, the little tails that you see on a lot of, like, interwar and World War I designs. That's what those are meant for.
Reports place it in combat twice. The first being around 1919 to 1921, and the second being in 1926 against Catholic rebels in the Cristera War. With no evidence to support this, however, there's no way to say at this point in time if this was the case. Regardless of its combat usage or lack thereof, the tank would end its days converted into a guardhouse or checkpoint outside the airbase at Balbuena sometime during the 1930s. After this, it's reasonable to assume it was scrapped, which is unfortunate since it leaves us with more questions than answers. The main question—
it is entirely possible that it's still down there somewhere, just waiting for someone to find it, but most likely scrapped, I would say.
It leaves us with is what purpose was it even designed for? In Europe, trench warfare had gripped the continent, causing a stalemate. Tanks were specifically designed to counter this by being capable of crossing trenches and moving through no man's land. In Mexico, however, the fighting couldn't have been more different. Almost all the engagements were guerrilla style with no set lines, and even that was mostly over by this point. In this sort of combat, what use was the tank? Had this tank seen combat, would it have been a match for other tanks, or even just the average foot soldier? It's likely we'll never get the answer to that, but we can still speculate based on what we know. With its main armament being capable of fast fire and a good amount of damage, it would have been able to at least match the other tanks of the day in firepower. If the armor was too thin or the gun shield—
you know, one thing I never considered with this, and I don't know, I would not say that it's the reason it was made at all, but it's entirely possible it could have been made in the, like, they heard about the tanks and they wanted to do it as, like, an export vehicle. That's entirely possible. Building this as, like, a prototype to try to get attention and set, but there's no evidence to support that I'm aware of, because you'd think they would be, like, trying to show it off. It's probably more of a case of they thought that the tank was cool and they wanted to build their own. Realistically, I mean, it would be better than nothing, I guess, because you have the armor, but like I said, in a guerrilla war, it's a tough thing to really to use because these vehicles are just so blind. Not properly fitted, the opening could have proved a grave mistake for those inside. Although this... yeah, there was the Zimmerman telegram for World War I, but, I don't know how much this would have played into it. That's possible, though. I never considered that. Although there's also the conspiracy that the Zimmerman note was never actually sent by the Germans. It was sent by the British. This tank is mostly lost to time. It still shows that despite everything Mexico or other countries like it may suffer from, they can still produce something that makes us rethink what we know about history. A special thanks to the wonderful people over at Tank Encyclopedia for piecing together an article on this mostly forgotten tank. If you're interested in learning more about... Yeah, I can't thank the guys at Tanks Encyclopedia enough. I kind of have them to thank for a lot of my early videos. I try to use their stuff less now if I can, not because I don't think it's good information. A lot of their articles are awesome, aside from some of the older ones that are a bit outdated. But hey, as we've seen, so are some of my videos. But yeah, without them, I would not have gotten a lot of these early videos to be as good as they are. Like, the fact that these still hold up pretty well today. Oh, I forgot my source list on this one. Naughty, naughty. I guess because I pretty much only use the Tanks Encyclopedia article. But, yeah. Without their articles, I would not have gotten most of these topics. I still use them very heavily to this day. But I try to use other sources and mix in things because obviously they get things wrong too. So it's not good just to rely on a single source. About this tank, although I'll admit there isn't much more to learn, I'll leave a link below to the article I used primarily for this video. If you enjoy... Yeah. I would say go and support those guys over there because they do good work and they've helped me out a lot, the like writers, even outside of their articles. Alright, so where would I put the TNCA Salinas tank video? I'd say, okay, fact that I forgot the sources, although I will say it was probably just the one source and that's why I didn't bother. That knocks it down a little bit. I'd say maybe C tier. Because I feel like there's a lot more information to be added to that, but at the same time, only so much you can do with what you can find online. Was what the FT-17? Well, I mean, it's a way to showcase the vehicle. It makes sense. I'll put it like alongside the Chile Sahariano. I feel like they're pretty equivalent in terms of the information in them. Like, good for like a general overview, which is what I aim for with most of my videos, but you're not really getting much benefit in terms of like extra information, and some of the stuff might be wrong. I'll say that feels like a pretty good spot for it. That's kind of like we got S tier, which is like, I would say really good in terms of quality or just like significant for the channel. The Tonk video has to be S tier. And then like A tier is things where like I'd still stand by the video as being pretty decent today. Might be some flaws here and there, but not too bad. B tier is like definitely could have been written better, or like I plan to remake, although a lot of these ones I also want to remake. But like information still pretty good, maybe a few more flaws or major errors that I may have included, like one or two. C tier is like, again, decent, but probably has some more flaws. Sourcing isn't the greatest. D tier is like definitely needs to be remade. D for definitely. And is a bit questionable in quality. And then belongs in the trash are videos that I've either deleted or are just definitely after rewatching I need to remake. I think I'll also, or I don't think we're going to watch it today, but I'm also going to put my original Abrams video down here because that one was not very good, and it's why it is no longer available. I don't know if it's unlisted, it might be privated. The trouble is, there are a lot of videos that I'd want to go back and unlist, but I don't want to unlist something and have my channel drop by like a couple million views for a video that's still reasonably good, and then have it impact like my appearance in the algorithm. YouTube can be a little fickle about that. Cone Felton. Oh, please, no.
China is probably
I
not
like to think that I'm better than Mark Felton.
the first nation
At
you
least a
think
little
of when
bit.
thinking about tanks. Contrary to
Hey, this
popular
might be my first properly sponsored video. Oh, never mind. It's just,
belief,
it's just
though,
another
China
coldest
has a
water one.
complex history with armored vehicles. In the modern
I mean, I gotta give it to Coldest Water Bottle. They were part of what got my
era, they now
Cursed by
boast the
Design
second
series off
largest
the
tank
ground,
arsenal
so
in the world, with an excess of 9,000 vehicles.
hats off to them.
The tank we're going to talk about today, though, is one failed project that nearly saw the creation of the first and only domestic Chinese heavy tank.
Throughout history, there have been countless tanks, all designed to kill. But not all
Mark
have been
Felton
a success.
Gaming.
What
I didn't even
happened
realize he
to
had
the
a
ones
gaming
that
channel.
never made it? And why did they fail? My name is ConeOfArc. Join me as we
Well,
journey
see, the nice thing about these is I haven't found any reports about them having lead in them.
through time, uncovering failed projects and
Mark Felton just has had a tendency to not have the greatest sourcing for his videos and kind of spread some misconceptions. He made an entire video about black Lancasters that would drop the nuke that is based on pretty much it's just basically schizo ramblings. I don't even know where he got that stuff information
forgotten
from.
creations in Cursed by Design.
Once again, a huge thanks to the Coldest Water for sponsoring this video. If you are looking for a high-quality
Making a meme out of what? All right, let's see what's this that you're talking about here. I ain't see no memes. Bro lied to me. That's it.
water bottle, then check out the link down below. Now, before we talk about the tank, I need to give a disclaimer. Finding information about tanks from Asian countries is tricky, and China is probably
I actually
the most
did
difficult
look
of
after when the whole thing with the Stanley Cups was coming up, and I was like, I'm gonna look into that because I don't want to keep using this if it's got like that same problem with the lead in it. So I looked through, and to the best that I could find, I couldn't find anything.
them all. Due to this, finding sources that are factually
Cape Cod
accurate and
Hitler's
detailed
canoe.
has been extremely tricky. Not to mention what little information I could find needed to be translated from Chinese, so there's a
Yeah, the trouble with these Chinese tank videos that I did is that I don't think it's going to come down so much to my research capabilities as much as the sourcing is very iffy.
chance of things being lost in translation.
Hello, Fireway.
I have to give a
Welcome the
huge
stream.
shout out to Cobra and Wilkers for their help with finding and translating enough material to allow us to discuss this interesting machine.
I didn't
That
even know
being
there
said,
were teams.
let's talk about
Stanley
today's
Cups.
tank.
That would make sense.
The Second World War saw many new types
From
of
what I
tanks.
heard, it was because of the way that they it was like the way that they soldered or whatever the bottles that they had like lead in that, which I guess is normal, but I don't know.
Enter service.
I just like to meme
One of
on
these
it.
types that became extremely
Plus, the
prevalent
Stanley
was the
Cups are
heavy
kind
tank.
of overpriced. I'm pretty sure the
Development of these
coldest
tanks
water ones
continued
are
into the
cheaper,
post-war
or the same
years with
price.
tanks like the M103, Conqueror, and numerous Soviet tanks. Even a nation like
I don't know why I
China, who
keep
had been
shilling
brutally
that. It's
suppressed
just-
by the Japanese through much of the war, would receive a number of IS-2 heavy tanks from the Soviets.
It's brought
By
up in the
late
video.
50s,
It's
though,
relevant.
These
I'm
tanks
not
were
just shilling,
extremely
okay?
outdated compared to the increasingly sophisticated designs being produced elsewhere. Despite China having begun production of the Type 59 by this point, which was essentially just a license-built version of the Soviet T-54, the Liberation
Oh,
Army
fun
headquarters
fact. Did you know that Bovington, when they got, I believe it was a Type 59, they actually ran over some people's cars in the parking lot with it? I think it got stuck in drive or in reverse, and they backed over some people's cars. I have the footage of it somewhere.
believed that
I don't think they like to share about that too much, because it's very hard to find the footage of it.
it was crucial to also have heavy tanks for any coming battles. This is clearly shown by a quote that says, "Other than equipping our army
You know
with a
what?
large
It's
number
relevant.
of
I got to pull it up. I got to pull it up because I want more people to know about that, because it's very funny. Oh, and of course it's gonna switch me onto my other account. Stop that. Yeah, it's gonna be hard to find, I bet. Where is it? Let's see. Type 59 tank crash. It's Jover. Ah, yes, the glorious of that. Alright, hang on. I've got the footage saved. I'll pull it up. That's what I mean by it being very hard to find. This would be a good test to see if they're the ones pulling down the videos on it. Where is it? In here. We're derailing the whole stream for this because it's important. Yes, I did. Somebody was mentioning it earlier. I don't know what you expect from me. I'm just a YouTuber. YouTuber that tries to be apolitical. Because there's no benefits to being political. Where is it? I know it's in here somewhere. I know it's hiding in here. This is my folders are so unorganized. It's important, okay? This is very important. It's critical to the rest of this video that I show you this. Ah, here it is. I found it. It's literally like a 24-second. This is like the worst quality ever, too. Adventure and found footage, yes. Exactly. Okay, let me see if I can... Alright. Properties. There we go. You can tell it must have been from some comedy show. Yeah, that's whoops.
I'll tell you what, I'm sending this in, I'm telling you.
Just does show you, though, what a tank is capable of. Especially around British cars. I'm pretty sure I found that on YouTube, so I don't know where the video went to. We'll see. Maybe this stream will get taken down. They really don't want people to know about that. They don't want you to know. The Type 59s are driving over cars in the UK. How do I explain this to my insurance agent?
Light and medium tanks.
But yeah, I mean, things like that happen, though. The Chieftain managed to almost run over an 88 flat gun when he was driving, I think it was a T-72.
A certain number of heavy tanks is also necessary to defeat enemy tank battalions and carry out ambush missions.
I wonder what that would fall under. Would it be like vehicular collision, or would it be act of God?
Development for this new tank kicked off on the 19th of October 1960 when the National Defense Committee released the first design manual for the tank, with the Armor Technology Department releasing some guidelines in December of the same year. The codename for this project would be WZ-111. One source claims the first prototype was assembled in 1960, but I tend to believe the more realistic 1965 date given by most other sources. This is supported by the fact that most other documents also show its final design being completed in 1964. Likely the first source just confused the dates. Regardless of this, let's discuss what this tank was to be equipped with. The designers intended the tank to be superior to the Soviet T-10 as well as the new American M60 tanks. Just by its shape, they clearly drew considerable inspiration from Soviet designs, which is typical of Chinese tank development even to this day. Like the Soviet heavies of the late 40s and 50s, the WZ-111 would have featured pike nose style armor and a rounded turret. The upper plate armor was around 130mm, making it slightly thicker than that of the T-10, with similar side and rear armor. At first glance, you might easily mistake the two tanks, but you can easily tell them apart by the shape of the lower front plate on the WZ. Rather than the more triangular shape, it has a rectangular plate spaced awkwardly off the pike nose. To me, this almost makes it look like they welded the lower plate from an M60 right to a T-10 hull, but obviously that's not the case. As for the turret, it would have had around 200mm of frontal armor, most likely becoming weaker as you move to the sides and rear like the Soviet counterparts. To arm this tank, a Chinese cannon called the Y-174 122mm cannon, which was an improved version of the D-25T, was installed. To complement this gun, it would be equipped with a single plane stabilizer, night vision systems, and a chain-style autoloader. This would
So aside from the autoloader, it actually would be very similar to the first T-10.
have made the tank's firepower like that of the early T-10s, possibly even superior firepower given the autoloader. Reportedly, there was also some talk of mounting a 130mm gun, but this could be tied to the tank's presence in World of Tanks and not to any real-life plans. To power this heavy beast, it was a
That was another thing that I really struggled with this and some of the other Chinese stuff. There's so little out there about them that the World of Tanks things just absolutely bury them. Like any real, semi-real sources are just buried underneath World of Tanks
equipped
stuff.
with the most powerful engine ever fitted
Nothing
to a
against
domestic
World of
Chinese
Tanks
tank at that
necessarily,
point.
it just
The
makes it hard.
551 MW diesel engine produced 750 horsepower, allowing the tank to supposedly reach a top speed of 50 kilometers per hour, giving it fairly good mobility. This power would be sent into its running gear, which would be controlled with a hydraulic system, making the driver's job relatively easy. To protect the crew of 4, the tank was to be fitted with not only an automatic fire extinguisher, but would also have NBC alert systems installed, with the tank being sealed enough to allow it to operate in a nuclear environment. Unlike any Chinese design before it, this tank was also apparently fitted with a mine detector. Testing of the prototype was performed following its completion, first with a dummy turret, and later in 1965 it supposedly received a complete turret and gun. No results of these tests are available as far as I can tell, so the performance of this machine is largely up for debate. Nonetheless, numerous issues plague the tank's design and potential production. Most of these are due to issues with supply of components and quality of the tank's construction. Pike Nose armor had already proven problematic
Yeah, I'm
on
not really
tanks
sure
like
what
the
they
IS
meant by the mine detector, but I do recall it being mentioned in one of the sources.
3 due to steel quality, and the WZ-111 seems to have shared
It might
this
have been a
fate.
mistranslation.
Issues with the
It might have
armament
had
may
some sort of like anti-mine equipment or something.
Also prevented this tank from moving further, with other tanks like the Type 85 using copies of the 105mm L7 rather than any other Chinese-built gun. All that remains today of this tank is the hull with a mock-up turret mounted on it. This fact leads many to believe that the turret was never fully completed, although there is a possibility the turret was destroyed during nuclear testing like many Chinese prototypes supposedly were. Unfortunately, due to the
Oh yeah, I thought you were referring to somebody making a new Family Guy meme. I had seen that
difficulty
one
of getting materials on tanks like this, we may never know the full story of this interesting machine. Still, it's interesting to see how nations most wouldn't consider as tank producers worked to keep up in the worldwide arms race. If you come across any information on this tank that's credible, I encourage you to leave it below, as it could help us all learn more about this mysterious heavy tank. I hope you all enjoyed this video. If you did,
this is
please
one
remember
that this is like one of the big reasons why I'd like to someday visit China, just to get more like footage and everything of this vehicle, because there's a lot that is not known about this thing. Granted, it's going to be really difficult to actually get information about it from China, but it's a very, very cool vehicle. Probably one of my favorites, just because it's very interesting, and it's one of the only potentially Chinese-produced heavy tanks ever. What did I put for sources on this one? Oh yeah, we had a couple. Yeah, a couple documents. I did not really have very much, unfortunately.
to leave a like and subscribe for more videos like this. I'm aiming to produce at least one of these videos per week.
Yep, this is into the whole thing of I was trying to do one video per week. I really shouldn't have, but
Currently. Appearing
hey,
on your
it got
screen
out a
now
lot
will
of
be
content, and it's what helped grow my channel. So at the end of the day, it worked out. But my videos, I think, definitely would have been better if I had taken more time with them. I think I'd put this one down in here. WZ111. Oh, that's not entirely true. China did use tanks during World War II, and they also used tanks during their Civil War, I believe. All right. I think do you guys have any specific videos that you want to rank in this stream? Because I think I'm going to have to call it pretty soon. It's getting fairly late, and I do want to have some food. We're already pushing 4.5 hours. I guess I'll push to like 5 hours. Yeah, I wouldn't say it's necessarily like quality-wise equal to the other ones in C tier. It's more of just like from an informational aspect. Like, I don't think I feel like I still would make a video on this tank today, but I think I would have been a lot more hesitant to rely on a lot of the information, and there would have been a lot more of like, I don't know if this is true or not. FV 4005. I think we're actually coming up on that one pretty soon. We could skip to that one. We'll save Panzer Panzer of the Lake for next stream, I think. Ooh, 4005 is actually pretty far down there. I have not done one on the kill. There's so many videos out there on the Killdozer that I kind of I've put off covering that one. There just doesn't seem to be much reason to me to cover it because everybody else has covered it in so much detail. I'll definitely do it eventually, but like I covered this one, the Italian Killdozer, but that's because I hadn't seen anybody else cover it, and it was a pretty interesting story. Yeah. See, what's the next one down after this? So we've got the concrete armor. This one I have to remake. I know that much. You know, we'll do the Osorio. Osorio. This is one
If I told you that a Brazilian
this one I think will rank pretty low.
tank outperformed the world-famous Abrams, you'd probably write a long-winded post calling me insane in the comments.
I was
Contrary
a little
to
bit
what
too
you may
biased
think,
on
though,
this one, I
in
think.
1987, this is exactly what occurred in Saudi Arabia. This is the story of the Osorio, Brazil's only domestic main battle tank.
Throughout history, there have been countless tanks, all designed to kill. But not all have been.
That is true, but the story of the Killdozer, there's enough information to do a whole video on. Usually when I do one where it's like a compilation of things, it's because there's not a lot of information on one specific topic.
A success. What happened to the
There's
ones
just so
that never
many
made it?
people that have
And
already
why did
covered
it feel so
the
special?
Killdozer. Like, I know the Lore Lodge just did a video not that long ago on it, and there's a whole documentary on the thing. It's just like, there's nothing that I could really add to it. It's the same with a lot of tanks, where it's like, sure, I could cover, like, the Sherman, and I plan to eventually, the T-34, things like that, and I definitely want to. It's just like, there's so many videos out there. The Tiger's a really good one, that it's just like, what benefit is there to me? Like, I'm not adding anything. If I'm teaching people about, like, a tank like the Osorio, at least I'm teaching you about a new vehicle. That's kind of what I aim for.
Back in the 1980s, Brazil was the world's
actually
fifth
really
largest
surprised at how
military
well this,
exporter after the United
this video
States,
did.
the Soviet Union, France, and Britain. Unlike the other major exporters, though, Brazil didn't start with a massive domestic military or try to use the exports for political gains. Rather, it was purely business and was mainly due to privately owned manufacturers. One of these
that's one that I
private
might cover
businesses
eventually,
was
the
Ingesa.
tank
Founded in
rampage.
1958 by a group of engineers, they originally produced equipment for the petroleum industry, but helped propel Brazil to worldwide acclaim a little over 2 decades later with their wheeled military vehicles. Seemingly unsatisfied with this, they next set their sights on designing a main battle tank. Unlike other designs this series has discussed, the primary motivation for this was not to equip the Brazilian military, rather it was to export the tank. In the end, this resulted in 2 separate designs, one for domestic and one for foreign markets. Having very little experience with this type of vehicle, Ingesa began by trying to partner with German tank designers like Porsche and Tyson Henschel. Like most attempts at joint programs, this proved to be a dead end, and they would end up building the vehicle from scratch themselves. This is not to say they would only use domestically produced parts, however. Right from the start, it was clear relying on the national technology industry would not be sufficient to produce an MBT capable of competing on the world stage. This resulted in the company producing
Yeah, I'd definitely be interested in covering the Starship. It's mainly just a matter of finding the information on it.
their own armored hulls, which
That's
they would
what holds
then
me back from
integrate
covering
imported
a lot of
components
different
into.
vehicles.
To move the tank, it was fitted with a V12 diesel engine from MWM International, which produced 1,014 horsepower. This power was handled by a German 6-speed transmission from ZF Friedrichshafen AG, which gave it 4 forward gears and 2 reverse gears. For the suspension, the tank was equipped with the Dunlop hydropneumatic system, the same company behind the Challenger's suspension. This would drive the tracks supplied by Diehl of Germany. The vehicle also made use of the British Marconi Centaur fire control system. The first prototype was finished in 1984 and was equipped with a 105mm L7 cannon. As it was planned as an export tank, and with the turret able to accept multiple sizes for its armament, 2 options were planned. This first option, with the 105, contained Belgian optics, with the commander having access to night vision. The gunner would also have night vision, but with the addition of a laser rangefinder as well as the ballistics computer. This allowed the tank to accurately hit moving targets. However, due to the periscopes being mechanically connected to the cannon, accuracy while the tank was in motion suffered. This first prototype would eventually be sent to Saudi Arabia
Not sure what caused
in
that.
1985
I'm assuming it probably just too much force on the stabilizer.
For a pre-selection process in an attempt to win a contract to supply them with the Osorio. The hodgepodge of technology succeeded in this process, placing it alongside the French AMX-40, British Challenger 1, and of course the M1A1 Abrams for the final selection. The only issues noted were the armament, which was only a placeholder, and some minor issues with the drivetrain. Back on Brazilian soil, it would
Apparently, part of the reason why it performed, I don't know in this test specifically, but in the later mobility trials, it performed a lot better, I guess because it didn't have, I don't know if it didn't have the full armor package or something like that, which made it a lot lighter.
Then be subjected to another round of testing,
which I wasn't
would
aware of
further
at the time
improve
when
the
I made
final
this.
design. All the improvements would be incorporated into the second prototype, which also would be equipped with the second armament option. This new system would consist of the 120mm GIAT cannon, the same as the one on the French AMX-40 it would be up against.
I'm really glad that I just spelled that out instead of pronouncing it a different way.
In 1986, this upgunned version of the Osorio also was given some
Because there's a way you could
optics.
pronounce that.
The commander
that is,
and gunner were each supplied with the French SFIM V6-580 Vicus periscopes, with the gunner also receiving a laser rangefinder and thermal imaging. The commander would also get a laser rangefinder and digital ballistic
thermal imaging
computer.
that will give you
Last but not least, the tank was
seizures.
given a Dutch Philips UA9090 night vision system. Unlike in the previous version, the ability to fire on the move was greatly improved, with the new optics eliminating the issues from the previous model. This setup would be extremely similar to what was eventually installed on Challenger 2. In 1987, this definitive version of the Osorio was shipped to the Middle East for the selection process. Renamed to the Al-Fahd.
Yeah, the Soviets captured a lot of quite a few Tiger 2s as well, or Tiger 1s and Tiger 2s. And they used a couple in combat, I think.
In honor of the Saudi monarch, it arrived for trials held in the Rub al-Khali, also known as the Empty Quarter.
Oh, I know. I'm just saying I could have
These tests were carried out over
like
2 months by Saudi crews and consisted of long-range off-road and on-road driving, mobility tests, fuel consumption, driving the tank in reverse for 6 kilometers, parking the tank for 6 hours with the engine running, towing a 35-ton tank for 10 kilometers, removal and installation of the tracks, trench crossing, tests of the performance on slopes, and finally firing trials. Remarking on the results of the tests in an interview years after, the then technical director of Engesa explained, "In the shooting and autonomy tests, Osorio..."
Yeah, this is part of the trouble here. I relied a bit too much on the guy at Engesa, who's very likely just kind of giving himself a little, making himself seem a little bit better.
Far surpassed the North American rival. In the shooting tests carried out, Osorio was the only one to hit a target parked at 4th.
I also didn't mention the advantages that the Abrams had over it, if I remember
1,000
correctly.
meters. A test was also carried out with a moving
ones that I'd
target
like
at
to
distances of
correct in a
1,500,
future video.
2,000, and 2,500 meters, with a total of 12 shots, 6 of which were carried out by the crew of the country of origin, and 6 by the crew of the Saudi army. Of the 12 proposed targets, Osorio hit 8, M1 Abrams hit 5, and AMX-40 and Challenger only 1. In the autonomy tests, Osorio covered a straight line of 400 kilometers, leaving its competitors behind. This result was clearly shown when the announcement came in February of 1988, when the Saudis placed the Abrams and Osorio on their list, eliminating the AMX and Challenger. Not only had Engesa proved their design was sound, even though no official winner was crowned, their tank had proven to be capable of outperforming every vehicle it was tested against. Following this successful test, the United
Again,
Arab
that might have been partially because I don't think it had all the armor package installed, so it might have been lighter
invited
than
Engesa
it
to show
would
their
have been
machine in Abu
when
Dhabi
finished.
against the Italian Ariete and AMX-40. Reportedly, the Osorio once again performed well, even towing the Ariete
Yeah,
to
I think
the
it was
finish
this
after it
test
became
when
disabled from an engine fire. By now you
Definitely
must be
didn't have the
wondering
armor
why I'm
package.
even talking about this tank. It performed
From what I've
well
heard,
and
at least.
clearly was a good machine. Unfortunately, it would seem the Osodio's rise was only destined for a swift crash. Following the excellent results from the competitions, Engesa had high hopes for future contracts. In fact, it was expected that a $1 billion contract from the Saudis for about 315 tanks was highly likely. Unfortunately, despite the best efforts of Brazilian officials to convince them to order the
It's also entirely possible that the Saudis never really were considering buying the Osorio. I believe I remember. I don't remember if I heard this or not. I feel like I did, but either way, it's possible that they were doing that as a way, like a bargaining chip to kind of try to get Abrams for cheaper.
Osorio. The announcement in 1990 was
Wouldn't
instead
be
in
outside
favor
the
of
realm
the
of
Abrams.
possibility.
This, combined with disinterest from their own military, caused overseas attention to shift from the design. In the end, only 5 prototypes were completed, with one of those not even
when
being
you have a
finished.
combination of the military themselves in Brazil didn't accept them because Brazil was stupid at the time, and they were like, they wanted a tank, but then they were like, no, we don't really want tanks, we want other vehicles. And then like a couple years after, they ended up buying Leopards. But that, and the Abrams has a lot of benefits over the Osorio, which I really should have mentioned more in this, but unfortunately I did not.
Engesa had bet everything
I
on
do
the
own a tank
Osorio,
shell.
and that had turned out
I
to
have
be their
a-
biggest mistake.
I have an inert training shell for a 125 millimeter.
As debt piled up, the company
It's in a
was forced to
crate
file
back
for
there.
bankruptcy, which was eventually done in 1993. The pre-series tanks were scrapped and had components returned to alleviate some of the debts. With the Brazilian government being one of the main creditors for their debt, they decided to incorporate the remaining Osorio assets into their own military, which included the original 2 completed vehicles. So for years, the vehicles sat in storage with the 13th Mechanized Cavalry Regiment until they were to be auctioned off in 2002. Thanks to the public prosecutor in Sao Paulo, however, this was cancelled and the 2 tanks were finally added to the regiment in March of 2003. A decade later,
The one that I got through an auction of different like military things. So just like look on auctions, and sometimes you can find stuff like that on eBay.
tanks were taken out of active service, with one being displayed at the Military Museum of Conde de Lejanes and the other at the Armored Instruction Center in Rio de Janeiro. The downfall of the Osorio had many factors. Despite it proving itself capable against most of the modern tanks at the time, Engesa was an unproven company and the machine itself was relatively untested. This likely played a large role in it losing to the Abrams, which had already been in service for nearly a decade. Politics may have also influenced the deal, with some sources saying the entire test may have been a clever trick to
I
drive the
did actually
price
mention
down on
that.
the American tanks. Regardless, the Osorio succeeded in proving that even the most advanced military machines could still be bested by anyone with enough ingenuity.
Yeah, I mean,
If you
realistically,
enjoyed this video,
the Abrams was a better choice over this because, like I mentioned, it was an unproven design, and the Abrams had already been in service for like 10 years. So this, although promising, and I think the Osorio was actually a very solid vehicle, even if Brazil were to produce them today, it would probably be a pretty decent vehicle, like obviously with some upgrades. But yeah, it didn't have the backing of the Brazilian military like it needed, and it probably was not quite as good as Engesa would lead you to believe. But yeah, once again, a decent number of sources. Yeah, this was an interesting one. Although the one that's actually more interesting than this, and unfortunately the video didn't do quite as well as the Osorio one, was the one on the Tamoyos. Those are very interesting vehicles because they're much more realistic to what Brazil could have had for tanks, because they were kind of like the initial ones were kind of built on like Bulldog components, and then they kind of made it into their own thing. Those are some very interesting vehicles. I'd highly recommend checking out that video if you haven't already. Alright, so for this one, I don't know, actually, I was thinking that I was a bit more
be
biased
sure to
in this
hit
one than
like
I
and
was.
subscribe to the channel so you don't miss my new series, Forged for Battle. The first episode will be premiering in March with a focus on the world-famous Abrams we mentioned in this video. I'll
That's
leave
the
you now
one
with a
that we
brief
don't
preview
talk
of the
about.
series to whet your palate, and I hope to see you
I
there.
should probably unlink that from this. Oh yeah, that's right, and I teased the Forge for Battle series in this. Forgot about that. Alright, so for this tier list, this is actually a tough one. Because I definitely feel like I was overly biased in that. I should have been a bit more even-handed. But it wasn't as bad as I was remembering, so I feel like maybe C tier? A tier, really? I wouldn't say A tier. I left out a lot of stuff because I didn't have information on like the armor and things like that. There's definitely information that it should have had. B for bias. You know what? How about we put it on? We'll put it on the line here. We'll put it right between B and C tier. Right on the line. That seems like a fair spot to put it. Alright, well. I don't think we'll do... I guess we have just enough time. We'll squeeze in we'll do the KV2 variants thing since we already did the KV2. And then I think we'll call it there. And then I'll be back probably weekend after next and we'll do a follow-up and we'll keep going through these. As long as you guys enjoy this. I don't even know how many of you are watching right now because I don't have the thing pulled up.
In a previous video, we talked about the legendary KV2 and its development. In today's video, we'll be taking a deeper dive into some of the lesser-known details regarding this tank.
Throughout history,
Audio did
there
not
have
sound that good for that
been
intro.
cursed by design.
Hang on.
A quick thanks to the Coldest Water for sponsoring this video.
Once again, that must have
Let's
been
get
the
back
last
to
one.
Stalin's fridge. If you haven't watched my video detailing the history behind the KV2, I highly recommend checking it out now or after you finish watching this one, as it will help you understand the development of this tank. Our focus today will be primarily on the variations on this design. The first of these rare variants is also the one you will most likely already have heard of, the KV2 ZIS-6. Details surrounding this machine are shaky at best, but according to the sources I can find, a single KV2 was produced with the 107mm ZIS-6 in May of 1941. Testing then began on the tank until mid-June. The gun proved to be both powerful and reliable, being capable of knocking out almost any tank on the battlefield at up to a kilometer. Due to it using single-piece ammunition, it also had a higher rate of fire than the 152mm the KV2 was previously equipped with. These tests showed that the 107mm gun was ready for battle, but it was not intended to be used on the KV2. Rather, this was just a test bed for future designs like the KV3, 4, and 5. Although production would begin on the guns, the planned tanks would never be completed. This would eventually lead to a halt on the gun manufacturing. Reportedly, only 5 ZIS-6 guns were completed by the end of their run, although Vasily Grabin gives a different story in his memoirs. According to him, as many as 800 were completed, but due to the lack of tanks to use them on, they ended up being melted down. Whether there's any truth to that is unclear. As for the KV2 equipped with the improved cannon, no details exist of it after the tests. Given the
Might make more sense if he was referring to maybe just the barrels being produced and they didn't have any breaches for them.
rapid advance of the Germans at the time, we can likely
Would be
assume
weird to
it would have
scrap
been utilized in combat,
completed
but without
guns.
any documentation about this, it's impossible to say. In the end, the 122mm cannon would be the one eventually adopted by the Soviets for their later heavy tanks, not the 107mm. This situation shows yet another case of the issues plaguing Soviet tank development during this time period. Had the ZIS-6 been adapted to other tanks that could have mounted it, such as the KV-2s already in service, or even the IS-1, it would have potentially given the Red Army a leg up against the German armor. Obviously, this is mostly speculation using hindsight on my part, and I'm sure numerous factors played into its cancellation, but it's interesting.
Probably a big one is the 122 had a bigger HE load, I would assume. And the fact that, as I was mentioning earlier, the production issues.
To think
for it.
about nonetheless.
Doesn't make much
This
sense to
situation
use that
reminds
when
me
you
a
have
bit
the
of
other
a similar
guns.
scenario regarding the 57mm gun used on the T-34 around this same time. I'm currently helping Palm with a video on that topic for her channel Tank Party, so if that sounds interesting to you, I'll include a link to her channel below and add a card here once it's posted. The KV-2 discussion isn't over yet though, so let's get on to the next
she
weird
ever
use
actually
of
posted
this
that
tank.
video,
The last
unfortunately.
use of the KV-2 I could find is also one of the strangest, as it isn't a tank. According to the Tankograd book on the KV-2, on July 19, 1942, a Russian armored train was captured near Shakhty. This train,
I think
called
this was actually why this train was actually why I made this video.
Or for the motherland, like other Soviet trains at the time, used tank turrets to increase its firepower. However, mounted on top alongside an early A-20 turret armed with a 45mm gun, was an MT-2 model of the KV-2 turret. From what I could find, construction began on this train in Bryansk before it was moved to Krasny and completed sometime in mid-1941. It would go on to see combat multiple times over the following months, helping defend vital areas, ensuring the rail lines to Moscow were protected. The various armored trains would also assist defending Soviet soldiers by firing upon advancing German tanks during attacks. The KV-2 equipped train would make itself a target of interest for the Germans, with numerous raids attempting to destroy it with attack aircraft. The anti-aircraft...
I plan to do a video kind of going over the reasons why captured tanks aren't used more often, like the pros and cons of using captured tanks, but I don't have any on specific ones, although I might do one on the captured German, the Tiger II that was captured by the US.
Aircraft gunners were able to take out 2 of these planes during one attack, with the train suffering some damage and needing to be
Not sure that I really want to cover anything related to the conflicts in that area at the moment, just because things are a bit heated in terms of the politics of that. I try to avoid that stuff if I can, just because it's not worth getting all the nonsense political comments because of things. I'll just cover other topics.
Repaired and placed back into service. In January,
even if I
the
stay
train
completely
would be sent
apolitical,
to the
you're going to get
region,
somebody
where it
that's going to be
reportedly surprised the Germans, who had believed it to be destroyed. The end for the train would come in July of 1942, when the Germans seemingly had enough of dealing with the armored behemoth. 3 consecutive waves of bombers were sent against the train. The first raid was driven off by intense fire, but it was followed by a second attack.
Look at that
At some point, the
thing.
train must have been immobilized, at least momentarily, as the third and final attack would strike at a stationary target. Unable to move, the train was bombed to pieces by the German attackers before being later captured by ground forces on the 19th of July after the Soviets abandoned it.
Well, the reason why I wanted to do one where it's covering like the general pros and cons of using captured tanks is because it's kind of doesn't make much sense just to cover specific, unless I went like real in detail. I'd rather just cover like the general, sort of like what I did with the double barrel tanks video and the multi-turret video. It just gives me the opportunity to I can talk about the German use of them, talk about the Soviet use of them and all others, and just kind of discuss why it's not done more often.
The soldiers would only return briefly during the night to retrieve any salvageable weapons and to scuttle anything they couldn't take before leaving the train behind. As this is from a Russian source, the complete validity of the actions of this train might not be 100% accurate, but not much else exists on this subject that I could find, so please feel free to leave any information you may have in
if it's only reports from one side, it's most likely not
the
accurate.
comments. One final thing I'd like to mention that didn't make it into my original video is regarding one documented wooden KV-2 created by the Germans. During the war, both sides used wooden mock-ups not just to assist in designing tanks, but also to train their soldiers on how to knock out tanks used by the enemy. This was quite common for tanks like the T-34, but at least one KV-2 was created for this purpose. The level of detail you can see is quite surprising actually, considering this is just meant to be a training dummy. A special thanks to Francis Pullham once again.
Well, the Germans captured a lot of tanks as they were advancing into the USSR, so it makes sense that they would press them back into service. Whoops. Yeah, there's a lot of reasons why captured... I mean, there's not a ton, but there's a good number of reasons why it's not great to use captured equipment, but there's also some benefits to it. The main one is just the fact that lack of spare parts. That's the biggest one. Spare parts and ammo. Sometimes even fuel. I think that might have been part of the trouble with the Soviet stuff for Germany, because I think, if I remember correctly, a lot of the Soviet engines are diesels, and Germany did not have a lot of diesel production at the time. But yeah, I think this one may be like a C tier again. Maybe B tier. I don't know. What do you guys think? The main thing for me with that video is I feel like it kind of didn't need to be made. I really should have just put it in with the KV2 video to begin with. But I don't know if it's worth like demoting it for that or not. Well, I think fuel was less of a concern earlier in the war as it was later in the war, but I don't know. Yeah, obviously they had issues with it regardless. Well, I'm not seeing anyone saying anything, so I guess I'll say B tier. Knock it down one from the KV2, because it really should have just been in the KV2 video. If it had been in the KV2 video, I almost would say it would be S tier. Just because it would have covered all of the KV2 stuff in a relatively good way, even if there were one or two minor, like, naming errors. So, KV2 variants. Well, that's a pretty good start, I think. Got a pretty decent chart so far. I don't know, I guess we can go through. Is there anything we should move around now that we've kind of gone through some more videos? I feel like everything's pretty solid, but I don't know. What do you guys think? Like, I feel like, I don't know. I think we got everything pretty good, but maybe as we go along, once we get to some of the newer videos, some of these might move down. All right. Looks solid. So we've got, how many did we go through? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, technically 16. That's it, not too bad, not too bad. Can definitely, I mean, we've got a lot of videos left to go through. Let me look through how many. So yeah, 65 videos that we still have to go, or 65 total. It's actually a lot more than I thought I had for this. But we will save that for another stream. But I want to thank you guys very much for tuning in. As I mentioned, any proceeds from this stream, and probably the next stream that I do for the tier list, depending on when I'm able to do it, will be donated to the SS United States and their efforts to hopefully save her. So if you guys haven't already, go check that out in the description. You can also donate directly on the stream, and I'll have some videos coming out probably over the next week, clipped from this stream, as well as with some extra stuff. So I hope you guys enjoyed the stream, and let me know in the comments if you're just tuning in now or tuned in just for the last couple bits there, if you'd like to see more of this, and I will definitely continue to do the tier list. I mean, we've got so much extra room left that we can just fill. So much space for activities. But until then, I will see you all later.